Electric.
Major
but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Hello paradise, I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far. Got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
Long ago, before the Ruination ended their line, the royal family of Camivore revered Imperial dragons as powerful and majestic creatures. So as one of the few Imperial dragons still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff.
Sizzle.
The fiery fledgling is an ADC who's all about scaling. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder! Go Smolder!
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it!
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball. And at tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health threshold in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast damages and briefly slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, Achoo is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stacks. In teamfights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets off explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap, 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 sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame, prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool, so fly with caution or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanies picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies overhead, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights. Especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's Dragon Practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stacks. Without much dragon practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterpicks against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kit. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the fiery fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marksmen with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Vhagar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below. And bring the heat with Smolder, the fiery fledgling.
着伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的直接投防到24颗保利，是热射上到，而且后进攻这一波，先把对方退回来，是热射大爆。
左边，
来呀，有被抓到了，
要抓泰德，泰德已经跑掉了。
雅宁开
宝龙神经倒下的同时，后面是雅宁的操作，
砍
一个连斩，拿下 double， 拿下结果的卡没有想要停下，继续的连砍，这是属于他的夸张，没有是欧卡将人头给拿下，这波是一个 ace， DCG 在世家的野区完成了一波奇袭啊！
有机会哦，
准备要吃，看起来还是得吃这个龙在远方，老妈来了，你这边定到了3个人，恩硕定到了，同时搭上后面的雷电闪光，这一波伤害要杀死利凯开砍了，665赶紧想跑，但对面超电磁炮直接将对面人全数轰炸，
哇，那这波巴龙好像赚不到东西，得40秒的时间。
18等卡上地
，HPS 要赶快抉择哦，这个巴龙不开要赶快回去守上路的线了，因为上下2条都是有兵的。
但是下半边的兵则是 AOPX 的团战再次的开启
吗
？W 这一推 Q3 拉回来，人也被留住，这波想开战，但 Prage 直接将对面人给推走了，一个好位置，开始连续的闪电连击，这波闪电打到后排，中了胜败，直接打到了后排了。 Prage 往前开始跳跃，要做收割，那面对的是若雅，若雅没有将他给收下，只有 Prage 倒下之前，在对面全速收光，拿下夸抓 kill，
一波！
这个经济差到了3000
大家看一下 DCG 什么时候做换线了？
哦，恩硕再次坐车要来抓，看能不能 Q 到2个呢？闪现想要尝试控制，但没有 Q 到。后面妈妈救我过来，扫到了逃跑的泰德。 被击杀，后面还有来自拉瓦的支援，但665就在后面前面位 DG 双主角倒下，但同时 DG 要来，665选择冲进去，这一脚踢死了妈宝龙。左边位置也是能听得到塔口，打到后面离奇的进场，3个图金角疯狂屠杀，利凯前面有个门，赶紧上车逃逸。后面利凯也是选择要来跟对面的塔口正面交战，
好像怪怪的呢。
拖住要打塔口，但远方竟然有个黎明之影是3大复活的支援，但利凯可以跳出来打伤害。
哦，卡玛来了，还有。
听到李行这里钉在墙上吗？早了，66反身闪现，踢住利凯，但被恐惧的情况下还是踢出了3，在护盾665没有倒下。
还有，卡玛还在拉扯。
后面有个闪电响炸，但665技能又已经准备来到10等了，状态更好，博人往前再 Q 没中，这一波让左边位置有机会弹。
还在 Q，
他要找吗？下个665 Q 好了，又是被恩硕的守卫左脚在这边博眼，看一下 A 2下，
没。
Doing much the same to Rest. It's a bit cooldown. Glory now losing.
Yeah, no E, but Rest is about to go Mega. So they've got enough time.
Rest is going to be Mega now. This is the time they want to be able to find a fight. Nature's Grass comes through. Husha, though, he's just looking for casters. A lot of damage comes through on the backside. It is Glory. He doesn't land the knock-up onto Fing, who is dipping and diving. Flash on from Rest. And it's 1-on-6 who's found, but the team fight's not clear. Husha finds a reset, but doesn't get it. Driver's trying to find some health, but he's not either. Now it's only Fing. It's a quadra kill and a penta kill for Shun.
Yeah, Shun just lives on a sliver of HP there and picks himself up a penta.
Long ago, before the ruination ended their line, the royal family of Camivore revered Imperial dragons as powerful and majestic creatures. So as one of the few Imperial dragons still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff.
Sizzle.
The fiery fledgling is an ADC who's all about scaling. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder. Go Smolder.
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it.
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball. And at tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health threshold in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast damages and briefly slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, Achoo is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stacks. In teamfights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets off explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap, 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 sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame, prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool, so fly with caution or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanies picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies overhead, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights. Especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's Dragon Practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stacks. Without much dragon practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterpicks against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kit. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the fiery fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marksmen with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Veigar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below, and bring the heat with Smolder, the fiery fledgling.
但阿志伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的直在厨房，阿志进球倒地，最热射上到，而且后期攻这一波射法最高，配回来最热射大爆。
左边，
哎呀，有被抓到了，
要抓泰德，泰德已经跑掉了。
雅尼
卡宝龙水晶倒下的同时，后面是雅尼的操作，
砍四，
一个连斩拿下 double， 拿下水果的大卡，没有想要停下来，继续的连砍，这是属于他的夸爪，没有，是欧卡将人头给拿下。这波是一个 ace， DCG 在自家的野区完成了一波奇袭啊！
有机会哦，
准备要吃，看起来还是得吃这个龙蛋远方老妈来了。林志明定到了3个人，恩硕定到了，同时搭上后面的雷电闪光，这一波伤害2杀是李凯开卡了，665赶紧抢跑，但对面超电直炮直接将对面人全数轰炸。
哇，那这波巴龙好像赚不到东西嘞，40秒的时间。
18等卡上地
，HPS 要赶快抉择哦，这个巴龙不开要赶快回去守上路的线了，因为上下2条都是有兵的。
但是下半边的兵则是还有 Pix 的团战再次的开启
吗
？W 这一推 Q3 拉回来，人也被留住，这波想开战，但 PSG 直接将对面人给推走了，一个好位置，开始连续的闪电连击，这波闪电打到后排，中了胜败，直接打到了后排了。 PSG 往前开始跳跃，要做收割的面对的是若雅，若雅没有将他给收下，最后 PSG 倒下之前，将对面全数收光，拿下夸抓 kill，
一波。
目前经济差到了3000。
大家看一下 DCG 什么时候做换线了？哎，
哦，恩硕再次坐车要来抓，看能不能 Q 到2个呢？闪现想要尝试控制，但没有 Q 到。后面妈妈救我过来，扫到了逃跑的泰德。 被击杀，后面还有来自拉瓦的支援，但665就在后面前面位置，DG 双子局倒下，但同时要来，665选择冲进去，这一脚踢死了马宝龙。左边位置也是能看到塔口，打到后面李的进场，3个图金角疯狂屠杀，立凯前面有个门，赶紧上车逃逸。后面立凯也是选择要来跟对面的塔口正面交战，
好像怪怪的呢。
大绝拖住要打塔口，但远方竟然有个黎明自己是3大复活的支援，但立凯可以跳出来打伤害。
哦，卡玛来了，还有。
听到李行这里钉在墙上吗？早了，66反身闪现，踢住立凯，但被恐惧的球下还是踢出了3，再互断，665没有倒下。还有，
卡玛还在拉扯。
后面有个闪电响炸弹，665技能就已经准备来到10等了，状态更好，博人往前再 Q 没中，这一波让左边位置有机会弹。
还在 Q，
他要找吗？下个665 Q 好了，又是被恩硕走位左脚在那边拍一下 A 2下，没。
Doing much the same to rest. The cooldown. Glory now losing.
Yeah, no E, but rest is about to go mega. So they've bought enough time.
Rest is going to be mega now. This is the time they want to be able to find a fight. Nature's Grass comes through. Husha, though, he's just looking for casters. A lot of damage comes through on the backside. It is Gory. Doesn't land the knock-up onto Fing, who is dipping and diving. Flash on from Rest. And it's 1-on-6 who's found, but the team fight's not clear. Husha finds a reset, but doesn't get it. Driver's trying to find some health, but he's not either. Now it's only Fing. It's a quadra kill and a pentakill for Shun.
Yeah, Shun just lives on a sliver of HP there and picks himself up a penta.
Getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. Getting dangerous. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's paradise waiting for you. It all comes to an end. Let's go for it. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the passion I do. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the passion I do. Oh, it just feels so good.
Me too.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our final night now of the regular season here in the PCS of the Spring Split 2024. Of course, brought to you once again by Riot Games and Carry International. I will once again be your host, Vishian, and alongside me, it is again Lo.
Yeah, ready to go, and we're pretty lucky, honestly, to have the final day of the season really matter for the placements.
It does.
Now, that's not always the case.
Yeah.
So we're going to be deciding who ends up in second seed and gets the bye today. Looking like probably PSG, but they do have a much tougher opponent in CFO than Frank, who will be up against Beyond, who have kind of been struggling.
They have been. I mean, they managed to take a game against PSG, who have kind of been on an upswing, I think is fair to say.
Yeah.
Yesterday's results, of course, neither of these series, really mattered. It was J-Team taking the 2-0 against West Point, which we expected. DCG also with the 2-0 over Halpigs. But
Also expected,
really,
but yeah.
really wasn't how you expected it to happen, though. Game number 2, if you did miss it yesterday, it is certainly a game to go back and watch, because that game, I mean, for anyone who plays solo queue,
Yeah, that was a solo queue
just
game.
a solo queue game. There was a Draven who was like 8-1 versus an Aurelion Soul who was about 13-1, and the Draven ended up winning after dying about 11 times in a row. It was one of the games of all time. The standings, of course, we are playing for that contender group today. Frank and PSG on your screens there. You see them. They are tied game differential in favor of PSG. If both teams are to win, regardless of scoreline, it will be PSG who are going to claim that second spot. But they are up against CFO in that first position and looking almost infallible at this point of the season.
Yeah, that first
Tough
loss,
task.
That first loss was just the very first week.
Yep.
And ever since then, they've kind of looked unstoppable. Massive game difference, and just an 8-game win streak since then.
There it is on your screen, of course. Game number 1 will be BYG against Frank. Frank, if they win this game, they put themselves in second place and waiting to see the result of game number 2. So both games today do matter, and they matter quite a lot, because once again, if you do come second, you will get a bye forward into the playoffs. You will miss the play-ins, and that means you get to scout out the LCO, the LJL, all your other competitors in the PCS, and it gives you a lot of time to prepare, to scrim, and honestly, just an edge when it comes to the competition of those playoffs. So very, very important are the games today, and very, very exciting are they as well.
Yeah, Frank against Beyond up first. Frank kind of opposite story of CFO. They started out really hot and then have kind of been wavering.
Yeah.
We even saw them in their last series. Instead of using Jimmy and Pretender, their mid-substitutes, alternating between their mid-substitutes, they just put one of them in ADC.
Yeah, Pretender,
and just roll swap Pretender into ADC. It kind of looked okay. As far as Pretender was doing, he was doing perfectly fine.
Also, as far as going against CFO looks as well. So it's like, it was a hard game. 1v1, of course, on your screen there. It's going to be Jiang versus Driver. Jiang, 12 solo kills. 2 of them came in a 1v2, which was one of the probably best plays that we've seen in the PCS thus far.
Yep. And
Driver, no slouch though.
Yeah, Driver 4-3 maybe doesn't reflect quite how good he is in these 1v1s. When he wins, he is completely dominating, and when he loses, he's Maokai into Yone, or Tom Kench into Ezreal. So maybe self-sabotaging with the picks a little bit, Driver. Oh, wow, okay. Soul
This
Read
feels very easy for one of these two champions.
Yeah, I think Poppy favored, right?
Yeah, it should be.
A bit of a soul read on Jiang. I think Poppy's one of the better laners into Fiora.
Flash cleanse for Jiang.
Yeah, hoping to maybe just get an all-in. Just ignore the Poppy W that is going to stun her when she uses her dash. So
Well, it knocks her up and grounds her. I guess you can...
Is that what Poppy W does? I thought it was strictly just a stun.
No, it knocks you up and grounds you.
Oh, that makes sense, because then it wouldn't interrupt dashes if it was just a stun.
I mean, Fiora actually, come to think of it, traditionally a champion that does okay into Poppy. Reason being, you can Q while using your riposte. And it actually just buffers. If steadfast presence is used, you will just stun the Poppy. But I mean, early game at least, always, it is just Poppy throwing out that passive, picking up the shield and trading into you. Very hard to deal with.
Yeah, and the matchup isn't completely unplayable on Summoner's Rift, just because Fiora into any matchup, you have the choice of just playing safe, getting 2 items, and you outscale everything in the 1v1.
Yeah, there's never 2 items in.
Yeah,
in the,
I don't think we've
1v1,
seen it. Yeah.
We sometimes see like 1.5.
Yeah.
But even there's some sort of prerequisitions that need to be hit. A lot of CS, some plates, maybe a kill.
Yeah, usually you've just taken a tower long before you've gotten 2 items usually, or just 2 kills.
I think it's pretty cool how Jiang has just played every single 1v1. He hasn't missed a single one. And he's 8-1 as things stand. Until we see the result of this one.
So Jiang's actually riposted 2 Poppy Qs already. And that's why the HP is so close in this matchup. Pretty impressive, honestly. Poppy should be winning these trades a lot harder than she is.
Even Driver using that Ignite already.
Yeah. Level 6 for both now. So far, not as one-sided as we expected.
No, and I think since it's been fine, I almost think Jiang probably favored at this point. At least after a recall comes through. Even before it, perhaps, is
He doesn't have riposte at the moment.
Driver does trade aggressively, but it's into the minion wave of Jiang.
Yeah, not having Ignite here is hurting him. Oh, but I guess it was kind of a smart Ignite because... Oh.
Alright.
Because Jiang can just cleanse the Ignite. So maybe just igniting for poke isn't the worst.
Oh!
Jiang decides, gets Poppy ulted and just takes the base.
He's even got a little smirk on his face.
Wave is terrible for him though, so that was a great ult by Driver.
I think Jiang's going for a tower win. Reason being, he has gone a very similar build to his Riven build against Driver in their former 1v1. It was Kennen against Riven, and it was Tank Kennen against Riven, and Jiang at one stage of the game just sat in the face of that Kennen and hit the tower and won. And, I mean, Jiang certainly winning these trades at the moment.
Yeah, massive minion wave behind him. Driver's gonna try thin this out, and he should be okay. These items are also just very weak as components. Just a Tiamat and a Vamp Scepter. And yeah, Driver's got a massive XP lead off of the play he made with his ulti, where Jiang had to recall while the wave was pushing away from him. He lost a lot of minions. I think he's about half a level up at the moment. The Ignite.
Nice riposte.
Jiang not cleansing it.
Yeah, no real need to, especially if you are just going to look for that recall. It's going to be down even more XP, but we'll see. Okay, still not going to be that Ravenous Hydra yet picked up. A couple of long swords.
Should be Thornmail for Driver. If he does decide to finish it first. I think Anathemas does actually work against true damage.
No, it doesn't.
Oh. Okay. Maybe a Ravenous Hydra finished for Jiang, but I don't know if those longswords actually build into the Ravenous Hydra. They do.
Yeah. They build into the Warhammer, which I'm pretty sure is still a component. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, Caulfields.
Okay, well, I mean, at this point, as long as Jiang has access to a minion wave, he's never really going to be under true threat.
Yeah. Might be scary for...
Ooh.
Close. Close to getting his recall interrupted there. Red Elixir bought by Driver, expecting an all-in soon.
It has to be. It's going to be that sudden death very shortly.
Yeah, it's going to be in time to defend this tower. I don't think Jiang can ignore the Poppy. He's going to try, though, maybe. Enough wave clear on the Poppy, so he can't take the tower.
End it now, or the Nexus will do it for you.
Yeah, Jiang's going to get a recall. Does Driver have Demolish?
I think even if he does, probably doesn't get this tower quite.
Yeah, he's going to be on it immediately, though. Yeah. A little bit scary. Jiang decides to not recall. Okay, advantage Driver if it does come down to a sudden death right now.
I still think it probably should be Jiang winning it, though. Seeing the immediate trades go in favor of Driver, but...
Lots of lifesteal.
Yeah, there's a lot of lifesteal. There's also access to that ultimate for Fiora, which can be riposted if need be. Sorry, Poppies can be riposted.
Yeah.
Who do you think's winning? Who do you think's gonna... I mean, there's obviously at sudden death already. Circles in closing.
Yeah, big HP lead for Jiang.
Yeah, and it's just gonna grow as long as he can auto attack.
Yeah, I don't know if Driver has enough damage to kill a full HP Fiora.
Yeah. Has the barrier. I mean, riposte not used! Well, I know who wins now.
Finally, we see.
Yeah, I swear that has been... Damn, what a celebration. We happy.
As he should be. Jiang hasn't lost very many of these.
没挡到啊！
Very different voice comms.
Jiang just surprised.
1v1. Driver there on your screen, of course, picking up the win. They are going to the team of Beyond to choose the blue side. Something we've seen pretty much throughout the season. I mean, some teams choose red, DCG being the main one. But other than that, most teams do prefer the blue side, getting the option of that blue side first pick, which does hold a lot of power in these drafts.
Yeah, I think Frank especially really like the blue side, so taking it away from them makes a lot of sense. And I think Beyond like the blue side as well. They like to first pick Callista. I don't think we've seen them on the Ashe. But we've seen them on the Senna, the Callista.
At most, if we have, it was one game because, yeah, not a whole lot of people getting a lot of Ashe.
Yeah.
Driver, though. I mean, we said it. We want to see him on some carry champs. I think the only tank that it's okay to see him on is Cassante.
Yeah. That champ is barely a tank.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a quote-unquote tank.
Yeah. Tank mage, assassin, juggernaut.
Yeah, he does a whole lot, that champ. Feng, though, in their series up against PSG, had, especially game number 2, quite the game for himself.
Yeah.
Performing extremely well. And we'll see if we can continue on that success here up against Frank, of course. Beyond, they have no hope now of making it into that top 2. But they are playing for pride. Momentum again, heading in towards the playoffs, of course. Momentum quite important, and you see on your screen here, Frank are going to once again opt to play with Pretender down in the AD carry role.
I'm really surprised by this because Eminem looked pretty good in the ADC role.
I wonder if it's a meta thing, because Eminem was
just picking Xayah
still
weirdly.
I mean, maybe Feng played one game as Xayah. Other than that, I think it's only been Eminem, and it's been most games.
Yeah, he's made it work a lot.
Kinda. I mean, he was just winning off the back of Jimmy and Pretender finding immaculate team fights.
Yeah.
It was like the kind of games where your AD carry barely mattered. There was one game, the 12,000 damage in one team fight Xayah game.
Yeah,
that was definitely...
That is burned into my mind.
Yeah, but that was like a one-off type vibe.
Yeah.
Jungler's on your screen here. I mean, stats mainly, I guess, in favor here of Husha.
Yeah, gold share is a little bit of an unfair stat to look at. Maybe more interestingly is that Gemini has a very high bot proximity.
Yeah.
While much higher mid proximity for Husha. Unsurprising to see Gemini with this high bot proximity. He does like to pick the rel, especially on blue side.
He dives level 3 every single game.
Yeah, first half of the split was just watching Gemini path bot, dive bot every single game.
But I think the interesting thing about the bot proximity, mid proximity is that both of those stats indicate that there is priority over Dragon.
Yeah.
Reason being, of course, mid proximity means you gank for your mid laner, and then hopefully they can come and impact the bot lane.
Yeah.
Whereas Gemini just skips the middleman and goes to the bot lane, which is not necessarily better or worse in any regard, but it's really how both teams play around it. Like,
And it's kind of surprising neither player with high top proximity when they do have
crazy top laners.
Yeah, they have ridiculously good top laners. Maybe the two best in the league so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to put your money against Arja in many ways.
Yeah.
But, like, he does just play the most self-sufficient champions in the entire game.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, Driver and Jiang both kind of liking the Aatrox, both liking that Cassante.
Yeah. So, Twisted Fate Nautilus banned on the side of Beyond, and Frank taking away Ashe kind of forced themselves to ban Callista here unless they have an answer. We'll go for Rumble first. Rumble perma-banned against Driver. Even after the Rumble nerfs, we're seeing some matchups where people aren't banning Rumble at all, but a very consistent ban against Driver. I like the Azir ban. PSG.
Yeah, but now Pretender just goes mid. Now what?
Yeah, good point. And that might actually make up for that weakness of PSG did the same thing where they just banned Azir on either side against Jimmian. He has looked a lot better on the Azir than any other champ.
Yeah, I mean, he had that one Akali game, which was fantastic. I think the only Akali game that matched the performance he had was actually 1-1-6.
Yeah.
It was like 11-1 Akali game also.
So Callista being left open.
You'll see if Fing wants it. I mean, we've seen it being
Feng
left
is so
open
good.
against Fing before, and he usually opts into it immediately, but this time going to go for that Varus. So not going to have that Callista in the AD carry role. If this is T1, you are still worried about the Callista support.
Yeah, but Frank have the option to just go Callista Renata if they want it. They don't have to pick Callista here, because it is unlikely to see a Callista Varus. It might just be Pretender mid. I think it probably is just Pretender mid with the Orianna locked in.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm sure Jimmian can play it, but Pretender's been very good on the Orianna, and it's usually banned against Pretender.
Yeah. And that's a big concern, right? Now up against Frank, as they have two mid laners. Which one's actually going to play AD carry?
Yeah, we'll see how Jimmian does on ADC if he does switch. Pretender looked pretty good, and maybe the Varus pick from Beyond is we only saw Pretender on Varus. He did quite well on Varus, and they're checking, does he have another champ? And he does, Orianna. Maybe not what they expected.
Yeah. I mean, it's not certain, of course, Jimmian can play Orianna.
Yeah, you have to imagine every mid, especially after last year, can play the Orianna.
Yeah, no. We've seen Jimmian on the Orianna. We'll see, though, if he opts into it. Husha hovering and almost certainly going to pick up the Sejuani. We'll see if they can match any of these solo laners with the power that Sejuani can offer.
Yeah, I think we're going to see what 116 wants into Ori. No, just
blind
a blind
pick Jax
Jax
is crazy, by the way.
Yeah, it is. We haven't seen a whole lot of Jax.
It's usually picked as an answer to something.
Yeah.
Not blind, that's for sure.
Yeah, with Cassante open and Aatrox.
Jack's actually not the worst into Aatrox, so...
Yeah, I've seen Jax picked as a counter pick into the Aatrox, so maybe Jiang just going for comfort.
Was it Driver who did this in their last series? I think it was, where he took the Jax into Arja's... I believe it was Arja's Aatrox, and went for the fleet footwork.
Yeah, right. And he was doing very well in that lane, but the rest of the map just fell apart before he could.
Yeah, Beyond fell apart. That was... Betty was the most insanely giga-fed Ezreal you'll ever see in your entire life.
Yeah, I remember that. Akali bans. Okay, so a good pick into Orianna is the Akali, so it makes sense for Frank to ban it.
Especially when we've seen 1-1-6 have so much success on the Akali in the past.
Maybe just another pick into Akali. Maybe a Nico.
I mean, 1-1-6, we've seen it before.
Well, the Quay maybe.
An amazing Nico player. I think you have to ban Nico here. Nico is one of the best champions in the game up against Orianna in the individual lane. Plus 1-1-6 has been so good at the Nico. Not only now, but in the past. So Hui's going to be banned.
Yeah. No slouch on the Hui. Anyway.
Unless you're going to pick Nico for Kaiwing, which is almost a certain not going to happen.
Yeah.
You're probably going to see 116 on Nico this game, which is a massive win condition for BYG.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting that the Nico's just vanished, really. Right? We saw it in the first few weeks have extremely high priority. Pick ban instantly into... We just haven't seen it since. I guess with the Twisted Fate and the Corki and the Hui, just a lot of mid champs popping up.
Smolder.
Yeah, Smolder if you're DCG.
Are we going to see Lucian Milio? I mean, if you're a mid laner and you're now playing 80 carry,
Yeah,
what better than to pick a mid lane champ?
Yeah. I mean, Zig's barely a mid lane champ these days.
Yeah, that's fair.
But, I mean, it is that kind of, you know, mage vibe.
Yeah, same makes sense.
It's like maybe Rakan.
I mean, these champs don't fare that well.
Yeah, to the Ziggs. I mean, you can try get the all-in on him. I'd be really surprised to see the Yone mid. But after all we said about Nico.
Yeah, I mean, it's locked in.
Yeah, something's
good
just
with the
put him off.
Sejuani. In fairness, there is a lot of power around the Sejuani this game.
I think I like the Maokai a little more than the Rakan or the Ali. Maybe they will just go for the Rakan. Because Ziggs doesn't really have counterplay to the Maokai. If you place the Ziggs bomb, you pretty much can't be engaged on by the Rakan. The Satchel Charge.
That's right.
You can't really be engaged on by the Ali or the Rakan.
Now we get to find out where this Rel's going. Will it be Gemini? Will it be Kaiwing? I feel like you just want Leona here, to be fair. Leona pretty good into the Rakan, pretty good into the Varus. Very, very good with the Ziggs.
I think they have to pick an AD jungle, right?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Flex the Rel and pick an AD jungle because your Orianna, your Orianna Ziggs at the moment.
Okay. Looks like at the moment Pretender will be going down into their bot lane. We'll see if anything changes. But again, we have seen Jimmy play Orianna before, and he is just such an accomplished mid laner. Of course, the other side on BYG, everything's pretty much guaranteed with their draft. No real shenanigans can come out. We'll see if Driver opts into the fleet footwork once again on this Jax into the Aatrox.
Yeah, I don't see why not. He had a lot of success on that. This is something draft-wise.
You do lose team fight pressure though, and kill pressure later on into the game.
Yeah.
Obviously, are we on the patch that lethal tempo's nerf? I don't think we are.
No, not yet. Yeah, going to be seeing maybe a lot more fleet footwork Jax, or not much Jax Yone at all after the lethal tempo.
I mean, Jax still does well with Grasp. I don't think... I mean, obviously, there's some matchups where you have to have lethal tempo. But in general, Grasp is probably the more commonly taken rune anyway.
Yeah. So, something we see in draft a lot lately from Frank is they put Kaiwing on this Rel as solo engage. I'm not going to count Lee Sin as an engage champion, though he definitely can be played that way. It's just so hard to pull it off that it is just Kaiwing on the Rel support solo engage, and you're just too squishy. We haven't really seen it work from them. They pretty much can't fight without Kaiwing's flash. So it's going to be very hard for them to navigate these team fights, but they might not be looking to engage at all with its Ziggs. Jax presumably did take fleet footwork again and is going to have side lane pressure. We've seen Driver do well in this 1v1. So maybe it's just a poke wave clear with 2 split pushers in the Yone and Jax. Oh, nope, that's on the enemy team. So they might be getting just 1-3-1 to death this game.
Damn, that emote kind of looked like Shock in real life.
Wait, I didn't see it. Which one was it?
Cassante one.
Oh.
Was it Giga Cassante, I think it's called?
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure that's what it's called.
Okay, I got my champs the wrong way around. They don't have side lane pressure on Frank, and they don't have engage.
Yeah, but they absolutely melt a tower.
Yeah. Yeah, they might just have to send it ARAM mid. They will be facing a 1-3-1 this game.
And they do have really good siege.
Yeah. I just don't know if Beyond are ever going to opt into it.
I imagine, based on history, that we will see the lethality Aatrox here from Jiang. A lot of wave clear, at which point Jax can't really find a lot in the side lane. Orianna, of course, will be able to clear out those waves away from Yone, and at which point, what can Feng do in the mid lane alongside Stay True and Husha to fend off the push from Pretender? It's something they're going to have to work out. I'm sure they'll be able to, but honestly, from my point of view, I think coming to draft, there's a lot of positives here for the side of Frank. They don't really need to look for an engage because you just have a Ziggs. You don't really want to be fighting all that much. You'd like to have that lane pressure in whatever lane the Ziggs chooses to be in, and a lot of zone control around other objectives, such as the Dragon and Baron.
I agree. In theory, I agree. But a lot of the times you just find yourself in-game in situations where it would just be really nice to have a Nautilus ult right now, or some easy engage. Maybe you have a numbers advantage, Dragon's coming up. As we're going to get a gank onto Jimmy.
Nice flash there. And Jimmy's going to lose hers. He's going to get stunned up anyway. Husha not quite able to find that kill.
Yeah,
Jimmy does live.
I'm surprised 1116 wasn't willing to commit his flash there to get
one auto was the difference.
Yeah, to get the permafrost just sooner onto Jimmy. Was definitely a kill, but either way, Jimmy loses his flash, does trade it with Husha.
Going to lose teleport as well.
Yeah, so that should be 1116 sitting pretty. I mean, the lane is still very difficult into the Orianna. Priority for the Ziggs in the bottom lane. No surprise, really, especially with the Comet Varus rather than the Halo Blades. Oh, Pretender is nailing these Qs.
Yeah. Doing a really good job thus far. I'm somewhat surprised that Frank opted into the Ral support. I think, in general, if you have Ziggs, Leona tends to be the best support to pair with it. There's so much lockdown, guarantees you're going to land the center of that ultimate. The Q lands, and at which point, if it's on a squishy, they're pretty much just dead.
Yeah, I think they were just worried about too much magic resist coming out from the enemy team. 1116.
What does Ral do? Magic damage.
I don't hate the physical damage jungle pick. I kind of get it, but the comp definitely would have been better with a Leona, I think.
Definitely the bot lane at least. We'll see. Honestly, yeah, what you raise is pretty valid. The Orianna and Ziggs are two champions that really enjoy being solo AP. Just, you know, playing long range mages against no magic resist always feels good.
Yeah.
This game, it feels pretty obvious for Husha to pick up some magic resist. But outside of Husha, it's not that easy to itemize. You can see a Wit's End possibly out of 116, but I think Wit's End is such a fraudulent item most of the time.
Yeah, it hasn't looked like a very good item since the rework. Is definitely a champ that can build it.
So can the Varus, but yeah, again, I just... It's going to be lethality Varus, so not likely to buy it, and it does feel pretty fake.
I mean, you can build a Maw on Varus. That usually feels alright.
I mean, Maw is just...
Jimmy could be in trouble here.
Really good item. 116, yeah, he's going to leap forward. This Orianna should be dead.
Yeah.
One more knockup.
They should be able to give the kill to Husha. I think they definitely should have given it to 116, but wasn't Husha on top of a ward there? I think this ward doesn't
it's too
reach.
far.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too far on Frank's side that it doesn't see the other end of the bush.
Yeah, well played by Husha, just playing in a ridiculous pocket of vision. There is a ward in the bush giving Jimmy a false sense of security. He's even hovering that side. And just, yeah, he's dead. There's nothing you can do without your flash here.
Just taken out. Gemini, though, he claims himself 2 of those Void Grubs. Who's going to come along and claim that last one?
Yeah, with mid going down, he probably can't stick around to grab 3. So, Husha will grab a Void Grub. Which, you know, makes it a bit harder to get to 5 or 6 Void Grubs, but I think denying 2 as Frank, you already feel good.
Surely this game, we do not see the Frozen Heart on Sejuani.
Yeah, this
Surely
might
this
be.
is just full-on Radiance.
Yeah, this is the rare Frozen Heart. Isn't the best item in the game. situation. Driver just takes a plate. Jiang does still have TP. So Driver did technically pay for that plate. As everyone's hanging out mid. 1116 still has his flash, not quite back up for Jimian. Husha looks like he did take Cosmic Insight, so his flash is going to be up a little bit sooner. Might have a little window to gank mid again. For now, grabbing the crab. I don't really think we're going to see any sort of fight break out. You don't really want to be fighting around the Ziggs at this point in time. They are coming to this drag, though.
You do have the Lee Sin, who's strong, but Sejuani just feels stronger. Level 6 especially means that this doesn't really feel like a fight that Frank ever should be opting into. You also have the weaker skirmishing mid laner.
Yeah.
I mean, just weaker skirmish bot lane as well.
Yeah, I don't hate Gemini maybe going for a steal, but Beyond are here. Oh.
Fing, nice chain of corruption. He's going to be able to find the kill onto Gemini almost certainly, although the flash out, the Ignite's not going to confirm it. Glacial Prison does come through. Kaiwing, he's going to have to flash out, and Pretender is the last man remaining with that flash still available. But it's BYG with huge wins. Yep. Not quite a kill, but getting so many summoners out means that pressure around the map for the next 5 minutes is almost certainly in favor of this Beyond side.
Yeah, as we were saying, it's too hard to fight. Just based on the champions you have at this point in the game. Husha greased his ult there a little bit maybe. Thought Gemini was just going to go down without using the Sejuani ult. He does get Kaiwing's flash for it later, but could have been a kill, but good job by Frank to get Gemini out of there. He looked certainly dead.
There's the Dragon picked up. So first Dragon in the game in favor of BYG. They're up 1k gold here. 116 going to have that Q3 available for himself.
Wow.
And Fate's call to get himself out of what was a fairly sticky situation.
Yeah, nice gank from Kaiwing, just appearing as a rel from the top side of mid. Walking through a pink placed by his team. Means that 1116 was not ready for that at all. And now flash advantage for Jimian.
I like how the ward that Jimian put down there, the pink, is just slightly further away from his side of the map, so it will catch Husha or anyone if they do come from that top side.
Yeah, Kaiwing getting really deep vision in the enemy top side jungle.
Oh, World Ender going to be used here from Driver. It seems like he does not have that leap strike available for himself, but with only the Q3 available, even though it lands, Driver's going to be completely safe. Stay True also going to be hovering up on this top side alongside Kaiwing and Gemini.
And they got so much value out of that ward Kaiwing placed on his way here. Stay True and Husha both walked over the ward on the blue buff. So they know they're coming and they can set up this play.
Oh, and it's going to be Stay True getting a little bit too aggressive so quickly here as Driver's not even able to join the fight. They are going to trade back the kill here. Both supports are going to be taken out. Nice Sonic Wave and Resonating Strike. Driver flashing forward, but a good flash by Jiang is going to ensure that he's not taken out by that Counter-Strike. And 1-for-1 is the end result, but it wasn't a clean one for either side.
Yeah, the kill going over to 1116 is pretty good. Jimian not, suffering too much in terms of gold. Does pick up a plate for himself. But, that's a slip up. Was Driver waiting in the bush maybe?
Oh, Jax usually is.
Yeah, he's always in the bush. Yeah, Gemini caught without his flash.
Sure, we'll see a replay of what just happened, but yeah, Driver going to confirm himself a kill. An early lead here for BYG. Feels very good if you are.
Yeah. Level 6 for Kaiwing here.
Yeah, only 5 for Stay True. Not even able to get off that battle dance, just goes down.
And watch this flash from Jiang, essentially just a prediction on the flash from Driver. It was fairly obvious Driver was going to flash. We don't get to see it. And here's the Jax in the bush. Oh, Gemini shields himself to hold the wave. Driver's having none of it. Still had his ult after that fight.
Oh, gets that auto off just about.
The Bluetooth auto attack.
Got a nice in there.
So wave looking pretty for Driver. Getting a not so good trade into Jiang.
Oh,
6.
Going to see trades of ults again in that mid lane. Jimian having the better of the two trades, but
yeah,
still 116 with that kill and with his ability to somehow remain somewhat even in this CS means that things are all okay for this Yone, at least for the time being.
Yeah, both mid laners just TPing back because Jimian is out of mana and maybe advantage 1-1-6 off that play. Engage onto Jiang.
Yeah, Jiang going to use that word in but Permafrost available. Stun, stun, stun. 3 stuns coming through in quick succession means that Aatrox has nowhere to be able to go, especially without the Merrick Treads, and it means he is just taken out fairly simply. Driver going to collect his second kill as he works towards his Triforce.
Yeah, not a whole lot of counterplay to that one, honestly. Once Sejuani's flashed onto him, he's pretty much dead. No flash, even. Jimian and Kaiwing teaming up to get some mid-priority. No ulti on the Orianna, though, means that this 2v2 might be rough. They don't know where the Lee Sin is, though. That is why they're not opting to fight here. Fusha did show top lane. So, looking at items, we've got 2 very strong junglers, essentially. Driver, maybe a little too deep.
Yeah, this surely is a dead Jax. Oh, Sonic Wave misses. Going to be that Dragon's Rage used. And Driver is not so sure he's going down. Nice dodging, but with the Q now landing from Lee Sin, it is going to be a sure thing as Gemini claims himself that shut down.
Yeah, it sucks for Jiang that he doesn't get that kill because he sacrificed a lot of creeps under tower while Driver was proxying to set that kill up, but it's very unfortunate timing on the Dragon when he goes down here. He does have TP if they fight it, but he may just have to TP back to lane. If he had gone for that play a little bit later, then, you know, Frank either give up the Dragon or can't really stop him proxying. Baron, Dragon Vision rather, all on Beyond's side because of Gemini showing in the top lane. And because of that, Frank are just not going to contest. Walking in blind with the Ziggs is always going to be really hard.
Sure, and despite Driver going down, I mean, he is Triforce versus just the components of that.
Yeah.
What is it? Tiamat?
Profound Hydra.
That's right.
Profane Hydra.
Profane Hydra, that's it. Oh, nice Sonic Wave. Sorry,
Yep.
Shockwave even.
Yeah, trade of ults.
Once again, but this time the trade of ults is kind of the opposite. We have seen 116 using
Yeah,
his
aggressively.
defensively.
Yeah, aggressively this time.
Yeah.
Does have lifesteal now too, so
Yeah, the Blade of the Ruin King, massive spike.
yeah, lane gonna get a bit harder for Orianna now, especially in
Oh.
a side lane. Driver does a lot of damage.
Jinkies. It's a red buff, stolen. 500 golden plates was Driver's total.
Yeah. So, oh, and engage onto Stature maybe?
Yeah, he's going to be all right. I mean, so far, things are fairly okay for both teams. Reason being, of course, Ziggs is able to just hold out a game for so long. Really, the only struggle Ziggs ever finds in a game is if Baron's taken, at which point he doesn't one-shot the wave anymore.
Yeah,
but
he loses a lot of his strength against the Baron. Kind of
Yeah.
like Ezreal.
BYG is feeling okay, of course, as well. They are just ahead. They have 2 dragons. They're working their way towards this Ocean Soul, at which point champions like Ziggs actually suffer because they like to find poke before a team fight and throw out those abilities. But if you just have constant regen coming through from that Ocean Soul, it really negates the effect of these long-ranged mages.
Yeah, and we've had an extremely long lane phase that maybe is finally going to be switched up now as both the ADCs head mid.
Yeah, this could be one of the longest lane phases we've ever had.
Yeah, 15
Genuinely.
minutes. Oh.
Aggressive there from 116.
Frank Gruppen, not for all that much, to be honest.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
That is a Seraph's completed.
Flash forced out of Pretender. Yeah, I'm still not really sure what we're grouping for. I expect Beyond to get into the 1-3-1 now. Fusha kind of looking at Kaiwing, but mostly just controlling vision. Third Dragon is going to be massive if you can get it for Beyond with 2 split push champs. It just is going to put Frank in such a difficult to play position. They're going to be giving tier 2s. Gemini may be in trouble. Oh. Sejuani ult goes wide. And no Verisult up. But no Verisult up meant that probably wasn't a kill anyway. Husha not going to be missing his ult. I wouldn't think no dragon for 2 minutes.
Yeah, and definitely will have it up before that does spawn.
Yeah, gets a blue buff too.
Quiet game, but this is kind of what we've come to expect at this stage from these top 4 teams. They either start off a really strong game and get it done in 20 minutes, or it goes for 40. I'm going to drift on into this bot lane. With the 4 Void Grubs picked up, you're going to be doing a lot of damage. Kaiwing really can't answer. And Yon, with his ability to push far more forward than every other champion in the game, is going to be able to clean the last hit there on that tower. So another tower is fouled in the bot lane here for BYG. They've now claimed 2 of them versus 0 thus far for Frank. But again, they are going to be able to melt through these towers if they ever get the opportunity to hit them, because they just have a Ziggs.
Yeah. If you make a mistake against the Ziggs, especially later into the game, he can kill your towers with just 2 auto attacks, maybe 1 auto attack and a W. So you definitely have to be careful, especially with these 1-3-1 champs. Going to be in the side lanes. If you make a mistake mid and Feng goes down, Jackson Yon coming to protect your towers is not going to do all that much for you as Beyond.
All right, Jimin teleporting here means that we are probably going to see a contest over this dragon. You don't want to give over 3.
Yeah.
Soul Point just, while not a win condition in itself, leads to so many win conditions because you are just pressured for the entirety of the rest of the game.
Yeah. Stay true, looking okay. I don't want to see Driver commit his TP just yet. And I don't want to see Beyond really commit to fighting too much either.
Yeah, I mean, Driver's never going to make too much headway in the side lane now that the Profane Hydra is actually completed.
Looks like he's just going to recall and TP. Yeah, TP's bot.
Jiang should have to answer. Not with his TP, of course, but just with a recall and head to bot himself.
Yeah, very risky if Frank gives this up.
It's just going to teleport to the wave here. So neither top lane now with teleports available.
Yep.
Driver getting awfully close to his second item, which seems like it will be that.
Sundered
Sky. Oh, Sundered Sky? Yeah, actually, facts. Oh, fantastic magnet. Storm coming out as well as that command shockwave. But the Yon ult is looking very good too. Jimmy going to get that Ceres procced and look for that Zhonya's.
Oh, he's dead too.
Oh, he might be 116 very low, but he's able to turn around, picks up the kill there onto Jimmy. And Husha, he's being looked at by Jiang. Gonna have to flash away from this situation as Frank look to pick up this team fight win. Driver being the only one really still involved at all. Sonic Wave lands, Resonating Strike going to confirm one more kill. Pretty picking that one up. 4 kills to just the 1 in favor of Frank.
Yeah, and Frank again find themselves in maybe a tough spot, slightly behind, and a massive Orianna ult wins them the fight and gets them a dragon, and they're sitting pretty now. Every flash except Feng and Statru's used in that fight for Beyond. Yeah, well played by Jimmy, and no slouch on the Orianna either.
For sure. And now, with that dragon being taken away, it means that this win con of potential dragons is, for BYG at least, extended by 1 or 5 more minutes. Feng there, holding his flash, not flashing away from that shockwave. May have honestly been the difference maker in this team fight, because you just started the game with no AD carry, or the fight, should I say. 116 doing a fantastic job on the back end here to be able to find at least the 1 kill onto Jimmy but obviously is very quickly answered back by Gemini.
Yeah, meanwhile, Jiang is just not got that much threat on him when your ADC is just dead at the start of the fight, so gets a lot of work done on the Aatrox, as he is often doing. Yeah, it was a nice
the
ult.
big winner of that fight.
Yeah, it was a nice ult from Engage onto Kaiwing though.
Teleport coming through here from 116. He's going to be able to find his way into the backline. Possibly, yeah, he does. He finds his way onto Jimmy, and Seraph's going to be popped up, but the knockup coming through, and even the piercing arrow going to be finding its mark there as Jimmy is taken down. Gemini will still be available, but this Baron might be taken out next. It's Kaiwing going down on the top side as well of that fight.
This is still a pretty hard Baron.
It is a hard Baron. Gemini is fairly low on this Lee Sin, but does have Smite, does have Flash, both available for him. 116 going to be prodding his head over that wall, trying to find this Lee Sin, trying to deny entry to this pit. We are going to try and find our way here. We're getting off the Baron. We're looking for Pretender. Pretender going to use that satchel charge to get himself away, but Driver's not convinced he's going to get to. Does manage to get his way here onto Pretender. Going to go down. but it is Jiang also being taken out by BYG. Nice arrow rain here, finding Pretender. The flail's also going to land. Pretender finds himself the tower, does get taken out. Safeguard, though, should mean that Gemini is able to get away from the situation. Baron not taken, but a bunch of kills is going to be the reward for BYG as they do lose their mid lane tower.
Yeah, I mean, nice play from Frank on their way out there. They were always losing Pretender at the very least, so he takes the tower down with him. Not bad from Frank. It's a really hard Baron to do. We're going to see how this fight started here. It's actually just a Sejuani Q onto... Wow, that Orianna ult did nothing. 3-man Orianna ult just not doing any damage to these members of Beyond. And Kaiwing probably just not expecting to be in any danger, really. Yeah, Pretender positioning really well. He gets a nice flash here. Otherwise, he was dead instantly. And he is so tanky against Driver. I think it's his Seraph Shield proccing. Yeah, Seraph Shield proccing saves him there, and he's able to trade a kill back onto Driver. Feng picks him up with the Varus Q here. Just gets his W off in time. And Gemini is able to get out. Quietly 3-1 and 4 on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, Black Cleaver available for himself now. Kind of an interesting item considering the team composition. Not going to offer a whole lot for anyone other than himself and Jiang, who both really don't really care about it. But
yeah,
we'll see if it has any impact. Shield bow completed now for 116, as well as that opportunity is done as we work towards our Mirror Mana here for Feng. So items definitely in favor thus far for BYG, as Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute 30. We expect that to be the next objective. Of course, Baron does remain up, but neither team having a particularly fast one, as Chain of Corruption will land here. It's just going to be Kaiwing annihilated, taken out of that fight. Teleport coming through here for Jimian.
Yeah, another engage onto Kaiwing, working out for Beyond. Nothing up really, except maybe 116 can do something.
Oh.
Oh. Maybe just seeing Ghost there does ult away.
I mean, honestly, with the loss of that Fate Sealed, does feel like there's not a whole lot to achieve anymore for the side of BYG.
Yeah, it was always going to be a stretch to really pressure a Baron. Dragon's not up for a while. Just ends up being a kill. Feng, by the way, is a level up on Driver somehow. Does have a lot of farm.
Feng is the highest level in the game.
Yeah.
Tied with 116. It's not a stat we're often seeing for an 80 carry.
Yeah, and I mean, these trades are so doomed for the Orianna. Two lifesteal items on the Yone.
Yeah, and it should be, after these two items, just full tank. Usually it is the Iceborne Gauntlet, but considering how much magic resist you are up against, honestly wouldn't really be so bad to see something like the Kainic Recurn.
Yeah, I mean,
Jack Show could just be the choice.
Yeah, we smack talked the Wit's End, but not a terrible Wit's End game. I mean, you don't get much value out of the tenacity on it.
Tenacity on it?
Yeah, they added tenacity on it.
Oh. There you go. BYG, first two and starting this Dragon up as they're trying to secure themselves that sole point. Teleport on the flank here for Driver. It is spotted out, of course.
Yeah, it's a scary TP,
too hard to see. Jimian, though, he's losing a lot of his health here to that piercing arrow. Jiang teleporting in. He's going to lose his World Ender. And now really all BYG have to do is wait that out, and they should be feeling pretty good about themselves. But Jiang's not convinced they're able to. Does flash forward, loses his World Ender now, and now at which point the fight does break out on the bottom side. Magnastorm coming through. It's going to be Stay True taken out first of all. Jimian getting very, very low as Husha does use that Arctic Assault. On the top side, though, it is going to be 116 taking out that kill on Jiang. Of course, once you do lose that Aatrox ult, losing a lot of power. And Jiang happily going to be taken out here by 116. Dragging now the attention of BYG as they look to confirm themselves with that soul point and try and deny the opportunity here for Frank to reach that second spot.
Yeah, it's so hard for Aatrox to have impact in this game, and pretty rough for Jimian too, as he's just getting tunnel domed by every member of Beyond there. Aatrox is protecting the flank against a Yone or a Jack, so either way, he's always losing that 1v1. And it's just kind of suffering. Yeah, Pretender.
What an amazing ult.
Max range Verisol, and yeah, Jiang just gets beat up by 1116 here. They try punish him, maybe a little over-aggressive by 1116. But honestly, just nice skills landed by Jiang to burn his flash, and Jung has to stay here to stop 1116 getting onto his Ziggs, but this 1v1 is so one-sided. As Yona's another champ we've seen picked to counter the Aatrox.
Yeah. Kind of seeing why there. So what's end is the pickup for 116. 4, 1, and 3 at the moment on this Yon.
Yeah, he's looking by far the strongest champ on the map right now.
Certainly does. I mean, Varus no slouch, of course. Just harder to see the successes of Varus when it is just that poke Varus.
Yeah. Making plays with his ult, Feng. Landing Qs. Pretender, though, having a pretty good game for himself on the Ziggs. Doing what you can do on the Ziggs. Positioning well, landing poke.
Does now have that Void Staff, so a bit more damage going to be coming through for Pretender, especially when you realize you are double AP and those 2 AP champions want to be solo AP. You're going to have to get that armor or magic pen in somehow. I'm a little bit surprised he went for the Sork boots. Flat pen generally does pretty poorly against the magic resist, and you tend to prefer, especially like a build similar to Pretender's, prefer the cooldown boots. Because the more abilities you can throw out, you actually just do more damage than having flat pen.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I haven't played Ziggs in a long time. I haven't played him since the item rework either. Yeah, ability haste pretty good because you don't get too much of it through items anymore. As Beyond have started up the Baron, I imagine they'll be getting off it.
I mean, we'll see.
I mean, Driver's taking a tier 2 bot. This is horrible for Frang.
Very difficult to play. It seems like Jimmy not really capable at his current strength levels to deal with this Jax. Gemini getting so low is going to be able to use that Dragon's Rage kick to get 116 away from him, and he does remain with half HP, but Driver now teleporting in. Jimmy will be matching even. Jiang trying to mark Driver here on the side, but 116 comes through. That Q3 going to land. Jiang will be able to dodge outside of that Sejuani ult. It is going to be 2 kills found, 3 kills found even. Make it 4 as Jimmy is going to be looked at and taken out as well. Now attention towards this Baron. It's going to be a 4 for 0 and the Baron here in favor of BYG as they look to get game number 1 done and dusted for themselves.
I mean, clinical by Beyond, using their lead and the strength of their side laners to pick up a tier 2 and the Baron. They play that Baron so slowly that it just forces mistakes out of Frank. First Gemini gets chunked, then Jiang gets chunked, and eventually goes down to Driver on the Jax. And
he's still playing aggressively. Q3 won't connect. Does he get the Blade of Ruin? King Brocky does, but there is still no follow-up. Massive damage coming outside, or out of, sorry, Feng's piercing arrow is honestly massive damage from everyone at this point of the game. BYG are just so comfortably ahead. 10k gold is the lead. It's 30 minutes into the game, and they are 1 minute away from perhaps getting themselves that Ocean Soul.
Yeah, so here, 1116 carries this fight, essentially. He chunks Gemini to 1 HP, so now the steal is so much more difficult to look for. He has to play so far back, and Kaiwing gets separated from his team and goes down eventually down on this side of the map. And then Jiang, same story. 1116 charges up his Q, finds his way onto Jiang with Driver's help, takes him out. Even eats the Orianna ult, and yeah, at this point, Kaiwing's already gone down to Feng and Stay True, and they're able to clean up Gemini too. Yeah, hard carry performance. You know, we doubted the Yon, thought the Nico was available for him, said, nah, I'm going to carry.
Yeah, absolutely. Damage in favor very heavily there of 116. Not something you want to see if you are a Frank supporter, as they do have that Ziggs and Orianna.
Yeah,
but really not finding a whole lot of success. I mean, the Ziggs looking okay. Jimmy, though, he's certainly not looking like Pretender does when piloting that Orianna.
Yeah, he did find some good ults, and even in these fights, he's finding multiple man ults, but he just is too far behind. He's 0 and 5 now. Just doesn't do enough damage when he does find a big ult. And, I mean, Feng is level 17. That's kind of ridiculous. Level 13, the enemy jungler, Gemini.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong Varus that you're trying to play into. It's going to be the Potion of Sorcery, Elixir of Sorcery, shall I say. Picked up here for Pretender as they, I think the side of Frank are realizing that the end of the game could be near, if not for a massive final stand. And certainly immediate strength does favor those elixirs. It is an investment of 500 gold that you never will make back unless you are able to find a team fight win, which far easier said than done when you are up against this Ocean Soul that BYG have, the Baron that is still available for another 14 seconds, so not likely to see one of these inhibitor towers going down because of it, but maybe the follow-up from it, as I do stand corrected. Mid lane does go down.
Yeah.
Inhibitor will likely be taken out shortly after. Driver as well.
Yeah, top lane soon to follow.
Will need to also use there for Jiang, so things around the map looking dire for the side of Frank. Chain of Corruption lands, and it lands so well. 116 going to be able to follow up, and that Seraph shield meaning completely zero in that situation. Driver takes the top side. Now he's taking that Nexus tower. Even looking for the counter-strike. Gemini going to have to flash. Going to have to safeguard to get himself to safety. Nexus tower number 1 goes down. Nexus tower number 2 goes down. And a 3-man knockup found from the grand entrance. They're able to find a Gemini. Are they able to find anything more? They don't really need to. This Nexus is completely open. They're starting to hit it now as Feng. He's finishing this game 5-1 and 6, but he tried to make it 5-2 and 6. It is going to be BYG who pick up that win.
Yeah, pretty clinical. Pretty clinical from Beyond. I like their draft. I like how they played around it, but it was mostly just Husha in the early game. Just punishing Frank. He got a great gank off mid, did just get a flash, came back later to get a kill. He got a gank off top, and the top skirmish going Beyond's way as well. Made the game really hard to play.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, I'm wondering what's going on with Frank, because they had a lot more success while playing with Eminem. And now maybe there's some health issues, some sickness, physical well-being, whatever, going on that maybe Eminem can't play, which would be horrible to hear, of course. But if he is able to play, I think at this stage, you probably are going to look to put him in for game number 2 and onwards, because they are yet to pick up a win with this current lineup where they have Pretender in that AD carries position. And it's not to his fault. He's actually playing well. But it seems like, again, it's similar to having Kaiwing off of these engaged supports, where they just look like a different team.
Yeah.
And while maybe Eminem, depending on what's going on, may not be favoring the current meta, it still looks a lot better having him on something like the Xayah
than having a Ziggs.
That's right.
And it was a good read from Beyond. They saw Pretender. He's brand new in the ADC role, and he played 2 Varus games back to back. So first pick the Varus and see what he's got. Kalista just ignored.
Yeah.
So he doesn't play the Kalista. And turns out he goes to the Ziggs in not a particularly great Ziggs game. There's nothing that was sticking out to me as, you know, we love to be Ziggs here.
I think the Ziggs is because it's a champion that can lane against Varus.
Yeah.
It's something that survives against Varus and will get to his power eventually. Problem is, of course, generally you pick Ziggs because you want to punish your lane and look for towers. Or Ziggs not going to do that against Varus.
Yeah, or even maybe sit him alone in a lane to wave clear, but it was matched by a roaming support on Stay True anyway, and able to get more done. Kaiwing had a nice gank mid, but didn't really amount to much other than a flash out of 1116, who was my MVP. Oh, maybe Husha. Oh, it's hard.
No, I think it's 116. I think it's 116.
Fang had a great game too.
They all had great games, outside of maybe Driver, who...
I mean, Driver did fine.
Driver did fine, yeah. I'm not saying he had a bad game. Don't give me... Hey, hold up. Didn't say he had a bad game. I'm just saying that he probably did the least out of the team, who all did amazing. Yeah. Everyone did really well. I think my MVP would also be 1116. Reason being, I mean, Around the Dragon just chunks out Gemini for free, doesn't lose anything for it.
Yeah.
Does ult, but that's just kind of securing the fact that now Gemini has absolutely no way to get into this pit, loses his flash and whatnot. Other than that, I mean, against the Jimmy in the isolated 1v1 for the start of the game, was suffering quite a lot, but eventually found his way to start playing aggressively once he did get items online.
So this is actually the 3v5 where Frank managed to defend the Baron. And it's actually Jiang doing miraculous things in this fight. 116 barely lives there. And Frank do grab a kill and a tower on their way out. So not too bad for Frank, that exchange anyway, but they were so far behind. And yeah, Feng topping damage, understandable on the poke Varus, and he was finding Jimmy in every fight with his Varus ult.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy,
single fight,
right?
Yeah.
It was, I mean, the one around Dragon, I think, was the craziest, where it was literally, I think, like, the end of your skill shot, there's like a slight amount more that it goes where it actually hits,
Yeah.
and he hit that slight amount more where it lands onto Jimmy and he just chunks him out with the empowered piercing arrow. Really well played by everyone. I mean, more of this for Beyond, and I'm feeling pretty confident about them even in the playoffs. Will they be able to replicate this success in game number 2? I do feel like Frank are going to change something up. I don't think you're going to get away with having Orianna and the Ziggs in the same team comp. It is just too much magic damage, especially when you also have the Rel, which is almost certainly forcing out some tenacity anyway, which means Merc Tread's almost certainly going to be picked up.
Yeah.
Most kills, most gold here for 116. Feng with the most damage, and then what a surprise. The jungler took the most damage.
I mean, we saw some interesting most damage takens last night.
Yeah.
And ADC getting it. One game maybe.
Game number 2, it was like 8,000 or something.
Yeah, it was an incredibly low number just because everyone died about 10 times. So
that was awesome.
1116, I agree with the MVP.
Yeah.
Also, you could have given it to Husha, but with how well 1116 played once he got a lead, you got to give it to him. Took over the map essentially and performed in team fights on Yone. That's not an easy champ.
Yeah, definitely a very high skill cap champ. I mean, he finished the game up 4,500 gold, which is an item and a half, sorry, as a mid laner. Even in the best of stomps, not a total we are used to seeing.
And he was so good at finding these TP flanks, finding his way onto the squishy targets of Frank. Here you're going to see him taking out Jimmy-in. Not really even taking a point of damage.
No.
And I think his life was made a lot easier. His life was made a lot easier this game because he was against his Ziggs.
Yeah.
There's not even really the opportunity to screw up against the Ziggs. Against an ADC with more DPS, you can't hang around too long on the Yone. You have to get in and get out quickly because if you eat some CC, you're going to die to, you know, something like maybe a Xayah.
Yeah. And I think more than that as well, you are also just against the Orianna. So you can easily optimize into getting some magic resist, at which point you really aren't going to take all that much damage. But game number 1, done and dusted. Beyond, they are up 1-0 here in a very important best of 3 where Frank needs to find a win to continue contesting PSG for that second place position. But we are going to go to a break now. Once we are back, we'll see game number 2, see if Frank can pull it back, see if there's any changes to the rosters. So do come back because we'll have a banger on our hands afterwards.
You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror wasn't visible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 1, an absolute stomp. BYG being in control the entire time. And now we're looking for game number 2, where Frank try to keep their hopes alive for reaching that second place position at the end of the regular season, which of course gives them a bye. What do you think needs to happen for Frank to confirm themselves a win, confirm a third game, and get themselves a realistic chance of besting PSG in total of the standings?
It's so hard to say with Frank, just because they have kind of just looked lost and just getting more lost ever since they did eventually lose a game to CFO, I think was their first loss.
Yeah.
And, you know, CFO, not a bad team, but they've really struggled to just bounce back from that loss. Ever since then, they've just been losing they've lost to PSG, and they're on the cusp of losing to Beyond. And they looked pretty lost that game. Beyond admittedly did look very clean, but it never really looked like they had a chance. And Jimian specifically, he was 0-5 that game.
Yeah, rough.
And he's had a couple of those score lines in their recent games. So maybe we can try Pretender in the mid lane, chuck M&M on ADC, and see where we go.
No roster swap for this game.
Yeah.
So we are just going to be rocking and rolling with the same 5. We'll see maybe if Pretender can be playing in that mid lane. I did have an update from Meander during the break. He informed me that Nico's actually disabled on the patch, which is honestly a nerf to Frank, because they have been the standout team when it comes to that Nico. Of course, last game we were talking about BYG and 116 picking up the Nico, because it is just such a good champion for 116 as well, and a very good champion.
Pretender has played 2 champs. I think he added the third later.
Yeah, no,
he added the Hui later.
No, not the Hui. He added the Karma.
Oh, it was the Karma. He added the Hui later. Oh, the Karma later to his champion pool. But he was a very strong Nico player.
He was. He was the best Nico player thus far. Yeah. Alongside 116 in fairness. I think it's hard to distinguish which of the two had better performances. I mean, going to draft, Ashe, an obvious ban. Rumble against Driver makes a lot of sense. TF just being a standout top laner, mid laner, 80 carry, whatever role he chooses to go to. Frank
actually taking away the Sejuani, it was very strong, especially if you run 2 melee solo laners.
Yeah.
But usually we see Husha really excel on stuff like the Viego. I mean, specifically the Viego, he does incredibly well on. Beyond banning the Azir away again. And Frank, you know, have to find a way to punish this Azir ban in the draft some way. I think there are stronger first picks to go for than the Varus. Something like Kalista.
Okay, so
even Karma.
The Varus for Pretender, though, it does make sense. His last series, which was up against PSG. Am I misremembering?
Yeah.
I think it was PSG. It was either PSG or... No, it was CFO. He did play the Varus both games, and he honestly looked really, really good at it.
Yeah.
Weren't able to get it done, but no one is at the moment up against CFO, so...
Yeah, maybe the most accurate Varus we've seen. He was just not missing those Qs and landing 2-man Varus Qs.
Constantly.
Yeah. And he was up against Lucian Milio.
Yeah.
Strong lane.
But there's going to
be...
Strong
combo. Anyway.
The Karma Xin Zhao locked in here, so Karma almost certainly will be in that mid lane. Very strong on the patch. Not really anything that answers into it that well.
Yeah, Husha seems to really like the Xin, and I don't. I don't think they've had much success with the Xin at all, and it just hasn't looked that strong. Just, you know, from the eye test. Vi, on the other hand, very strong champ, and we've seen this champion essentially solo carry games. Whether it's Junjia, whether it's 665, you're able to just have so much impact with this champion.
Sure. Also, pretty good follow-up coming through from that Talia, as well as the Varus, honestly, if you're able to land the Chain of Corruption on top of a Vi-altered target.
Yeah, a lot of the time the Varus Q enough to help the Vi finish the target off. Blind Udyr from Driver. Maybe the plan is to just ban away the Gnar. I
was going to say, it is blind and it's a 2-ban, so it's like a kind of fake blind.
Yeah.
Jiang, he did pick Camille once against Udyr. Didn't look so good. That was against Arja.
Yeah, Camille incredibly weak at the moment.
Even like on the topic of Camille being weak, a lot of it does stem down to how the top lane is now, just with the terrain. You don't have as much
there's a lot of
terrain
space
to be able to find hook shot onto anyone. You don't have that ability. There is just less walls in the side lane, so does lower the power of that. Camille.
And how could we forget the Darius? Darius is a very strong pick into Udyr and Driver, and Jiang is definitely willing to play off-meta top laners. So Smolder banned away by Frank. Gnar, no surprise from Beyond. So yeah, it was a very fake blind pick Udyr. As they banned the 2 strongest champions into the Udyr.
And Frank banned the other one.
Yeah, true. We haven't seen the top Smolder yet.
One of these days. The LJL's played a bit of top Smolder. Evie has played it.
Oh yeah, Evie is crazy in terms of champion pool. And he likes ranged tops as well. He played a lot of Cannon. So Xayah banned away.
Very interesting ban. I mean, good, very, very good into the Vi, of course.
Yeah.
Probably the best AD carry into the Vi. Maybe alongside the likes of Ezreal.
Yeah, it doesn't really interact with the poke Varus. Tom Kench.
Senna is open.
Oh. Yeah. If they pick away the Senna Varus, a weird lane, admittedly, what are you going to pair with this Tom?
Oh my god, lock it in.
I doubt it.
No. Riven actually, genuinely, pretty good at
Oh my, he actually locks in the Riven. Okay.
And Jiang, before becoming a pro player, was just a Riven one trick.
Yeah. I mean, I think I watched not these champions, but these players up against each other in solo queue.
Yeah, we did. And it was Rumble versus Riven, and it was on Jiang's stream, and Jiang absolutely demolished Driver.
Yeah, he
just
ended up
took him down completely.
Ended up like 10-2 or something like that.
Yeah. We were watching it together. Yeah, we spent time together after the cast.
Yeah, not always just at McDonald's.
Jinx Tarm makes a bit more sense. Could argue that Senna Tarm makes the most sense. It will be.
Yeah, okay. I think Ezreal Tarm would have been a bit of a head scratcher. Pretty low damage on the side of Beyond.
Extremely low. I'm concerned as to their win con when it comes to damage. Now, admittedly, a lot of poke. So if they find themselves around these dragons, and I feel like their win con has to be dragon, almost 0 Baron damage whatsoever coming through here for the side of BYG. Around the dragons, finding these Mantra Qs, Feng obviously very long range on this center. Pretty well matched by the Varus in terms of range, but heal available, CC available, also an invis.
Yeah, and Jiang might have a field day on the Riven if he gets off to a good start this game, just because playing Riven into a comp that doesn't do that much damage and doesn't have all that much CC for you either, feels pretty scary if you're Frank.
Yeah, so I believe the consensus currently on the Udyr versus Riven. Somehow I've heard
I didn't
rumblings.
know there was a consensus.
I've heard rumblings. So basically it's kind of considered a 50-50.
Okay.
If Riven finds herself ahead at all, Udyr is just never going to do anything.
Yeah.
But if Udyr is able to get himself enough of a lead, it's never really possible for Riven to find success. Because of course, you do have a lot of CC, a lot of mobility, but Udyr doesn't really care about those things. If he's able to just run at you, stun you, and then burn you with that Phoenix stance, you kind of lose all power as the Riven. So it really depends how this lane goes. Of course, at the start of the game, it is going to be Udyr with pretty good control for the most part. But sort of as this level 6 comes through and sort of, depending on how Driver wants to play the lane, I mean, in general, the most success we see is this Udyr pushing lane, invading.
Yeah.
But it's not as easy against Riven. Riven, one of the few top laners, alongside the likes of Cassante, the likes of Udyr, that actually have a reasonable amount of wave clear.
Yeah, also, unlike in maybe a Cassante matchup, where Aja feels completely comfortable running around the map, ignoring his enemy top, if he lets this Riven free farm, it will be a problem. So,
especially, once again, because of the damage, right?
Yeah. Jimmy
Not a great start.
Yeah, not going to be able to get a recall off here. This is going to be torture against a Karma. Starting the game below half HP. And I think, didn't something similar happen to him against PSG?
New tech, new Udyr tech discovered.
Oh, he's
We
found
invade
himself
bot side, but
on the wrong
Gemini
side of the
somehow soul reads driver and starts top side.
Yeah.
Oh my, we've ghosted.
He's... Okay, I think he's just trying to get back to lane. He's looking for Gemini. Husha is on his way too. This is pretty smart from Beyond. This is by far the weakest point in the game for Vi, but Gemini already picked up his blue buff. So he's...
Oh, the wolves being leashed for so long means Husha doesn't take them. Thinking they're already gone.
No, I think because there'll still be an icon on the minimap. Uh-oh.
Oh my god. I mean, this is honestly just the result of Driver spending so much time.
This is a disaster.
Yeah. No, this is, I think, we probably see Riven just winning this.
Yeah,
lane
like
now.
you can already call it. Like it seems ridiculous, but you can kind of already call it at this point. It feels like.
I think part of the reason why Riven actually does okay into this Udyr is because of that shield, but we see flash forward. There is no flash, of course, onto Driver, not even the Ghost, and first blood for Jiang. Some of that prowess on this Riven is being shown.
Yeah, if we couldn't call it before, I mean, Driver's going to get to TP and pick up this wave, but yeah, disaster. Nice by Jiang. Of course, knows his limits on this champion. As you said, he's a one-trick. Or was a one-trick.
Was, yeah. I don't think it's fair to call him a one-trick now that we've seen him play Cassante and Aatrox.
Yeah.
To the level
as well
of the
as
best
Twisted Fate.
Did he play Twisted Fate? He did, yeah. Jiang now is mid lane. Not teleporting, walking.
No.
Husha's going to find himself a kill there. It's going to be Gemini taken out, but now Jiang, he's finding his way onto 116, and Power W is going to mean that 116 able to get out. Jiang even wasting a lot of time. Going to find that recall now, be able to teleport back to the top, but a 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, Jiang salvages that play in the mid lane, and he just hits level 3. Oh, he doesn't even hit level 3. He just kills this guy.
We've picked Udyr.
Just
and we've lost lane.
Exactly enough damage to kill him. Does hit level 3 eventually and dashes away from the tower. But, yeah. This Udyr is going to have a very tough time having any impact this game.
As you're seeing, lead for Jiang. Now Driver is trading back, but still not winning out.
Yeah. Long cooldowns on the Riven at this point, so he can trade some damage back.
Yeah, but still losing. Kind of problematic that you've got an Udyr who won't do anything into the on-hit Varus or the Talia.
Oh, it's on-hit Varus as well.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. You're against Xin Zhao, you're against Udyr, you're against Tahm Kench.
Yeah, a lot of AD on your team as well, so lethality doesn't feel too great to build. A lot of value in the armor items for the enemy team.
I'm interested to see what Jiang opts in for his build this game.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with Riven builds. You go Ravenous Hydra?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
You can go Profane, but...
Okay. Enough wave clear, but you need to get lifesteal somehow, and it's kind of hard to get lifesteal.
You can also go Eclipse.
Oh. Maybe not into Udyr.
No, it's no longer lethality. It is just cooldown reduction and damage. So it's actually not that bad. Percent health damage as well. So
Percent health, right.
percent max health.
Oh.
So it doesn't actually do that poorly. And then obviously it gives you a shield, which is good against Udyr. Does a lot of damage. It still has the proc on it, which is good against squishy targets.
Yeah, and Udyr with already low damage, any damage mitigation coming out against him really affects any kill threshold he might have.
BYG, though, they're not just going to roll over and lose. They do pick themselves up that Dragon. Driver realizing the danger he's in with Jiang being level 6 and
No
weak side. It's
TP,
just going
though.
to recall.
No TP on Driver, though. He's going to lose just the one plate and a massive wave to the tower.
I'm going to say it. I think BYG have been the worst Udyr team so far.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, Driver is just so good on the carries. And is a very strong laner.
And this seems like a perfectly good Rumble game. Obviously it was banned, but
Yeah.
there are champs akin to Rumble. Not quite the power, but...
Yeah.
We don't want to see the tank cannon into the Riven. We've seen that before.
Yeah.
It was actually these two players.
Driver doing okay on farm, considering the state of this lane. But his early plays on the Udyr as well, he just wasn't able to really have that much impact. He got Husha a couple of camps, stolen away from Gemini, but...
Who cares? You will push the R button as Vi.
Yeah. Yeah, did chunk out Jimmy in a little bit. Uh-oh. Feng getting flashed on. I think he's just dead, yeah. And Gemini there to protect his bot lane. Oh, this might be an engage, re-engage onto Beyond, though.
Yeah, Jimmy does get chunked out pretty substantially. 116 going to find his way on. Even going to land that Mantra Q, and Jimmy is 1 HP. In fact, he's 0 HP. As Husha dives on in there and confirms himself another kill. Kaiwing now being the target. Flash forward means that Blast Cone is going to net Husha a third, and he is now 3-1 here on this Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
And if it looked a little bit doomed here for the side of BYG, Husha at least is certainly trying to keep them within it. BYG also having 116 here on 100% kill participation alongside that Xin Zhao.
So what do you think Jiang is building? Is it just Sundered Sky? We're going to see the engage onto Feng here. Really nice flashes to follow up from Pretender. Kaiwing flashes initially. Nice flash from Feng, but Pretender just flashes to follow the Senna here and finish off the kill. Meanwhile, Gemini is preventing Husha and Stay True from getting a flank onto his bot lane. And then it's actually Frank who initially are looking for something here and decide to not go for it, but 1116 actually just recognizes how strong they are in a 2v3 here. He's a level up on Jimmy and chunks 2 there with the Mantra Q. And then Husha plays this fight amazingly well. This is a hard kill to find onto Kaiwing. But he does do it. Knows Kaiwing doesn't have flash. And just picks up another kill for himself. And
Driver, old pop, Blade of the Exile. Confirms the kill. Jiang certainly not going to go down without a fight. And he is going to pick up that kill. Now, back to your question about what we think Jiang's building. I think the glowing moat probably going to go into cooldown boots.
oh,
And the rest of it, I mean, we get to see. Could be Sundered Sky. Could also still be the Eclipse.
do cooldown boots have a component now?
Yeah, they have the glowing moat.
Does make sense. You know, all the other boots have a component apart from the Mobies and the Swifties. Does that mean Swifties have a component now?
No. Yes. Boots of Swiftness. Is it Boots of Speed? What are the original boots? Boots of Speed, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Just the round boots. It turns out to be a Sphere of Shojin.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah.
Cooldown reduction probably outside of AD being the best stat Riven can get. The pinnacle of ability spammers alongside Yone and Yasuo.
Yeah.
Even Udyr, actually.
I mean, sub 10-minute Shojin for the Riven now.
Yeah, this is going to be a massive problem. Now,
Yeah.
in fairness to BYG, Karma might be pretty good at dealing with the Riven.
Yeah, kinda. I don't really seeing this. I'm not really seeing this Riven die
No, neither.
this game.
That is the big problem. I mean, you've started this game horrifically for BYG.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a Fed Xin, but
Yeah, look, none of this matters. Yesterday, I was of the opinion that we were going to see a 15-minute game when a Draven was like 5-0.
yeah, I do remember that.
It was not a 15-minute game.
Different caliber of team here, you'd like to think.
You would. Dragon started up, though. BYG, they got the first one. They're looking for the second one. Karma, much more powerful than Talia in general in these fights. Obviously, a nice seismic shove can be the difference maker. Teleport coming through. Jung going to be here. And this is going to be a massive problem now for Frank. Driver, even if he does come, going to have absolutely no impact. Going to be at least one kill found. Blade of the Exile going to confirm that one. Jimmy going to run away as fast as he possibly can with that Phase rush active. Flash forward here from Jiang. Finds his way onto 116. Seismic shove does land, and this Karma will be taken out. Jimmy going to claim that one. So Dragon does go down, 2 kills as well. It does cost Jiang both his flash and teleport, but certainly worth it.
Yeah.
As all that was really found to match was just 2 tower plates.
Yeah, really no hope once Jiang is coming to the fight. TP advantage, he was able to get for himself. And yeah, really nice ward actually on the side of Frank to allow him to TP in here. The Weaver's Wall kind of getting in his way a little bit, but he was able to just jump over as Riven and get onto Feng, who is a little bit abandoned by his team. Trying to chase down Jimmy and then a nice flash here. Yeah, he knows how to play Riven.
No, not often I'd say something like this about a champ like Riven, but that was a max range Q.
Yeah.
The knock-up was actually had to be on the absolute outskirts of that Q radius.
Yep.
Does find it though, yeah. Definitely knows his limits. Knows how to play Riven. Driver, similar to solo Q, is getting demolished.
So Frank do have to worry a little bit about armor stacking coming out from beyond, but they've got an on-hit Varus and Jimmy's not doing too poorly. Maybe a dive here for Frank. Bit risky. Tahm Kench ult is very close to being up. So once that up, they'll be perfectly safe against the Vi.
Games like this make you wonder why we haven't just seen Jiang's Riven before.
Yeah. Yeah, they had to kind of get into a pretty
Backs
desperate
against the
situation.
wall,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So Husha, the most fed member of Beyond, is 2 levels down to Jiang.
Maybe it's something, genuinely, they wanted to try save for playoffs. But
Yeah,
obviously,
maybe.
more important than saving a pick for playoffs is trying to get that buy in playoffs.
Yeah, that is just a win. You're essentially winning a game in playoffs. If you can,
winning the play-ins of playoff.
Yeah. Yeah, winning your first series in playoffs if you can get the top 2.
I think it's 2 series.
Right.
even.
Driver is...
Yeah, making stuff happen top.
Yeah,
But
picked up.
That
4
is
plates.
honestly just a result of Jiang helping his team. Cease and desist use here. Husha going to pop the ult of himself. He is quite strong. Flashing away from the seismic shove means he is going to be okay to get himself to safety. Certainly a big cooldown and not one you want to be using so freely. Does have the Titanic Hydra though on the Zinzal, so is certainly a very, very strong member of BYG. Possibly the strongest they have.
Yeah, and it's a shame because it feels like we're finally seeing him really get going on the Zin this game, but he's got a level 11, 3-0 and 2 Riven to deal with. Zin, not the greatest champ to do that. Not the worst either, to be honest.
Sure. Rift Herald certainly will be taken now for the side of Frank. And honestly, I think from here, obviously the lead's not that big, but this does feel like a game, especially with how strong Jiang is, that should probably be picked up from Frank. They're looking for Driver. He's actually going to pop the Ghost, so he won't be found.
Yeah,
Still
getting
is
a
playing,
little reckless. Jimmy does have ulti.
Awfully confidently.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay, if Weaver has ult, if Jimmy has Weaver's Wall there, Driver's just certainly dead, but they are going to Rift Herald the top tower and probably go for 2.
We'll see if they can get it. It is the towers trying to be answered back here on the bot side. Teleport coming through. It is going to be Stay True who's arriving. Not really going to find much, just defending that tower. Teleport coming through by Jiang and or maybe... No, it's Jimmy and teleport spot.
Yeah,
does defend the tower.
Oh. So close to getting that tower beyond where. Unfortunately, doesn't end up being an equal trade. Doesn't hurt to have Rift Herald in those situations. So, as you said, the gold is pretty even, a little bit bigger of a lead now after a Rift Herald and a tower for the side of Frank.
I do worry here for Driver. He is trading aggressively and teleport coming through here from 116, but are they truly going to be able to? Daunting Shadow does land onto Jiang, and this could be a kill found from 116. Q can't land, minions in the way. Jiang, is he going to have the cooldown reduction required? Mantra Q does go wide, flash forward. We are going to land that Rouge, and it's going to be the kill. Shut down going over here to 116 on that Karma. It took a lot, but they are able to take down Jiang on this oh-so powerful Riven. A lot of gold going over to BYG, and now a bit of pressure around the map too, as Frank are going to have to get off of that mid lane tower. They are going to start up on this Dragon. It'll be the second of the game for them. Driver, though, teleporting down. He's not convinced it's theirs.
Yeah, no TP on the Karma, though, means this will be pretty rough to get. Pretender
Gonna have to
is
ghost.
going to be okay, yeah.
Stay true. He's trying to defend this Dragon, but Dragon now down to 2,000 HP. Gonna actually get devoured. Weaver's Wall does come through here. It's Jimmy on the Talia using that. Cease and desist too. Hushi going to arrive at the Dragon, but it's just too little too late as it is taken away. But they do find Gemini on the back end. Going to be Feng who picks up the kill for himself there. 1-2-1 now on that center. Does finally have that support upgrade into the Bloodsong.
Yeah, 116 is already doing so much damage. He hasn't even gone back to spend that 600 gold shutdown yet. You see it there onto Jimmy.
Nice seismic shove.
A little bit risky. Jiang does have flash up. Doesn't want to look for it. And I'm amazed that play on the top side worked. For Beyond Riven, so difficult to catch, but it was a perfectly timed Senna ult by Feng that really made the difference, I think, and helped them finish off Jiang. 1-on-6 did lose his flash, but I mean, you're gonna take that every time. So 2 items now for 1-1-6, and this Karma is probably the strongest champ on the map, really. Jiang not able to finish his second item yet. Kusha alone to defend this tower.
Yeah, does have ults available, so should feel pretty safe.
Yeah,
dodging out of the
shove.
seismic shove as well, so not really any kill pressure after that. That 116 will arrive, so tower stays nice and healthy up on the top side. Driver being very much a split pusher on this Udyr this game, trying to keep Jiang as far away from the team fights as possible because he is undoubtedly the strongest champion on the Rift.
Yeah, and Udyr just doesn't really do anything into this team fight, team comp from Frank.
He runs in a straight line and dies.
Yeah, he's going to go for a stun on Pretender here.
Oh, there's no way he ever gets a stun on Pretender. Nice seismic shove on to stay true. Actually chucking him out to half HP. Does have that grey health and the healing coming through from Feng, so should be okay.
Yeah, just trading waves back and forwards mid so far. Probably just waiting on the next dragon to really do anything. Though Frank might look for something here with the Vitalia. Shove lands on Driver.
Yeah, shove does land. Of course, the Vault Breaker going to be used as well. Turtle Stance empowered coming through to make sure Driver doesn't get taken out, but does lose a reasonable chunk of his health. Jiang on the bot side. It's always in games like this where we just have to keep our tabs on this Riven.
Yep.
Up CS. Very, very strong. 3-1 and 2 with the Black Cleaver now completed. Cooldown boots also. There is so much ability haste available now for this Riven. Going to be able to consistently keep abilities up, do a lot of damage, and just be an absolute menace if she's able to get to these team fights. But Driver doing a pretty good job thus far of keeping away from them.
And I think they're just giving the tower up to this Riven. Oh, TP on it actually from 1-1-6.
Stay true.
Stay true.
Oh, it's not.
No, it's 1-1-6.
Oh, this one stay true.
Oh, maybe she can lock him down long enough for the time to get here.
Gonna land that tether. Oh, Abyssal Voyage goes about as wide as possible. Teleport now coming through. Dawning Shadow going to be the shield available. Jiang, though, he's still got that Blade of the Exile popped. The seismic shove will go wider. Stay true has to flash away from it. On the other side, though, this Hextech Gate. Husha is in no man's land, but Carmine going to realize that there is no follow-up if he does choose to turn around and go onto the Xin Zhao. And so all things said and done, it's 2 teleports out of BYG, just the one to answer, and no kills found.
And a Senna ult and a flash out of Stay True. So, and Jiang ult did that on his own, essentially. So we're seeing how strong the Riven can be. I think the fight misplayed by Stay True. I think if that is ever going to work, you actually have to wait for the second W to come out of Karma to lock the Riven down. Then you can follow up with the Tahm Kench W. Yeah, otherwise, I mean, you're dreaming trying to hit Riven with a Tahm Kench W.
We are in La La Land.
Pretender, 2 items.
Yep,
did pick up a kill earlier this game. Is going to be a problem for this Udyr and this Tahm Kench especially.
All right, Loa, we going to game 3.
I mean, we really should be, but somehow the gold's evened up.
Yeah,
I didn't really
2K
notice that
got
happening.
closed. I think a large part of it, the shutdown.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, the person who got shut down is still looking to play aggressive and makes a lot of sense.
Does have a
Is
black cleaver.
Destroying Udyr in these trades.
I mean,
Not even
kind of close.
Yeah, I mean, kind of is a little bit of a stretch. Ruben will execute damage. See though, I mean, see what Ruben's able to pick up. Jiang now going for that recall. Third item. Must be a Hydra in there somewhere, I would think.
Yeah, I think he does want some lifesteal this game against...
No. It's, of course, bit of lethality.
Okay.
Dragon here for BYG. They are starting it up. They've got it down to half HP. Stay true, trying to guard this from being taken out. Jiang going to find himself a Hex Tech portal. Finds his way onto the back line. 116. He's looking for the fight. I'm not sure he wants it. Going to be able to get him very low. Gemini claims that smite here onto the Hex Tech Dragon, and the three-man seismic shove is going to be found. Jiang now very well and truly into this fight. Blade of Exile confirms one kill there onto Stage True. It's going to be 116 who gets fouled next. Husha, though, he's on the back line. He finds one kill. He finds a knock up there onto Pretender. Is going to be shut down by Pretender. Sorry, Jimmy, even on this Talia. Gemini, though, finds his way onto Driver. Driver got that turtle start. It's got a heal coming through here from Feng. Jimmy as well going to be rooted up here by the Senna. We'll have his Archangels lost. All things said and done. Once again, it is going to be the Dragon going over to Frank, who are up 3-1, as well as 3 kills in the team fight.
Yeah, very chaotic team fight. Somehow Gemini manages to get a steal while that's happening. Weaver's Wall cuts off 1116 and isolates him with Jiang here. Yeah, he's just stuck here fighting a very strong Riven. Meanwhile, it's actually Gemini just on the Dragon, and Husha trying to flash in for the smite steal. Doesn't quite get it, and then a 3-man shove out of Jimmy means the fight is actually somehow still pretty close, but always going to be in Beyond's favor.
Frank's favor.
Yeah, Frank's favor, sorry. Pretender pretty much free hitting the whole fight. His team does get chunked out. And yeah, there's Jiang. Lands a lot of AoE that fight, honestly.
1-6 somehow. Karma Champion does the most damage in that team fight. Stay True having an absolute blast of a team fight, doing 49 damage. Couple procs off that Barmy Cinder, perhaps. Maybe an auto attack. Maybe. Probably not. Not even getting the Devour off, I don't believe.
Yeah, he maybe just got locked down and died too quickly.
Yeah.
I didn't see what happened to him.
Seismic shove. Death.
So, Serpent's Fang for Jiang. Actually, a very high value item this game. TP to match the Weaver's Wall.
Play the Exile. 116 going to teleport in, immediately flash away. Mantra Q does go wide, but they are keeping this tower alive. The cooldowns used by 116.
Yeah, this game just gets harder and harder for Beyond to play. They managed to claw back the gold lead, but even just based on comps, it's such a hard game to play.
Yeah. 2 Black Cleavers now on the side of Frank. Second one being picked up by Gemini after their very successful Dragon fight.
Twice as good.
That's right. Why have 1 when you could have 2? You tell me.
I really do like the Serpent's Fang from Jiang. It's getting value against everyone but the Xin on the enemy team.
What smite doesn't have? Blue? Yeah, no.
Oh, right, if he had green smite.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to imagine the perfect team fight for Beyond. That they're going to be able to win. And it probably starts with Pretender being picked off very early, while somehow Jiang is zoned off and not able to get onto anyone. And you don't really have the best tools to get on to Pretender or really zone out the Riven.
You know, recently, internationally, the center lanes have quite often got to level 3 and then just laned with their top laner. I wonder if this was perhaps a game where that was the play, because...
Oh, I haven't seen that. But Senna just goes top?
Just lanes top. Just lanes top with the top laner.
Oh. I mean, this might have been the game to do it. Riven would have been very depressed.
Yeah, and right now Riven is a problem, an absolute problem. I don't know how you're ever killing this Riven. You've got to find some way to do it.
Yeah. I mean, Driver's tanky. Like, he looks very tanky, but he is not going to be tanky in these team fights. If Pretender gets any uptime on him, he's going to go down very quickly. Actually goes for a Spirit Visage second.
Yeah, and Hubris going to be the pickup here for Pretender and his next item, so just going to get that much harder.
Oh, yeah, Opportunity. Oh, wait. Hubris?
What? Hubris. Terminus.
Terminus. Yeah, I got confused.
Terminus. Sorry.
Yeah, Terminus. New items.
It's not tied on Draven. It's Terminus.
Yeah.
Sorry, yesterday's final games just still scarred into my mind.
So Beyond trying the old reliable ARAM. Gonna get position on this dragon at least.
They have to find a way to win this fight. It is Dragon Soul if Frank are able to pick it up, and I don't know how you ever do win this fight. Level 16 now for Jiang on this Riven, and just so strong. And apexing at 3 items, probably 3.5 now.
Yeah, and if he wants to, he can just take it tier 2. He's gonna group though.
He's looking for a flank. Driver gonna have to try and somehow mark this Riven, but Flash available.
Another really nice Weaver's Wall
over that wall, and Flash now is gonna be taken away from Jiang on the Riven, but he does stay alive, stays nice and healthy, so still certainly able to fight with the mobility that Riven does offer you. Ghost now pop from Driver, and he's in fact just looking for Jimmy, and Husha finds his way there onto the Talia. Seismic Shove keeps him nice and alive. The Dawning Shadow coming through and finding a lot of damage. In fact, taking out Kaiwing here at the start of the fight. Gemini looking for the smite. Gemini will find the smite as Jiang does go in. He finds a double kill. He's looking for more. He finds the knockup of 116. Looking for the triple. Will he find it? Yes, he will. Quadra kill on the menu, and Jiang gonna claim himself a fantastic team fight and the win. That's the Dragon Soul and a clean fight out of Jiang on the Riven.
Yeah, it looked like Beyond had somehow managed to get a team fight win. Pretender was taken out on the back there, and Jimian pretty low as well, but as we kind of expected, this Riven just unkillable and played so well by Jiang. Gonna be 2 towers picked up by Frank as well as the Soul. So difficult to play into the Soul. It looked like the Death Bowl strategy was gonna maybe work for Beyond. Just group as 5 with a Karma Senna. Stack on top of each other, but it does give the Riven a lot of value when you do this. So this Weaver's Wall looked really nice from Jimian. He's been doing a good job isolating targets for his Riven. Udyr maybe not the target you want to isolate, so he just drops the wall. I mean, heroics from Jimian in this fight too. And you see Frank are approaching from every angle. They're such a good team fighting team. Kaiwing finds his way onto 3. No follow-up able to go onto Jimian. And Jiang actually just shows up for the front to back. And yeah, Jiang gets in there, ults one guy down. And yeah, I mean, you just have to pretty much have all 5 members hitting this Riven to have any hope of killing her. And in a chaotic team fight like that, maybe Pretender is going to have too much impact. So they take out Pretender. But then Jiang is going to carry the game. Or the fight at least.
Baron now on the cards for Frank. Weaver's Wall does come out. It's a little bit too early as BYG will be able to find their way here into this river. Thought off any thoughts that Frank had of confirming themselves the Baron, but certainly a massive lead and almost a certain win in the game for Frank as Hextech Soul was picked up in the prior engagement. BYG, of course, they're not going to roll over at any point of this game. They're going to continue fighting.
Yeah.
There are still chances, of course. The later this game goes, the more worried you have to be about Senna. The later this game goes.
Yeah, theoretically infinite scaling on the Senna.
Yeah, and also the Karma almost feels like an infinite scaler in many ways, with just how much usage she gets out of her abilities. It's going to be the Cease and Desist, the Seismic Shove, and a kill on to Stay True, regardless of that Grey health. Of course, Rel doing pretty good against the Tarm, just taking away that shield immediately.
Yeah.
Teleport available though, so he will be able to get back to the play when he does respawn in 30 more seconds, but at least for the time being, it's 4v5. Husha being almost killed off there, and losing his ult does mean it is essentially a 3v5. He's trying to find his way around to look for a steal, I imagine, but actually just opting not to. There is wards everywhere. There's no way he's ever going to find it. And Jiang actually just finding Husha here means that Baron will be picked up. And Frank, really shouldn't be a whole lot left in this game. 10k is the gold lead. Dragon Soul, Baron buff now on the side of Frank means this game shouldn't have much left in the tank, but Frank will still have to prove it. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is a very, very Fed-driven 7-1. I mean, Jimmy and 7-1 too, but a lot more towers and CS for Jiang this game.
Sterix and Abyssal Mask. Oh, sells the Abyssal Mask.
Yeah, Abyssal Mask is wild.
Yeah, doesn't feel like Riven benefits that well off it. Okay.
Megatron
Cloak, and we're leaving. I think it's going to be a Kainic Recurn.
Oh, really? Just full tank? I thought he could go Maw, but maybe he doesn't need the damage.
Season assist down to Husha. Seismic Shove once again. Frank doing so good with this Talia and Vi combination.
Yeah. Jimian's looked very good on the Talia. Had a rough start to this game. Started his lane at 30% HP against the Karma.
Oh, Udyr champ looks horrendously bad.
Yeah, when you lose early game as Udyr, there is kind of nothing for you to do in the game anymore.
You have a glorified cannon minion in your team.
Yeah, a fast one.
Especially when Ghost is popped, but now Ghost is gone, and what are you going to do? Husha still not respawning for the next 10 seconds. Mid lane going to be looked at after the bot lane inhib does go down. Jiang just sitting there by himself. You have absolutely no kill threat.
Ooh.
Onto Jiang's Riven. They flash forward. He finds a 2-man, even 3-man knock-up, 2-man stun. Seismic Shove, stay true. He's got not much left in the tank. He does go down. Husha does respawn, but not long after will be strucken by the crash down coming through there from the Rel that Kaiwing does possess. And it's a clean ace. It's going to be a clean game. Frank, you're going to take us to game number 3.
Wow. Okay, that's about all you could hope for from the Riven pick, right? Kills his lane at level 3.
Yeah.
Level 2 actually.
Udyr, worst champion in League of Legends as long as RJ is not playing it.
Maybe the worst pick you can put on Driver right now that is meta.
Second series in a row, we've seen them do it as well. Second series in a row, Driver's been on the Udyr. He's looked for stuff early, looked to try and invade, try and find tempo for his jungler, and it's resulted in a lost game. I think we should start learning as BYG, especially now that we are going to be heading into playoffs, that Driver should not be on tanks. Driver needs to be on something that is able to get himself a lead or go even and then find success later on, whether it be side lane or in team fights. Driver and the side of BYG really not excelling when he is just playing these tank champions.
There's only one tank in the meta, so it shouldn't be too hard to avoid it.
2.
K'Sante.
Yeah.
K'Sante barely counts. We don't mind Driver on a K'Sante.
We love K'Sante.
Yeah.
K'Sante champion.
You especially.
Very fun.
Draft synopsis here for BYG. We probably need to draft some damage. Preferably some CC. Just a puzzling draft to me.
Yeah, you've got slows. You've got slows.
Yeah.
You have a knock-up. 2 knock-ups. One of them's almost never going to land. And a snare. 2 snares.
Yeah. The only stun on the team is Udyr,
who can't interact with anyone.
And Husha. And both those champs, melee range champions. Husha having to auto 3 times.
That's a knock-up.
Knock-up.
Not a stun.
Yeah. We count it.
All right.
We count it. We're scraping the bottom of the barrel for CC in this team comp.
No damage, no CC. You can't even CC them with death. Like, that is generally, if you can't CC them with stuns, you got to CC them with death.
Yeah, the SKT strategy.
Yeah, you can't even do that here, so...
I think maybe the most puzzling pick in this comp was the Tahm Kench.
I mean, we've seen it. I swear it's Udyr. You've just blinded Udyr.
I mean, I liked it. They were cooking. They picked the Udyr and they banned Darius Nar. Nameplates off. The Udyr made sense with the Darius Nar bans coming out right after. It was almost always going to be just like an Aatrox or K'Sante matchup where Driver has a lot more freedom to just run around the map like he was doing, but he tries that into a hard carry champion like Riven, comes back to lane and just gets murdered.
I think the reason I hate the Udyr, obviously even with nameplates on or off, regardless, I mean, with nameplates on, Driver BYG not looking so good when he is just playing the Udyr.
Yeah.
To find a win, I do believe. With nameplates off, you have no damage. So what is this Udyr doing when he's running at an on-hit Vex?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got no follow-up for the Udyr to start with.
Yeah.
Maybe a Mantra Q. Awesome.
Yeah, but you were fine for damage until that Tom was locked in. I think I agree with you. I'm the biggest Udyr hater on the planet. I do not love this champion.
What about when RJ plays it?
I mean, I don't know how he does it. Makes that champ look very broken. Jiang is isolated in a 2v1 there, by the way, against the enemy top laner and ADC. Usually that is actually a bad spot to be in if you're top lane, but I mean, this engage by Kaiwing stops any follow-up onto the backline there. And Jiang finds the execute onto Husha here after Gemini manages to secure a smite, and I mean, there's just not enough damage for him at this point.
How useless Udyr is.
Yeah, he's just doing laps, essentially hoping that they kill him first, is the way Driver can have impact on the Udyr here. And yet Jimmy not having a bad game at all. Bit of a bounce back from him after a really rough Orianna game.
Yeah, very well played.
Yeah, did well in lane considering how he started and considering how strong Karma is as a laner. 1-on-6 was pretty focused on trying to shut down Jiang this game, maybe helping Jimmy out a bit to get through this early game.
Yeah, but in fairness, Jimmy started this game with Driver pretty much sacking his lane to try and get 1-1-6 a lead. So it kind of swings and roundabouts. Yeah, swings and roundabouts.
And really nice Weaver's walls.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, not always the easiest ability to have impact with. Can be a bit of a double-edged sword.
Honestly, damage graphs not too surprising for either side. We saw Jiang just so much impact as well as just wailing against a Udyr for a lot of the game. And 1-1-6, I mean, those Mantra Qs were the only thing ever doing any damage, and it honestly was pretty laughable how much damage it was doing.
I mean, it was doing decent damage.
Yeah, but just with nothing else happening, it's like, wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And I mean, Senna as well can get like this poke burst damage out as well as the Karma, but you need some lockdown to actually capitalize on that kind of damage. It's not DPS, it's just burst.
Oh boy.
Finally, I think maybe the first time?
No, we have seen it before, but it's been a while.
Okay.
It has been a while.
Yeah, across the board, just all Jiang. No surprise,
I wonder
really.
Who's getting MVP? Any guesses?
It's probably going to be Jiang. Oh.
Wow.
Wow, I'm a psychic.
Up 7,000 gold, by the way.
Yeah.
In a top lane matchup. 7,000. That's 2 items.
2 items and some change.
Not for top laners. Surely most of their items like 3,000, 3,200.
Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe just 2 items.
Yeah.
Just bit of a quiet game.
Wow. What
it's just 2 items
better.
there.
Yeah, no. KP 81% as a top lane is also impressive, but I mean, starts the game off with a solo kill. I believe that's what we're going to be looking at here. Level 2 even. Flashes forward. 2. Lands the stun. Lands the knock up. Lands the kill. And I mean, Driver, he sacked his lane a little bit to help out the mid lane, but sacks it far too hard. I said at the start of the game, kind of a 50-50 matchup that can actually go either way, but when you are just giving over advantage in the start of the lane, it means that Riven's going to be able to run away.
Before that kill even happened, we were ready to call the lane. We were ready to call it. We were ready to say it's over. And then the kill happens immediately after we're calling it, and you knew it was going to be a good Riven game.
We did.
Yeah.
A good game. A good series thus far. Game number 2. I mean, it was a surprising one. I mean, Draft made sure of that. We saw a Riven for the first time here in the spring, and I hope to see more. Do we think, looking ahead to Game 3, there's going to be a Riven? I mean, there's definitely not going to be an Udyr.
Yeah, I'd be in disbelief if a blind pick Udyr came out again after what happened on the Riven. We already don't like Driver on the Udyr.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, who really knows? Game number 2, done and dusted. Frank now 1-1. They're still fighting to keep those chances of second place alive. Of course, we're going to go to a break. Once we're back, we'll see if they can complete the reverse sweep and hold themselves at that second position. See you soon.
When's it gonna start? It feels real, but you could be pretending. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop. Is this love? Is this love? When's it gonna end? Are we forever or just young I've been dreaming, I've been stuck since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck, looking at the ceiling, I've been stuck, since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me.
Welcome back, everybody, and an exciting game number 3 on the horizons, and it means everything for Frank. Obviously, it means everything for BYG, although still not competing for that second spot, but looking really strong game number 1. Getting absolutely demolished by Jiang on the Riven in game number 2, and now looking for redemption. We're not going to see Driver on Udyr again. I would be surprised to ever see him pick that champ ever again.
Yeah, we've said this before, though, but yeah, he seems to just gravitate towards it occasionally and then remember why he never plays it. A few teams do pick up the Udyr from time to time. No one's had success on it except for PSG.
Yeah. Who have had outrageous success on it.
Yeah, I mean, they've made it look like the best top laner in the game.
The best champion in the game.
The best champion in the game, just winning every lane constantly. I think it's just too figured out as a pick now. There are too many counter picks. You already banned 2 champs against it, and then you get counter picked anyway. So yeah, just stay away from the Udyr. Blue side picked up 4 Beyond. Blue side has won both games so far. So definitely some draft advantage, at least to the blue side.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen counterpick ever be a factor at all in either of these 2 games. At least for the red side, I should say.
Yeah. And with top lane having a lot of impact in these games, it's surprising to not see the last pick counterpick used.
Twisted Fate going to be permabanned this series. We're not going to see it coming out from either Driver 116, Feng, Jiang, Jimmy, or Pretender. Never really know where that champ's going anymore.
Yeah.
We've seen it now in all 3 roles. So.
I think it's been Beyond banning it on both sides.
Yes.
As well. So definitely a champ they will need to pick up.
By the time playoffs comes around.
Yeah, for playoffs.
Ash has been banned from Frank on both sides similarly.
Yeah, also a champ you probably should have picked up by now.
Yeah, but again, I don't think it's that Kaiwing can't play it. It's just the team looks so much worse.
Yeah.
With Kaiwing playing a non-engaged support.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the time he's solo engaged as well.
Yeah. Well, he's not looking too awake.
Yeah.
Sleepy.
Yeah, everyone pretty tired. Their last game.
Yeah, the last slog. They get a week
break,
off.
Yeah.
A week off, then they will be playing in the play-ins. They're going to be meeting up against, I think it's V3. I can't remember the second seed for Japan, or LJL, and then DFM, of course. Just you can count on them to be at any international competition. And then, of course, Ground Zero and Antics coming over from the LCO. Vi will be banned this game. Obviously, last game, Gemini having a really good game, pairing very well with Jimmy on that Talia, setting up so much success, especially after the game 1 Jimmy had, which was a pretty poor showing considering the caliber of player he truly is.
Yeah. I don't know. I did smack talk the Xin last game from Husha, but he had such a good game on it considering the state of the game. Varus first pick has been the go-to this series, and it makes sense just based on Pretender's champion pool. He's not going to be taking Kalista, so just pick the Varus and he's pretty much got nothing left. Jimmy did get Azir.
Yeah, Vi banned instead of Azir is the big change.
Yeah, pretty interesting. This is Jimmy's best champ so far by a very wide margin. Had a good showing on Talia last game, but in terms of consistency, he seems to always just have a good game on the Azir.
Most likely Kaiwing's Rel, but still does remain a flex.
Yeah, surprising because Gemini spent, the larger part of the split playing the Rel. So it's surprising that it's just always going on to Kaiwing lately.
Should be locked in. I don't really see a reason not to. Kaiwing having a pretty good game for himself last game.
Yep.
Again, can be flexed into the jungle. So not entirely sold that it's support, but more than likely at this stage. Husha, looking for his team's pick here. Looks like it might be the Viego. He's had some very standout performances. You have the Varus, Kango on hit, Kango lethality. Either one will secure yourself a reset fairly handedly. Karma once again for 116. Honestly, he played pretty well last game. There's not a whole lot he could do considering the state of the game and how strong Jiang was.
He pretty much did what he could, really, managing to find some really difficult kills onto the Riven. I'd be surprised to see that.
It doesn't feel like the best of blind picks.
Yeah, just doing some emotional damage, I think.
Hold up. Oh. All right,
okay.
Jax. This is something we'll have to see if Driver has an answer to.
Yes.
Can't be the Rumble. That's
Gragas.
banned. Oh, no, you have to ban Gragas here. You have to ban Gragas. There's no way you let Driver have Gragas. It will be one of these two bans.
What else are you banning top to protect your Jax? Honestly, Udyr, but I mean, we have complained about... Yeah, there's the Gragas ban. Driver, a very good Gragas. We've only gotten to see it in the 1v1 though, I think.
No, he played one game of it in Summoner's Rift.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Smolder banned away by Beyond. Maybe just another ADC ban. Another atrocious Ziggs game, so...
Yeah, let's not pick that one.
Yeah.
I mean, what's another poke mid laner AD carry? Tristana? Do we just ban that because we know Pretender would have played at mid?
Yeah, he can probably play the Tristana. A little bit of a nightmare into Varus, and maybe even Karma flex to bot lane is an option. We have seen 1016 play a very good Akali.
Okay, another spellcaster. Israel honestly makes pretty good sense.
Yeah.
Renata remains open here if you do choose to take that as the support for BYG. Feels a little bit difficult into the Azir, but should have a pretty good time against Jax. Oh no. I mean, good into Jax, but oh, golly gosh.
Yeah, we do hate Drivers, Udyr, but maybe just too tempting of a pick in the situation. Ezreal doesn't really interact with him. He has a great lane matchup into the Jax. Jax should never really be killing the Udyr.
That sucks into Israel, but it'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, Stay True actually, I think, has already played a Blitzcrank game.
He has played the only Blitz game thus far. This would be our 4th game of Pyke. Yesterday, Orca kind of 1v9ing, and it's locked in. We have the Pyke. For what reason? I'm not sure, but we have the Pyke.
Yeah, maybe a double Hail of Blades bot lane, trying to punish if they do flex the Rel into the bot lane.
Oh. Pulls Yamp.
I'll see if they go for the Blitz. Blitz, I know, counters Thresh. I don't know how it does into Pyke. Similarly, just kind of has to stand still and throw his hook. Is vulnerable to Blitz hook.
Pyke has to charge up his Q, so maybe does okay. Kaiwing, though, will just pick himself up that Leona, so it is going to be the Rel in the jungle. We're going to have Kaiwing's Leona, which has looked oh so good thus far in the regular season. As we do have our drafts now locked in for this final game for both BYG and Frank in the regular season. Frank, of course, are still competing for that second spot, giving them a bye through to the playoffs, skipping out the entirety of the play-ins. BYG, though, they're looking to stop that from happening. If they do pick up the win here, Frank will 100% be our 3rd place team, meaning that PSG, despite being fouled by some weaker opponents than Frank would be picking up 2nd, regardless of result, against CFO.
Yeah, and I really like the draft from Frank. I'm not so sure about Beyond's draft. Whenever there's a Pyke and even a Viego, it's kind of just down to those champions to snowball, run away with the game.
Yeah, a lot of resetting.
Meanwhile, on the side of Frank, you just have a very strong comp. You can play front to back, plenty of engage between the Leona and the Rel. Plenty of damage coming out from the Azir and the Ezreal. Jax is going to maybe not have that much pressure in the side lane against the Udyr, but in team fight it's going to be very useful. Viego not really going to be putting too much pressure on a Jax. Karma not really either.
Driver having a sip there of his drink as he loads into game as his favorite champion, Udyr. Oh, I wish we didn't have to watch Udyr again. Admittedly, an easier lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the favorable matchup this time.
Yeah.
Should just strictly be Udyr favored.
Now, mind game time.
Yeah.
Last game, we did see it was Gemini started top side. Driver invaded the bottom side.
Yeah.
Now, do you think Driver tries to read into it and go to the top side this game? to try and invade, and Gemini starts bottom? Or do you think he'll suspect that happens and go bot side, and Gemini soul read it and go top side?
I mean, even if he's starting bot side, that is enough for Husha to just start on his own top side and then invade the enemy jungle. I don't think it's even worth it for Udyr to start on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah.
I honestly just want to see drivers start in lane. You know, you're not that guy, pal. Just start in your lane and win your lane like every other Udyr.
I think you can look at top side and then run top.
Yeah, it never hurts to just stand around in the enemy top jungle, get a deep ward, and enable Husha to maybe get something going in the 1v1 jungle matchup.
With a delay here and starting up the game.
Yeah, it looked like we exited champ select.
Yeah, I did see that too on the Frank cam. All right, who's getting MVP?
Who's getting MVP?
Yeah.
Oh, let me remember the champs. Husha.
Husha?
Yeah, easy.
That's confident.
Yeah, Husha's a beast on Viego.
Yeah, he is actually the beast of Viego.
He always gets fed.
Yeah, how?
Just
Everyone
every
else
game.
just kind of sends it.
Yeah, he doesn't always win. Like, we've seen him like 5-0 lose, but he does always get very fed on the Viego. Like me. In solo queue.
That did happen before our cast today. That's facts. What was I doing? And on a shift up in the top lane. Cassante.
What were you laning against on the Cassante?
Rumble. Oh, I was miserable.
Shows how much I came to your lane that I don't even remember
Yeah,
the
it
champ.
didn't happen once.
in
We
top
duo
lane.
queued and my jungle just doesn't come top. Classic. It's fine. Big jobs.
Who have you got MVP this game?
Stay true. He's Pike.
Oh, yeah, I forgot there's a Pyke. Yeah. I'm not a Pyke believer.
Look, the ratio on Pyke so far in the PCS isn't good. We've had 2 horrendous Pyke games, and we've had 1 fantastic Pyke game.
And until now, every Pyke was in a Hellpigs game.
Yeah, true. 2 times for the Hellpigs and 1 times against them. You guys, if you did miss yesterday's game, or 2 it was, between Hellpigs and J-Team, DCG even, you do really want to go back and watch. It was one of the games of all time. You'll watch it and think, well, I'm just watching a replay of my solo queue. Looks like we're back into Champion Select.
Yep.
The blessing that is the Frank team cams, where you can just see what's going on in the back.
Yeah. Interesting if you want to just spell anything out with the bans on the run it back draft.
True.
What do you spell?
We win, maybe.
Yeah.
That's always possible.
I'm not as familiar with the alphabet.
You're not?
In Mandarin.
Oh yeah, true.
In Mandarin, so
Yeah,
I don't
true.
know.
I don't think it might not. Well, maybe it's possible. I'm sure it is. I'm sure if there's a will, there's a way type vibe.
Yeah. Should be in-game shortly. We're just going to pick our champs quickly.
All right, first blood. Who gets it?
Who's Gemini on again?
Rel.
It's not that guy.
Rel has been picking up a surprising amount of kills, but generally in the support, and it's with Ignite.
It's going to be Feng.
Feng.
Yeah. Feng is going to kill Kaiwing on Leona.
I think you mean Stay True.
Oh, stay true. Wait. No.
Yeah.
No, it's
on
Feng.
the Pike.
No, it's Feng. It's going to be like level 2, level 3.
Yeah, and it looks like Feng's going to need a kill. Last tick of Ignite. Whoops-a-daisies. The support has once again claimed my kill. Level 2. That's bold.
Yeah.
I mean,
Double Halo Blades.
look, I'd like to say I have any idea of how this bot lane goes, but I truly don't. It seems like Israel should be safe. I mean, you're Israel into Varus, Pike.
Yeah, Ezreal will be fine. It's just Leona that's going to have a hard
I think
time.
Leona's going to do a lot of walking around the map. Israel tends to be one of, if not the best, solo lane AD carry.
Yeah, maybe Husha's going to be able to punish that if Kaiwing is wandering around the map too much. Leaves the Ezreal very vulnerable in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, they should have pushed mid. It is Karma up against the Zia. Karma tends to be able to keep priority and can look around the map with Husha.
Yeah, priority over everything, and Azir is not you know, the strongest early game champ.
Oh, we are so back.
Oh, did they?
Wait.
Yeah, did they not mean to pick Leona maybe? Because we're back on last
No.
pick.
That was.
Oh, okay.
Wait. No. What? No.
Wait, there
This
wasn't
was
there
Pike.
wasn't an Alistair here.
Oh my. What has
Oh.
happened?
Okay.
Oh, everything's. Can I take back my
Yeah, I wanna
MVP
take
and my
back
first blood?
Yeah, I want to take back my first blood, especially.
Am I allowed to take back mine? Do you give me permission?
Wait, who'd you have for first blood? Oh,
Stay true.
Stay true.
Because
okay.
of Pike.
All right, you get a chance to switch it.
All right, first blood. 1116. Magic.
Yeah, that's not a bad call. I'm going with Husha for MVP and first blood.
Okay.
I'm Husha's biggest fan.
Yeah, apparently. You see what Junji did to him? Maybe you shouldn't have.
Yeah, right. I mean, it was a team effort,
True.
but yeah,
And that
Junji,
team being Arja on Udyr.
yeah,
Just running at two people level 1 and killing them. What we've come to expect. Pretender, he's going to have to show us something different. He's played Varus to pretty good success despite, I mean, 2 losses, 1 win, but those 2 losses weren't really much he could do about it. He was absolutely doing his damnedest to get those across the line up against CFO. Weren't able to do so.
Yeah.
The Ziggs left a lot to be desired. Once again, scoreline was fine, but double AP alongside the Orianna meant that there was never really
yeah.
a whole lot of damage happening.
And
Now, though, the Israel. We heard yesterday, I believe it was, from Betty in the post-game interview after PSG's win that he wanted Israel because Israel is a AD carry that actually matches fairly evenly into Varus, which is not all that common to find in the current state of League of Legends. I think perhaps the most stale of metas in the game thus far has been the bot lane.
Yeah.
Maybe not support. We've seen a pretty large variety of supports, but AD carries tend to remain
Yes.
mostly between the Smolder, the Israel, the Lucian, and the Varus.
Yeah, Senna always helps out with support variety. You get to pick stuff like we've seen DCG do the way.
Yeah.
I think Pretender's going to be fine on Ezreal. It's a go-to off-roll ADC if you're a mid laner. So he'll be fine.
Just a spellcaster.
Yeah, and a lot of Ezreal has been played in the mid lane
That's true.
in previous seasons, so I'm sure he's got plenty of games on the Ezreal.
Yeah, very, very well-experienced player is 1116, having a fairly long career. Bit of controversy tackled in with the successes, but, you know,
I was excited to see Pike.
so was I. Pike's a good time.
Yeah.
Well, he just changes up the game so much. I was not excited to see Udyr, and unfortunately that wasn't the mistake of a lock-in.
We'll see how Driver does on it. I wonder if Beyond are just so scarred by their series against PSG that they're overrating Udyr.
Ooh.
Udyr did just straight up win a game by himself against them. And pretty big impact in the first game too.
Yeah, but I mean, outside of PSG, Udyr really, I mean, we've harped on about this.
Yeah.
For
We are the
weeks.
biggest Udyr haters.
outside of RJ. He's allowed to pick it.
Yeah.
Because that PSG roster looks so crazy when Udyr is their top lane champ.
And we'll see if CFO ban it or if they've got some spicy pick for it.
Do you think there's possibly synergy that RJ has 4 letters in his name and Udyr, very akin to, has also 4 letters in his?
It's a very good point. I'm not sure how you
I think-
counterplay that.
Yeah, no, that seems pretty... I mean, ban phase, I suppose.
Yeah.
One thing I'm excited about when it comes to like play-ins, playoffs, is how much scouting has the other region teams truly done into the PCS. Like if you are Ground Zero, for example, and you're somehow from our draw show, which is tonight, by the way, after game number 2.
Yes, stay tuned.
If you draw DCG, what are you doing in draft? Like, what are you actually doing in draft?
I genuinely think the strategy against DCG might be to take red side.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just don't let them pick their 4-way, 3-way flex
Yeah.
champions and maintain those flexes until they see your entire comp.
You know, while we talked about these two teams being nerfed by the Nico Disabled, DCG's support also
Yeah, somehow
was
nerfed. Yeah.
Oh, what a crazy team. Sorry about the delay, folks. Just, I'm sure all these technical issues will be sorted out in the near future.
Does look like we're in game.
Does it? 116 is almost asleep at his keyboard.
Yeah, we got into game and immediately paused.
Maybe BYG loaded in and realized, what? Why is Driver on Udyr again?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a technical issue or maybe
Skill
a little
issue?
litigation issue, because if the Pyke was picked and then the last pick for Frank was decided based on the Pyke pick, then that is kind of strange.
Oh, good point.
Maybe the Pyke was a placeholder for whatever reason.
Maybe, but I mean, why would you need a placeholder for Alistair? It was hovered, by the way. They hovered Pyke, they swapped over to something else, and then went back and locked in Pyke. I don't know if you remember.
Oh, so maybe a bug in champ select.
Oh, who knows?
Could just be someone's mouse.
All right, your support, right? Imagine, and you're not allowed to say Smolder to this question.
Okay.
You are the support of BYG. You don't see their support yet, but you see everyone else. What are you picking in these drafts? Keep in mind to keep everyone refreshed on what the drafts are. Jax, Rel, Azir, and Israel is what you saw.
And I've got an
You're
Udyr.
beyond. Yeah, you've got Udyr. You have Viego. You have Karma. And
Ash
you
is
have
banned. Brand, but that's me, because I can only play carry supports. Did get an opportunity to play Nami in an ARAM earlier.
How'd that go?
Terribly.
So similar to your Smolder solo queue games.
Not true. We were on a win streak on the Smolder. Comet Varus, rather than Halo Blades.
Yeah, something that's been rising in popularity.
I think if we saw the Pyke, it was almost definitely going to be Halo Blades.
I also think it also depends, of course, on matchup.
Yeah.
Israel, you're not auto-attacking all that much, really. So it is just better to get the poke in that Arcane Comet does provide. Of course, if you land your E, almost guaranteed to land the Arcane Comet follow-up, just by nature of having that slow.
Yeah, and you're always starting E anyway.
Yeah.
On the Varus. Not too much value in the other spells unless you're zoned off the wave. You can
I
maybe
believe
take
with
Q.
Halo Blades, a lot of the time you can start Q. We've seen that actually a couple of times. That I can't remember which game it was, but we
Just
have seen
a stronger
a few Q
all-in
starts.
spell.
Yeah, it is. I mean, maybe you can make the argument that denying some health from the potion as well as the slow may help you actually all in, but the damage, at least, does favor the Q. Jiang, he's going to find this Udyr. He does have the Grasp of the Undying, so not quite as strong in a extended 1v1 as you would be with the Lethal Tempo, but either way, you're losing to Udyr level 1.
Gemini still just manages to get a start topside again this game. Driver not checking the bush. Gemini was just patiently waiting.
I think after last level 1, he's probably more content winning his own lane, which again is, from my eyes at least, not really the ideal way to be playing this Udyr.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, yeah, sure, you win lane, but
Kind of
at
just
what point
get
you
that
just
forward
run,
loading in.
then running
Udyr.
it as in Azir. How many times do we think Udyr is truly stunning Israel?
If he does manage to somehow pull it off, he does have cleanse.
Possibly the most grief cleanse of all time.
Yeah, I don't love the cleanse either.
I think this is a teleport game
Could be.
for Israel.
Could be, or just heal.
I mean, you're not really killing bot. I feel like it's just teleport every time.
And we'll see how much value he gets out of the cleanse. Jiang, as expected, getting beat up.
Do we
by
think
the
he's
Udyr.
getting... I guess Varus ult. But should you ever be getting hit by that? I don't think so.
Yeah, he may find value, just... Maybe Stay True pops his... You know, wastes the Ezreal E with his combo, and then Fang is able to follow up with the Varus ult.
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, we're... It's a stretch. Husha behind Driver. Looking for a dive, maybe, straight down the lane.
Yeah, this is a concerning position for Jiang to be in. I believe already using that Leap Strike, really needs to get Counter-Strike back available and does, but holds it. Pops the Ghost, but an extra movement speed means he's just that much more nimble, that much harder to kill. And the dive won't come through. Driver going to proxy the wave, recall now, and
Crisis
Yeah.
averted.
For sure, I think you take that 100% of the time here as Jung. It's okay to lose your Ghost, very short cooldown. And actually, honestly, something we didn't touch on, it's interesting that he's gone for the Ghost. Usually we do see Flash. It has a lot of synergy, of course, with that Counter-Strike. Being able to look for the Flash Counter-Strike does feel pretty good up against immobile AD carries.
Later into the game, he's going to probably be wishing he had this Flash, but in the 1v1, the Ghost feels a lot better.
Yeah, especially because you can flash away from the Udyr, but he will just catch up to you. Nice Zenith Blade here, found from Kaiwing. They're going to find their way onto Seichu, who is not all that tanky this early on into the game. Does flash away. Pretender does have flash available for him. Flash forward. Essence Flux does go wide. Mystic Shot will not. It's first blood here for Frank as they look to pick up the game number 2, but it's not so clear as BYG are still pushing forward. Pretender, no flash. Kaiwing, no sums. And flash forward here from Husha. He's looking for one reset. Not going to find it. Crash down. And Feng somehow, some way, does pick up that kill there. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but first blood importantly picked up for Pretender here on this Ezreal.
Actually snipes out Kaiwing in the back there. Husha tries to flash onto Pretender, but Gemini does block it with the Rel. Ends up just being a 1-for-1. Summoners pretty even. An extra flash used on the side of Frank. And cleanse used for Feng.
Yep. The cleanse useless for Pretender at this stage.
Yeah, so you can think of it as being on cooldown. Driver gets chunked out, no TP. So Stage 2 interrupts the Leona E here, so he does still get immediately stunned anyway. Almost does make it out, and it looks like Feng is going to be able to trade back this kill onto Kaiwing. And I think he would have much easier if he hadn't used that E onto Pretender. And then Husha, Gemini, smart to block this W onto his Ezreal. He does have cleanse, but you may as well block it. You're never dying as Gemini here. And here's the snipe. Just catching Kaiwing there. And
Dragon going to be the reward. So
traded for the grubs in the top lane. Husha is very low here.
oh, the classic fight over.
Yeah.
Hey, that's my pink ward.
Yeah, games have been lost over pink wards.
Not this one. Possibly
Pretender,
over Gromp.
Pretender having to back off of a wave potentially in the bot lane. Oh, good rotation from Gemini to get down here and protect his bot lane.
We'll find that his Gromp's obviously taken by Husha. But shouldn't be all that concerned. You are once again just Ral.
Yep.
It's fine. You give those. Oh.
Pretender eating a lot of poke. Used his E earlier as Jimmyans
his
missed
flash.
his ulti. Oh no, you've got it flashed. Jimmyan did not commit his flash, so advantage Frank.
Immediate advantage for 116, of course, but once the Emperor's Dividers back up, not so easy for Karma to be as aggressive in lane.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to push the lane and then pressure your opponent under their tower.
Driver no Ghost. Jung just going to go forward, does pop his Ghost. CC immune, does manage to not get stunned up by the Counter-Strike, and unfortunately, Gemini is going to be the one to receive the credit for that kill, but importantly do manage to take down this Udyr, who is not having a fantastic lane for himself.
Yeah, already was a bit chunked out in this lane. Had been chunked out previously and had to take a recall. Not getting much of an advantage in the 1v1 really, and then dies to a gank there.
Your bot lane is suffering.
Yeah, whether that's actually worth it ultimately for Frank, we'll have to see.
Doesn't look like it. I believe that's 2 minion waves now denied, as Feng also getting himself 2 tower plates. And yes, you do have Gemini on the way. Jiang actually was pathing out bot, but
yeah, do they win this 3v3 is the question.
I don't think so, but okay, Jiang going to offer to go top. Station goes forward. He's going to get eliminated first of all. And Husha is actually getting pretty low as its luck lands, but not going to be able to follow up with any more damage. Will this Ezreal? Tower plate taken out. No credit of gold going over to any member of BYG, and it's just going to be a clean 1-0.
Yeah, maybe an overcommit onto Gemini there, who procs Aftershock and is just unkillable this early in the game.
A lot of damage coming through there for that piercing arrow.
And kind of undoes all the work they did denying Pretender, just picks up an extra kill to make up for the CS deficit. Jiang gonna catch this wave and probably be up farm as the Jax into the Udyr. Already not really what you wanted out of the Udyr so far.
Yeah, about as far from what you wanted as possible.
Oh, last game. Last game, maybe.
Yeah, getting solo killed at level 3.
2.
Well, oh yeah, actually it was. You're right. I keep thinking it was level 3, but he hits level 3 from the kill.
Kaiwing is here. He is just level 5, though. Stay true. Gonna be here to match. He's coming through mid now.
Oh, Empress Divide misses. The flash not going to be punished, and Jimmy certainly will be. Goes down as one reset. Now we'll see if Husha is a better Azir than Jimmy is. So far, looks like it. Will be able to pick himself up a second reset. It's going to be 116 claiming the credit for kill number 2.
Yeah, play makes sense from Jimmy, and no flash onto 1116. Doesn't quite connect with the Azir ultimate. So that's going to be Void Grubs for Beyond and a kill onto 1116.
Yeah, I mean, this game is so uncertain.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's winning. Probably advantage Beyond.
Yeah, Beyond's definitely ahead, but as this game progresses, you do have to feel like, I mean, the Jax Azir Israel team feels pretty good.
Yeah, pretty strong scaling.
Not
Jax,
the most wave clear, which
yeah.
I guess can be the concern.
Jax not a threat. Oh, sorry. Ezreal not a threat to Udyr at all.
No, but Udyr can't do anything to him.
Ooh. Almost connects with the Mantra Q there. Is level 9. That would have done a pretty sizable chunk onto the Azir. Feng has picked up a lot of plates in this lane. Did look very good on the Varus in game 1. Had it first picked away by Frank in game 2, but he was just finding Jimmy with these Varus ults off cooldown, essentially. Every objective comes up, and Jimmy is hit by the Varus ulti. This is ambitious.
Yeah, I don't think Driver's going to go down. Dive or no dive. Should be okay to pick up this wave.
Yeah, I think playing into the Udyr lane lets him have a lot more impact. In the 1v1, he's kind of just trading even farm, which is not enough impact as the Udyr. And if you allow him to just absorb ganks like this, you know, you kind of give him some free impact without him having to do anything. Beyond definitely punishing on the bot side. Not working out last time with the fight. But they do deny Pretender a lot of CS and pick up a dragon, second dragon for themselves.
Yeah, and Feng continuing to whittle down this tower. Extremely, extremely low. 12 minutes in. Plate still active.
Probably just dead on this next wave.
Little to no health. Should be going down. 116 coming to join. Jungler's here. 3v4 at worst. 4v4 at best. It's just going to be the tower going down. 116 making sure it does happen without any controversy.
Malignant's picked up for 1116. He is much stronger than the Azir at this point in the game. So even the 4v4, probably disastrous. And I think Beyond across the board are just a lot stronger than their counterparts at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Jiang just picking up some plates for himself. Might be a problem on this Jax.
Yeah, Jiang looking like the main threat despite not being the 2-0 member of the team. What's Udyr ever going to do to this Jax at this point? I mean, nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Triforce will be completed as soon as Jiang's able to find that recall, but it may be Jiang actually looking around with his team for an angle onto Driver. There won't be the Unstoppable available, but will be very, very shortly.
Looks like Driver is suspicious. Stay true as well, making his way up here, maybe to help Driver out. And I don't love the Jax matching the Karma. He's getting a lot more done against this Udyr somehow. He won't be getting anything done against the Karma, I think.
Yeah, definitely not. Okay, we're looking to kill Jimmy, but it will
Everyone is
be
here.
a tower and a 3v3. at best. Stay true, going to get stunned up. Does have that Unbreakable Will available for himself if he chooses to use it. Jiang pops goes, teleports in. Found his way here onto Feng, who does have Cleanse as well as Flash. Does use the Flash, gets himself away from Jiang, at least for the time being. In the meanwhile, those Stay True is going to be taken down. That's kill number 1 in favor of Frank, as they're going to be happy with that. Take their kill, run with it, get themselves this Rift Herald thereafter.
Yeah, it's a shame because we were talking about how Beyond member for member are a lot stronger than Frank right now, but Frank managed to find a 5v4 with a nice TP flank from Jiang. 1116 is bot lane with no TP, so Beyond maybe a bit overextended there. Means a Rift Herald goes to Frank that otherwise I think was certainly going to be on. So we're going to see just an overstep really from Beyond. Once they see these members, they need to just be running out. As you saw Husha was. Sacher just overextending a bit, goes down without really getting anything done here, and Jiang with an amazing flank. When Jax starts the fight onto your Ezreal, but you're seeing the difference between the Ghost and the Flash Jax. Flash Jax, Feng is dead there.
Yeah.
100% of the time, really, even with everyone trying to peel him. But he is having a lot more success in this lane, as Jimmy's surrounded. Kaiwing here to help him.
Yep, Frank doing a pretty good job of protecting Jimmy on these tower pushes, but maybe not good enough, as he is just going to be taken out. It's going to be Stay True who picks up that one. Driver even teleporting in, and reset number 1 means that Hoosh is able to find his way in there, as that Azir and take kill number 2. So
okay.
Success for Frank, but it's quickly followed by success for BYG, as they still maintain a lead here in the game with that tower. It does extend now to 3K.
Yeah. Much bigger lead than I expected, considering it's only a one kill up for Beyond.
Yeah, but 20 CS in the mid lane, as well as 30 CS in the bot lane.
Yeah, that'll do it. Driver, you know, not getting as much out of the Udyr as we're used to seeing from the likes of Aja, but still even, anyway. And maybe is just enough.
Certainly helps having the rest of your team succeed. Husha, once again, fantastic showing on this Viego.
Yeah, as usual. 100% KP, no deaths.
Oh, spam pinging.
Has spam ping something.
I think it's
that's
Cloud
the
Dragon alive.
Yeah.
Very
20
strong
seconds.
dragon for Udyr, of course, because
Gets to ult a lot more than other champs. He's
yeah, it's just
always
the
running
empowered.
around.
I believe it would proc off the empowered ability. So if
Yeah,
you
it
were
would.
trying to run at someone with empowered Phoenix stance, I suppose. I mean anything really.
Yeah,
Air stance,
also
Phoenix
Karma
stance.
going to just be using the Cloud Soul
Yeah.
every time it's up. I think it has a 30-second cooldown.
Yeah, it does. So it's not like you could just constantly spam it, but it's also got like a duration that's awfully long as well.
Jimmy's already
106.
used E, I think.
Yeah, he's ignoring the
9
minions.
seconds.
He does end up getting found. Flash puts up that sand castle, and he's trying to return the damage.
Yeah, ends up being a trade of flashes. Not sure who's really going to miss his flash more. Maybe the Azir.
Yeah, but this is going to be Dragon number 3 now. It is the sole win condition well and truly alive here for BYG, as they are now one dragon away from almost certainly stamping their, well, nothing really for them, but making sure that Frank can't make it to that second spot.
Yeah, just crushing the dreams of Frank. Playing spoilers a bit if they do win this game. Just a Crypt Bloom, by the way, for the Karma second. Don't know how I
Interesting.
feel about that one.
Either. Rise and Focus seems to do a lot, but
Yeah, and not really all that much magic resist coming out on the side of Frank. Not the first suspicious Karma build we've seen.
no. Certainly isn't. Last one was from Pretender, in fact.
Driver, again, weak side Udyr. I mean, happy with that, honestly. When you're not winning your lane as Udyr, to just get to be weak side, sitting under your tower, distracting 3 members of the enemy team, is about all you can hope for on the Udyr. You're not going to be having team fight impact, that's for sure.
Popping the Ghost is going to be matched here by Jiang.
Oh.
Nice Solar Flare lands onto 2. Jimmy even finding a little bit of poke for himself and dodges out there of that Mantra Q. And so all said and done, trade of ghosts here for both these top laners.
Yeah, Kaiwing shutting down what might have been a disaster for the side of Frank. 2-man Leona ult. And seems like Feng just has constant priority and chunks onto Pretender.
Yeah, Pretender though, he's very close now to having that Mirror Man upgraded, which would be that massive spike we often talk about for Ezreal.
Yeah, specifically into the Varus matchup as well. He's going to be stronger than the Varus, even though Feng is ahead. You just have a Muramana versus a tier. It is 2 items versus 2 items, but these 2 items on Ezreal are much stronger.
Yeah. Over the course of a team fight, but the Feng finds poke, of course.
Yeah, they do different things, right?
Yeah. Bursting out someone, then Feng. Definitely looking good.
Yeah, with the opportunity now. Even the E from this Varus.
Oh. Oh, we're not going into
Going
tower.
for a drive. That's Gemini going for a drive.
Where are we off to here, pal?
I don't think that makes it to bot tower.
No, ran out of steam. Okay.
Nice
So-
little 50 gold for driver.
25.
25.
Yeah. But, yeah, Rift Herald used for naught.
For the quick rotation. He actually runs back up to top.
Runs the opposite way.
Probably just got in the Herald and then called off the play, Frank.
Yeah.
And just, you know, swerved out of there. Pretender chunked out again. Feng doing so much damage with an opportunity finish now. I like this build. We see a lot of Edge of Night second and, you know, Wimpy item second, but opportunity definitely the highest damage.
Oh. Bing realizes he might be in danger and pops the Omus and sprints on out of there.
So you have to be a little worried as Beyond. This Jax is going to be hard to kill. Gemini may be found.
Yeah, looks like he will be okay. Crashdown gonna get him out of harm's way. BYG though, they have just constant control over pretty much anywhere they want to go. Be it top, bot. That's why we see them with that 3 dragon scoreline, looking for their 4th in 1 minute. Are they going to start to hit the Baron? Doesn't feel all that likely.
Oh, they don't have a great Baron, yeah.
They have possibly the worst Baron of all time. Diego somewhat salvaging it a little bit, but...
So probably just going to be a dragon fight. And it's scary as Frank now because Beyond are going to get a lot of chances to get this soul. As we already talked about, a pretty good soul for the side of Beyond.
Okay, Feng's Q doing more damage than Pretender's ult. A good sign.
Good timing on the Ezreal spike at least for this very important dragon fight.
Yeah, and Feng is recalling, does have Yomu, so he can kind of boost it back to this dragon if he chooses to use that item, but at least for now he's running. Frank, this time, for the first time this game, going to have priority over this river. Have some setup around that dragon. Pretender, though, he takes a massive chunk. That's half his HP gone. That's without Feng even being here.
Not a good start.
Absolutely not. Now,
Takes another chunk.
Yeah, Piercing Arrow will connect, and no ult just yet for Pretender, but he will have it soon. Husha, though, he's being jumped on. Jung looking for some damage here onto this Viego, who is oh so important when it comes to ever trying to secure this dragon. Ghost was also procced here from the Jax. Remember, though, Pretender very, very low on the bottom side of this team fight. Ford does go to crash down. 2-man Magnus Storm. Jung's now onto the back line. Are they going to be able to find anything? At least not for now. Driver, he's running around in circles, just drifting on him. And Gemini, not really where he wants to be, as he is just being chased down here by Feng and Husha. Yet to be anyone go down, yet to be any reset coming through. Flash forward from Stay True, not going to find anything, but there is reset number 1. It's Young being absolutely annihilated. Husha flashes forward, but Emperor's Divide stops him in his tracks. Gemini now not long for this world, as that's reset number 2. Kaiwing low, Pretender, he's healed up a little bit, but not all that healthy himself. Driver, he's going to be able to recall, going to be able to teleport back. And danger here for Frank. Jimmy and Rayleigh, the strongest member and the most healthy member, able to try and do anything in this fight. But with Driver teleporting behind them, Pretender, we asked how likely it is he's going to be able to get stunned, and we found out the answer. as Bessiaro will connect on the back of Driver's Udyr. Jimmy he's trying to run away, shifting stance. He's used all the dashes he has available for him, and eventually, after a long, drawn-out team fight, it is the soul picked up for BYG and the ace.
Yeah, team fight not really looking particularly close, honestly, for Frank there. They had a flank going with Jiang and Gemini, and it looked like they might be able to get onto Husha, but he kind of breaks their ankles and actually runs to the dragon while they think he's running away. And then it looked like Jiang might have just been unkillable in the fight. He does eventually go down.
The main storm coming through. We're looking for Stay True here. Does not have Unbreakable Will, so it's definitely a fallible Alistair if they are able to get on him. And Jiang, 3-man Counter-Strike being able to be found here, and Gemini going to be able to secure the first kill onto Stay True. Teleport's now coming through. BYG, fantastic team fight into absolutely abysmal team fight. 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill. Likely to be found here as Essence Flux will go wide, as will the Mystic Shot, but eventually it should be Gemini as well as Jiang taking down this Udyr. They will do so, and now it's their turn to start hitting this Baron.
Yeah, and I think they just get it. We'll see what 1116 has to say about it. He's actually just going to shove mid, maybe.
It is a very slow Baron, but now with Azir finally arriving, it should be a little bit quicker.
You saw there how unkillable Jiang is. They were just in a 2v4 for most of that. And I think they even pick up a kill in the 2v4. So we're going to see the fight. Husha here is getting zoned out by Jiang and Gemini. Looks like he's in trouble. Has to use his ult and his flash there, I think. And then here, look, Frank thinks he's running away, but he's actually just looped around to the fight. And then Jiang is going to go in here to follow up Gemini's engage. Eats a Varus ult, Ali combo, and walks out like nothing happened to him. Meanwhile, Driver's actually just tanking Azir and Ezreal the entire fight. So we'll see what happens to Jiang here, because I think he is the first to go down. Oh, a nice flash from Stay True, actually, while the Jack's Counter-Strike is on cooldown. Means he goes down pretty much instantly. Nice reaction from Jimian to flash away from it. And as you were saying, once the reset goes down for the Viego, it's too hard to win the fight. Though, honestly, Frank, not too upset about getting a Baron. They are up against Soul, but at least the Baron and a couple kills means that they're definitely still in this game.
Yep, absolutely. Definitely have a game on our hands. I mean, Frank, they're never a team to give up. We saw the very start of their season, honestly, almost every single game, them losing early game and managing to find some miraculous team fight to find their way back in. A lot of them off the back of Jimmy in here on this Azir. Driver, he does find a flank. Chain of Corruption lands, but it's onto Jiang, and actually, Jiang's just going to be annihilated. There we go. We're going to get the reset. Reset number 1. Jiang comes through. Not Jiang, sorry, it's Husha on Jiang's champion. 3-man Counter-Strike. Jimmy's going to find his way out until the Zenith Blade. Once again, Husha. He's not only the best Viego in the Rift, he's also the best Azir and the best Leona. It's going to be 4 kills found from BYG. Only Pretender remains alive. And now, BYG, they were up against Baron. They no longer are. They're just going to march down this mid lane, try and claim themselves at least an inhib.
Yeah, kind of seeing why we rate Husha's Viego so highly here. Just a bit of a beast on the champ.
On every champ, apparently.
Yeah,
Agenda
true.
got it all to do here. It's going to be 9 more seconds until Driver's up. We see Kaiwing now going to be respawning, flashes forward, finds the Zenith Blade. It's onto Feng, but there is no follow-up. He is just a Leona alone there in the back line. Jiang will respawn. Going to be able to find his way here onto Stay True, but Stay True with another fantastically timed Pulverize secures, and no one else will go down. And with that, beyond, PSG are their best friends. They do secure the fact that PSG now, I believe, have locked themselves into that second spot.
Yeah, I think regardless of result, the tiebreaker was already...
It was 2 wins in favor of PSG. So now it'll be 3 wins in favor, because this was a 2-1.
Yeah.
So there's no way that PSG
even if PSG
can,
get 2-0'd, they should have still cinched.
They should have 1 game above.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a meme.
No, I didn't see it.
Me neither. What's he doing? Oh!
Oh, okay. Baseball genius. Driver.
Yeah.
Maybe a throwback to his Poppy.
What's a baseball champ?
Poppy.
Trundle.
Poppy. He was doing the baseball swing after he ulted Jiang into the ring.
I see. Jiang on your screen there.
Yeah, Frank,
I mean, pretty
game
good
too.
performance, honestly, out of Jiang.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much in game 1, but even then, it wasn't a poor showing. It was just...
What was the matchup? Jackson to Aatrox,
Yeah.
right? He was the Aatrox. Jiang did fine.
Did fine, yeah. So,
Yeah.
serviceable, but... I mean, Driver really did have the best of the matchup for the most part, other than... I mean, actually, no. I think Jiang did better in general in the top lane for this series. But it was
Yeah,
Driver
I would
picked up
agree
the
with
win.
that. After game 2,
Yeah.
Driver was going to have to do something ridiculous.
Yeah, and he wasn't able to do so, but he was able to get the win, of course. The drafts, I mean, I didn't want to see the Udyr again. Now, admittedly, it did its job. It tanks team fights, and
Yeah, it did
it
okay.
allowed time, I think, which is the most critical part of this Udyr pick. It did allow time for Husha to come through, get himself a reset, at which point the team fights were pretty much over. We saw the one team fight, he didn't get a reset around that Baron. Looks entirely different. So having that Udyr there, having the ability to tank up a lot of this damage coming through from Jimmy and on the Azir.
And it was for once a very tanky Udyr.
Yeah.
Not always the case.
Yeah.
But with an Ezreal in the ADC, and when you consider that they did spend 2 bans in the top lane.
Yes.
In that second rotation, so maybe just a serviceable Udyr game is okay considering the resources in draft used.
Yeah, I mean, thinking of the top lane champion pool currently, it doesn't really strike me as anything that wasn't banned that does all that well into the Jax. Because I mean, melee versus range feels okay, but just gets demolished by Jax. You can't ever really look for any kill pressure because, I mean, just the power of Counter-Strike is too much. And you kind of have to start the game with your E as which sucks. So it does feel like maybe Udyr was the best choice in terms of that draft and the team composition. It just... for the players and for the team itself and the dynamic they often have.
We were worried.
You had to be worried.
So this is the final
same
team fight here. Frank have actually just picked up a Baron and maybe given themselves a chance, but this is essentially just a death blow from beyond. Watch this Verisol bounce onto 2 members, and then it also zones out Pretender here. And yeah, I mean, once you hit a Verisol onto 3 people and it actually bounces like that, you're just going to run over any team fight, really.
Yeah.
Especially with a lead as well.
I mean, quietly, I want to say that 116, while not pumping out the damage we often see from Akama, I actually think he played a really good game. I mean, we saw in that team fight, chunking out Pretender. We saw just before that team fight, when we actually watched the game live, he chunked out Pretender before that. He had 2 Mantra Qs on Pretender in the same series of play, which kind of makes the game very unplayable. Look at the goal graph, though. That's quite funny. There's a bit of a crevasse there.
The Baron incident.
Yeah, the Baron incident. That's right. Where Frank were looking to maybe come back, fight for their chances for that second place. But
immediately shut down.
Yeah, they did lose the Dragon Soul in a Soul Sweep, which never feels all that good. MVP for this game, Husha.
Husha probably, but Feng did completely diff Pretender.
Yeah.
Pretender was weak side on the Ezreal. With the enemy jungler spending a lot of time between his tier 1 and 2 tower.
Unplayable for Pretender. I mean, there was, a good 2 minutes of play where we just saw Husha sitting there, doing nothing, just sitting there. Ended up getting a kill, though, for the side of Frank there in the bot lane, so...
Husha, deathless as he often is on the Viego.
Yeah.
100% KP. Great early game out of him. Exactly where he needed to be, knew how to, snowball a lead for his team, and does pick up the MVP. No surprises.
Based. Yeah, up gold, not that surprising when you consider the state of the game and the matchup that we had on our hands here. I mean, this is the last time we're going to see Frank until they are in those play-ins in a week's time, and I mean, going ahead, looking towards that, not looking the best.
They've at least got a week off.
Yeah, hopefully, I mean, I'm not sure what the M&M situation is, but I would like to see him back, personally. I think while maybe playing some less conventional AD carries, Xayah being a very high priority for him and pretty much him alone.
If anyone knows what's going on with Eminem, let us know.
Yeah.
We missed that guy. Pretender doing fine, but...
Yeah, Pretender, I mean, on Varus he does a lot better, but it's kind of a bit rough to have a Varus crutch because a lot of teams very happy to just ban or first pick on blue side Varus.
I mean, just not being able to play the Kalista is a massive problem. Jimmy getting absolutely owned in this dive. Kaiwing is here, cannot help him at all. Kaiwing does end up going down as well.
Yeah. It was a clean game. I mean, outside of that one Baron,
yeah,
was just a clean game from beyond. I guess on the opposite side, looking towards playoffs for them, looking a lot better, looking promising.
Looking very clean, apart from the Riven situation in Game 2. Again, this was a draft where we thought they might not have much damage, but they do make it work, and they almost made it work in Game 2.
Yeah.
Apart from a very fed Riven on the enemy team.
On that point, I mean, I'm excited to see one of these other teams from the LGA or the LCO come up against Iljiang and then try and lock in the Udyr, because they might just get met by that Riven. But we're going to go to an interview now. The series is done. We aren't going to see these teams until 1 week's time in those plans. It's an interview. Patty and 1116. See you soon.
采访是 BYG 的中路选手1116，请1116先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是中路116。
Congratulations on winning your last game in the regular split. How do you feel about the game you just played? 恭喜你们赢下你们例行赛的最后一场对局。想问一下，赢下今天的比赛心情如何？
因为我们前天落败给 PSG 之后，我们知道我们的名次大概就是30名，所以我们今天就决定放开来打，没关系。
So after we lost PSG, we know that we're going to be in the 3rd or 4th place. So we just played freely today. And so that's why I think we played really happy today. In the first game, your team banned a lot of your opponent's AD champions. Did you guys prepare a special strategy to play against FAK today? 你们今天第一局针对对面的 AD ban 了很多角色，今天是有准备什么战术来对抗 FAK 吗？
因为我们知道 FAK 这个战队主要是靠那个 Gemini 来带起节奏，所以我感觉我们只要限制好 Gemini 这个选手的话，我感觉我们赢他会相对比较轻松一点。
Because we know that FAK's momentum and the leading player in FAK is Gemini. So if we ban his champions and for him to not be able to pick a lot of champions that he's good at, we'll be able to play the team very well. So that's what our strategy decided to do. So BYG's condition in mid-season wasn't as strong as you were in the beginning. What did you guys focus on in your training recently? BYG 在赛季中期的状况不如开始时那么强势，你们近期在训练赛中特别努力加强的地方是什么？
主要是我们最近会输比较多，原因是因为我们开战的想法跟打团的方法有点不一致吧，所以这是我们必须去解决的问题，这样才能进到季后赛，才能会有更好的名次，我觉得。
So I think our team problem right now is that our teammates have different ideas on when to open team fights and how to play the team fights. So I think we need to improve on that. If we improve on that, we're going to be good in the playoffs and get better ranks in the playoffs. Looking back at your performance in the regular split, what do you think of your team's performance and what expectations do you have for playoffs? 回顾一下你们整个例行赛的表现，你们认为队伍的表现如何？对季后赛的期许是什么？
其实我觉得我们这支战队算是比较有点说是血性吗？但是就感觉我们还是有一点不太有点太年轻了。我觉得就是在一些营运啊、转线跟团战的思维还是有点不太一致，所以这是我们现在的问题，我觉得。
So I think our team are very young and we're very aggressive, but in terms of macro and team fights, we need to work on that. So on that, I think our team needs to work really hard in the following playoffs and probably next season too. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans or teammates? 有什么话想要对粉丝或队友们说的话吗？
应该对我们的队友说，还有先对队友说吧，我觉得大家今年好好拼，一定能去个世界赛。至于粉丝的话，虽然去年有些遗憾，但今年不能有点拼尽一切吧。
So for our teammates, I want to tell you, if we all work really hard, we'll be able to go to Worlds, and we're going to try to do that. I believe in you guys. And for our for our fans, I just want to tell you guys that even though last year we didn't have better performance, but this year we're going to try our best and do all we can for our fans. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win today. 再一次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢1116选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台的 Section 跟 Mountain。
Thank you for the interview. Kind of unrelated to the interview. One thing I'm kind of happy about is that it seems like Paddy struggles with the name 1116 as much as we do.
Yeah.
Over, in Mandarin, it's like il deal.
Okay.
Tongue twister.
Yeah.
1116. I mean, I've always debated 1116 or 1116.
Oh, 1116.
It is his birthday, the 16th of November. That's
Oh.
where his name comes from.
Oh, okay.
So it could just be 1116, but like from the start, I started calling it 1116. So it's like it feels I'm just too deep in this now.
Yeah, we're just stuck. We're stuck.
It's 1116's world, guys, and we're just living in it. But fantastic game, of course, in that one from BYG. They're able to pick up the series 2-1. They deny Frank any chance of coming second, and like I correctly predicted heading into this contenders group, it was PSG and CFO.
What
it
a
always
bold,
was.
What a brave prediction.
It
PSG
always
and
was.
CFO.
Yeah, the PSG 2 wins behind Frank, clutching up, getting the 2 wins early. Now they don't even have to worry about the CFO game that they're probably going to lose, but maybe they can bring it back. They were close in their last series, going down 2-0, but it didn't tell the story of that series. We are going to go to a break. When we're back, CFO, PSG. See you there.
Don't be shy now. Nighttime romance, golden moments. Don't stop dancing. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Sing, ooh la la. I like the way you feel. Ooh la la. Don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la. I like the way you feel. Ooh la la. This is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. This is what we came to do. Hold up, not too fast. We got time, gon' make it last. Champagne glasses, hear them. I'ma move like this, you gon' buy me a diamond. So jump on it, come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Sing, ooh la la. I like the way you feel. Ooh la la. Don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la. I like the way you feel. Ooh la la. This is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. This is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on, 'cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la. I like the way you feel. Ooh la la. Don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la. I like the way you feel. Ooh la la. This is what we came to do. Ooh
This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rays. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Awake now, get wild. Awake now, be loud. Awake now, get wild. Awake now, be loud. Raging power, wages, force, money, driven, major, fire, breathless, body, diamond, colors, wanna be wanting, feeling. Feel me, don't let the world I'm never seen. You couldn't it's never seen. Getting it, just come free. This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rays. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Awake now, get wild. Awake now, be loud. Awake now, get wild. Awake now, be loud. Raging power, wages, force, money, driven, major, fire, breathless, body, diamond, colors, wanna be wanting, feeling. Paying on mine. It's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. Shit in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine. It's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine. It's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. See it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine. It's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine. It's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. See it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine. It's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
What I believe in, I just do.
possible series of the split approaching, coffee consumed, and voices tiring. PSG, CFO could be a big one. I personally, now this might be a bit of hopium, but I'm thinking 2-1 in favor of PSG.
Yeah, that is a bit of hopium just based on the form we've seen CFO in as of late. PSG on an upswing, definitely, and never a team to really doubt. This is our marquee matchup in the PCS, right? Went to 5 in finals twice, I think.
Once. Yeah.
Most recently, yeah, some upgrades for CFO.
Yes, of
though,
course.
by the look of things, and an upgrade for PSG as well. Though, just based on current form, I got to give it to CFO.
Okay.
That might have
Scoreline?
just doomed their hopes of winning.
Yeah.
Based on my track record with the prediction.
A lot of Lowe's predictions come through in the privacy of the breaks, but his predictions are atrocious. He's currently, what do you reckon? You're at like 0 for...
No, not 0. I get some of these predictions. It's going to be Betty's first 1v1.
Yeah, up against Rest. I'm likely to see some 80 carry bans, I dare suggest.
Are we going to continue the 1v1s in playoff?
I don't think so. I think that should probably just go based on seeding.
That adds up.
We'll see. I mean, I have no idea.
Might be an
Betty
ADC.
not a single solo kill, really lacking there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Doesn't help that he has just another person in his lane.
Yeah, needs to be sending Woody away so we can get this 1v1 stat up.
Okay, yeah, Rumble smart ban. Banning Akali.
Yeah, fearful of Betty's Akali.
Zaya. Well, that's one of the 1v1 bans of all time. Ooh.
Kalista Wukong.
Okay. Well, here we go. It's going to be the barrier alongside with the Ignite here up against the Flash and Snowball for Rest. I mean, I don't know who to favor in this 1v1, but in general, track record for Kalista is pretty strong.
Yeah, seems to be always Kalista favored.
Doesn't have the Halo Blades. Maybe because, in theory, you auto-attack once Wukong clones and Halo Blades kind of just wasted.
I think you can stack Lethal Tempo on the clone as well.
Yeah, you can. So that's what I'm thinking as well. I wonder what Betty's going to try to do. Look for the kill. I mean, summoners would suggest it. But a lot of the AD carries into these Bruiser matchups just end up in a tower kill.
Kalista probably the exception, honestly. Often just killing her lane or getting so far ahead.
Yeah, yesterday was the 1v1 of all time. Kalista into Lee Sin, Rallia dying twice at about 3 minutes.
Oh, right. That was the fastest. I don't think we're already a bit behind schedule if we're looking to break that record.
Yeah, Lee Sin had already died by this point.
Not a whole lot of fun for Wukong. Maybe at level 6, he can find some miracle all-in, but 2 combat sums on Betty.
Does make it hard. Yeah, Rest just with summoners that lets him close the gap.
Yeah.
He is winning these trades thus far, of course, just jumping in, hitting his Q, and then cloning out.
No plan to run away from the all-in Betty. Just gonna face tank probably and see if he can stat check the Wukong.
Yeah, gets himself the cannon. Looking as well now for a plate. Rest, though, he's not interested in claiming that gold from the cannon, which could be a problem, as Betty did get the cannon. Betty also got himself a tower plate.
Yeah,
so
I think
first recall, whenever it is chosen to be gone for Betty, would certainly favor him. 2 plates even now in favor of this Kalista, and certainly getting the best of this matchup thus far.
Yeah, I wonder if Betty will go for Ninja Tabbies. Definitely for Rest. Makes a lot of sense, but could be good on Betty too.
Y-empowered recall.
Oh. I have no idea. We thought that kills were giving empowered recalls.
I think they are. Maybe Wukong counts as killing his clone.
Yes, for
spaghetti
himself.
somehow.
Yeah. Who do we see that on? Ilaoi. When Ilaoi kills her tethered target.
Yeah, Nuli pulling out that tech. I think that was the only 1v1 that West Point won. Rest,
Very
he's
close.
going to have to back. And this tower is probably going down. I mean, maybe not right now, but yeah, this tower is probably going to be the win condition here for Betty.
Yeah, I don't think he can quite kill it on this back.
No.
So gonna back with about 1.2k extra gold.
Yeah, that's problematic. Tabis will be the choice.
Yeah, it makes sense for Betty as well.
Vamp Scepter going to be going for the Blade of the Ruin King.
Don't know if I love the Vamp Scepter. I don't think Wukong is really interacting with you in ways that the Vamp Scepter is going to make much sense. Just have to worry about the all-in.
Yeah, maybe Pickaxe or Recurve could have been a stronger choice, but I mean, I'm not going to argue with Betty. He is infinitely better than I am, so we'll trust it.
Going to be a Blade of the Ruin King. Pretty much par for the course on Kalista. I mean, in the 1v1s, we see a lot of the Yomus. Opportunity Maple went, I think.
So Betty's having a pretty good time for himself. Got that overshield too.
Yeah.
It's gone. As I say that.
Yeah, Rest not doing a whole lot of damage to him.
Ooh.
And rank 1 Wukong ult, honestly, is pretty weak.
All right, Betty going to have some more time against this tower. I mean, it seems pretty clear-cut how this 1v1 should go. But we have seen strange things happen before. Especially when it comes down to that sudden death. If this tower's not gone by then, it really is anybody's game. But, I mean, yeah, no, Rest is suffering. Going to go for that all-in. Ignite comes out, but it's onto the clones, so Rest dodging out of that one. But look at how many Ren stacks are stacked up in the queue. Not going to find that execute. Betty, though, with that Vamp Scepter and with the massive health advantage gained, is going to just have his free will to push down this lane. And I think it is this Wukong clone giving the empowered recall.
Oh, he can just kill tower.
Yeah, I think this tower might just be gone. No, not quite.
All right, Betty wanting to torture the Wukong a little more. I think he could have committed to the tower. Even if Wukong gets there, he can probably just finish it.
Yeah, you can also commit one death.
Yeah, to the tower. And if it's one auto, like what is the Wukong going to do to stop you autoing the tower once? Warden's Mail picked up for Betty.
Wow.
Don't hate it.
Low test.
I mean, sees the serrated Dirk maybe and just shuts that down immediately.
Yeah, don't get any funny ideas here, pal. I think Rest now really tunneling on this potential sudden death, but will it make it there? This tower is awfully low.
I think he just gets stat checked. You saw him with his ult before, just still...
Not even close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like Betty just going to be picking this one up. I'm not really sure what you're going to be able to do as the Wukong.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This feels pretty over. Not that I don't want to be hopeful. I mean, Rest may be the player to be able to turn things around. Did pick up the win over Jiang yesterday. Not a feat that many have achieved. Only him and Orko, in fact. Betting he's going to ignore the Wukong. Snowball lands though, but yeah, what are you doing? That's just dead. So PSG up against CFO. Oh, easy is exclaimed.
And it did look pretty easy.
It did, it did.
But
I'm surprised we saw the Xayah ban. Hello?
Yeah, there seems to be a standout ADC. Maybe Rest misjudging, thinking
Israel
Wukong.
and Kalista, I think, are the two, generally.
Yeah.
But Kai'Sa and Xayah.
Yeah, I mean, Kalista just is so broken in the 1v1.
Yeah. And we saw it there. So PSG, they get side selection. Going up against CFO, looking to get revenge on their prior series. It was a 2-0 victory for CFO in that one. And of course, with the series we just saw, we do have our playoff standings entirely confirmed throughout the bracket. It's going to be CFO in first, PSG in second. But of course, I said it before, I'll say it again, momentum is a thing when it comes to Professional League of Legends. If PSG can go into their playoffs fresh off a win against CFO, they're going to feel a whole lot more confident.
Especially when CFO is a team they're most likely going to be meeting deeper into these playoff brackets.
Yeah.
You know, you want to get the confidence, get a win over them. If nothing else, just to maybe force some picks out of them that they wouldn't otherwise show. See what they go for, you know, when they're behind. Maybe a game in a series, or when you ban out a pick that looked good for them. PSG very much with that drafting style of if you perform on a champion against PSG, do not expect to get it in the next game. Meta be damned, they will just ban your champion, whatever it is.
Now, RJ, is he getting Udyr?
I'd be surprised.
You would be? I would be too. Team looks so strong with RJ on their Udyr. Just, I mean, starting off the season undefeated and kind of shearing away from that Udyr, but coming back to it and just looking so dominant. On your screen, though, it is the most dominant team we have thus far, and CTBC Flying Oyster, CFO for short. Resh, Kasa, Gory, Shun, Sword Art. No introduction really needed for most of these players. Kasa having a fantastic career, as has Sword Art. Gory spending times in multiple leagues, once again returning now to the PCS to try and find glory, and glory they have found thus far, but there is one more obstacle in their way, and it is PSG Talon, and what a hell of an obstacle it is.
Yeah, and when we talk about CFO's upswing and amazing form, part of it has been Gory. Shun been incredible the whole split.
Yeah.
Honestly, no complaints with Shun. Gory with a rough start and then just kind of becoming a monster on the Yone and Azir and the last few showings he's had. Karsa, just consistently a very good jungler. He is going to be up against Junjia though. Featured matchup.
Yeah, Gory just ratioing.
Yeah, Gory, ridiculous stats.
I'm actually somewhat surprised that Maple is averaging up gold at 14, because he has had some shockers.
Yeah.
Some absolute shockers.
He's a very strong laner though.
He is, generally. Gory first and forward percentage, and we see that in his playstyle. He has once or twice been prone to dying to a tower.
Yeah, they do like to counterpick mid for Gory, get him into a good matchup very often. Saw him on the Corki into his ear.
Oh yeah, what a
Corki game. Yeah.
Ratio that was. PSG, they're going to allow for that counterpick as they are on the blue side, and now that we load into our draft, see what we're going to opt in for the bans here. I mean, Udyr stands out against PSG, but we're going to ban, first of all, the Sejuani. Castle actually showing some great strengths on those tankier junglers. He played Maokai in their former series up against PSG in game number 2. Game number 1 was Lee Sin. We'll see if they opt into banning that one, because his Lee Sin looked so good.
Love the Udyr ban already from CFO.
Yeah, get that out of the way.
Yeah, especially because I really do want to see PSG without this Udyr champ. It has looked like a crutch for them, and I want to see if they can get by without it. Find a different playstyle and a way to get Junjia ahead, because this team looks like a completely different team when Junjia is ahead on a carry.
Kasa laughing to himself as Lee Sin gets banned away from him. Maybe memories of his absolute 1v9 against PSG game number 2 of their last meeting.
Yeah, monster Lee Sin game.
Way though is banned against Maple, and he went 0-5 against CFO on that champ last time they met. Has looked a lot better since, but has also been not laning against Gory since.
Yeah, since that game, we're happy with the Maple Hui. I don't think we'll see a Smolder first pick. I think we saw that punished a lot yesterday.
Oh, Betty Kaiser is awesome to watch.
Maokai is open.
Oh, I don't love a blind pick Zaya, that's for sure. Oh, no, we're not doing this again, are we?
Oh, Kalista, yeah. Ashe is open, though.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh, Varus banned at least.
Yeah, you don't get to match the Ashe Varus, but you can actually just go Ashe Jen.
You could even go Ashe Renata. We don't see the Ashe. We don't see the Ashe in ADC very often, but Ashe Renata could probably punish this Kalista pick pretty hard.
And with Vi banned by CFO too, what do you look to shut down this Kalista? Nautilus stands out as an option.
Yeah.
And CFO going against the grain of their recent successes and actually just blind picking mid. This seems like an obvious Renata Talia slam.
Yeah, or Renata Corki. I think Maple seems to prefer the Talia.
Yeah, Maple's look fantastic on the Talia. Not sure why you'd go away from it. Maybe you could argue Corki's range against Senna feels a bit good, but honestly, the CC, the zone control that Talia does offer feels amazing as well. Nautilus.
Nautilus makes sense to take away from the Senna. As you were saying, it was a very strong pick into the Kalista, so you get to deny the Nautilus against your Kalista and Senna's strongest pairing in the bot lane.
But you do kind of just lose out on the opportunity for Kalista Renata. Maybe that is a losing lane anyway. And Maple going to be locking in that Aurelion Sol. We saw one hell of an Aurelion Sol yesterday. Xingbai just zooming around the map, picking up kill after kill after kill. And this will also be the first game that Smolder has been left open and Betty hasn't just played it.
Totally understand just taking the Kalista.
So do I. But you did ban out the Varus. I mean, Tahm Kench makes sense here. What else can you really pick? The Maokai, maybe, but I don't think you want to. Now, junglers seem like the obvious target for, honestly, both teams. Do you want to ban tops, maybe, if you're PSG, to try and get yourself a better blind pick, which is almost certainly what's going to happen? Diego.
Yeah, CFO going for a jungle ban.
I mean, is it not just looking like a Rel for Junjie, a Rel or a Maokai? You have so much damage coming through.
Yeah, surprising to see so many jungle bans come out and none of them on Maokai. There's been a very high priority jungler. Did get nerfed, but didn't really feel like the nerfs were severe enough to, you know, eliminate the champ.
Oh, that's right. Shouldn't play Twisted Fate against PSG and just...
There is already a Senna locked in, so they're worried about rest on the Twisted Fate, I think. Maybe wanting to blind pick a Cassante or Udyr. Because it is going to be rest with counter pick by the look of it this game. I don't think it'll be a jungle last pick. Unless CFO really have a side of... Oh, Udyr's banned as well.
Yeah.
So maybe Gnar gets banned here by PSG, but CFO can just easily pick up Cassante if that happens.
Yeah. Or Smolder against the Cassante.
Yeah. Valid.
Oh.
I mean...
Not likely, but would be fun.
It's bound to be a Maokai.
Poppy as well.
Oh yeah, Poppy into the Kalista makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, something we see a lot.
Does Poppy stop the Aurelion Sol flight?
I was wondering the same.
I guess we will see. I mean, if her W doesn't, she can just charge.
Yeah. Yeah, she has a few ways to stop it anyway. Jax may be the blind here for Arjo. Oh, I mean, you don't really want to pair these two AP champions together, but it is a very, very safe top lane blind pick.
Yeah, we forgot about Rumble. We were used to just it being permanently banned last series.
Okay. RJ will get his... Oh, it actually could still be Junjie. He has played one Rumble game. It's not. We're definitely not picking Nidalee. Alright, buddy.
What are you supposed to play with 2 AP?
Yeah, oh. Looks good.
Oh,
yes!
Yeah, okay.
We have Junjie on a carry.
Yeah.
We haven't seen him play a carry since he played Rumble, and he absolutely demolished on that champion. He was like 14-0 or some ridiculous scoreline.
Yeah.
On. I mean, there's Cassante. There's On. What else is there? What would you... I mean, there's nothing into Rumble.
Yeah, nothing feels good into this Rumble. So
will end up being the Cassante, just tried and tested top lane staple at this point.
Yeah, and I'm honestly worried about this CFO draft. I don't feel like the Tahm Kench does all that much in this draft. Is kind of going to be a punching bag for this Kalista.
I am surprised that Maple opted for an Aurelion Sol in a perfectly good Taliyah game.
Yeah. Yeah, the Aurelion Sol is a big question mark here. I think with the Taliyah, this PSG comp just looks ridiculous. But just going for a scaling pick. Maybe the matchup is even better into Azir. Taliyah doesn't really struggle into the Azir.
No.
Actually, a counter pick.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, one of the most anticipated matchups we have. The first one resulted in 2-0 in favor of CFO. PSG, they're going to be looking for redemption.
And I'm pretty sure Junjie is about to load into this game with 3 winning lanes on Graves.
Rumble in the top side.
Yeah, should have priority.
Aurelion Sol's losing.
Might get priority.
Might get priority, but never going to have pressure. And you do roam better. You have far better roams. I mean, you just fly over to anything.
Yeah, and Kalista Nautilus is going to have prio.
That one I'm unsure of. If it was Kalista Renata, I'm more sure of it.
Yeah, definitely, but
Senna tends to just get Prio in a lot of these lanes. I think it might be actually the Nautilus and Senna with Prio. But admittedly, again, worse skirmishing. So there is a trade-off when it comes to absolutely pretty much all of these sort of maybe Prios that can come through, is that PSG do just have better skirmishing, maybe outside the Rumble, but even then, the Equalizer is such a powerful spell.
it's going to be really hard for Karsa to find impact in the early game. On Poppy, a champ, you kind of have to.
Yeah.
You're pretty much just become an ult later into the game. If you're lucky, you're going to make it to 2 items on the Poppy.
And it's going to be Maple here looking for some scaling, actually opting away from the second rune there. They're not going to go for the AP, going to instead go for scaling health.
Oh, yeah.
On the Aurelion Soul.
Minions have spawned.
Excited to see Junjia back on a carry. It's been a long time coming. And it'll be good to see what they function like with just full-on carry champs pretty much around the rift outside of the Nautilus.
Yeah, not a whole lot of lockdown, but so much damage on PSG. The kind of draft we see out of SKT from the LCK. Just so much pressure in all of their lanes and a strong early game jungler. And they just kind of put a vice grip on the map. As A-Soul's level 1 is insanely strong.
Just standing there.
Doesn't get aggro on the creeps as well when he queues like this.
Just proccing that comet. Job's done. Gory, I mean, he's had a hell of a turnaround in this split. He started off the split getting solo killed out by 116 while playing LeBlanc. And now from that, we've just seen carry performance after carry performance. A Penta on Tristana, everything going well. Hook lands in the bot lane. As the trade does come through aggressively, level 2 now is going to be hit by Betty, and he isn't really able to follow up as Tongue Lash will be hitting him, slowing down the ability to dash around, and with that, the attack speed that Kalista has.
So you're seeing here, Karsa has cleared his bot side now. Gonna be clearing a lot slower than Junjia on the Graves. And I guess he's gonna try make a play onto top lane. You never really want to be full clearing on the Poppy. So it'll be interesting to see what he does after he does his blue. Maybe tries to make a play on the bot lane, but Junjia's already here with red buff.
He's just going to recall this Karsa, maybe pick up boots? I don't know, we'll see.
Recall, go to his red buff, I guess. Well, he's got nothing to do. It's so hard for him to do anything. All his lanes are shoved in. Good luck ganking the spot lane with Junjia here. That could go disastrously. Azir's not really setting you up for much in the mid lane.
Yeah, not until 6 at least. But Maple, he's having the better of this matchup now. He's up a lot of CS. 10 on first recall, and first recall being at 3 minutes 30. Well, he actually chooses not to. Going to return back to his lane and just continue punishing this Azir pick. We thought that Talia might look like an obvious pick here, but he's certainly making at least this very early stage of game number 1 a good look as the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah. Clever pathing by Karsa to just make sure his bot side is cleared out. So when this inevitable Graves invade comes in, he doesn't find anything. By the time Graves is full cleared, Karsa's able to kill his bot side and get out of there. But not really an ideal position for Poppy. Usually the aggressor in the early game. Gory trading back reasonably well now. But still massive CS lead for Maple. Will be evened out a little bit once that wave goes in.
Yeah, and RJ, once he hits these minions, will be quite well ahead. And he actually procs it overheat. Rest though, he's popping the Ghost. Electric Harpoon lands, but it's just going to be, honestly, a trade of summoners that really does favor Rest for the sort of future. Maybe for the time being, though, this makes this lane impossible to play.
Yeah, it does suck for Junjia just because he's very vulnerable to Poppy now without Flash on the Graves.
Maple gonna dip and dive, get himself away from any potential threat coming through from Karsa, who does relieve a bit of pressure around this mid lane even. But Maple should feel okay. I mean, he's already recalled, he's already gone and got his tier, looking for Seraphs as his first big ticket item.
Yeah, and I think the pressure will relent a bit for the Azir. Asol's going to be just building so much mana in the early game.
By the way, what is Cassante, Poppy, Tarm ever doing to an Aurelion Soul as this game gets longer? Just going to melt. Just absolutely going to get 100 to 0'd.
Yeah, I mean, similar with the Rumble. Yeah, this is a very difficult draft to play for CFO. They're weaker in the early game, and we're not really even that sure about their scaling. We're not going to pretend Senna is some hyperscaler. No, you never get to enough stacks in any of these games.
It's not solo queue. You also just don't get that much gold. Hook lands here onto Shun. He does have both summons. Flash heal going to be immediately used. It's going to be a 3v3 as Caster does join the fray. Maple, though, on the way down, does have the Sky's Descent if he chooses to use it, but not going to need to. Just going to return to where he once came. But Dragon priority certainly given over to PSG as they look to start hitting it now.
Yeah, no real opportunity to trade any kind of kill back onto Woody or even force a flash. Even though Karsa was there for the gank, he ends up just preventing his teammate from dying rather than being able to punish anything. Yeah, rough early game for CFO. I mean, Karsa's heading to the Void Grubs now. Maybe gonna try and make a play onto Aja in the top lane. Oh, this Cassante is very behind.
Yeah,
almost 20.
I mean, they get the first Void Grub, but RJ coming and pressuring down. Even though Junjia is on the absolute opposite side of the map, is enough to stop Caster from hitting those anymore. And maybe Junjia will look for a recall, or maybe he'll look for a gank bottom, as he is actually pathing at least the crab for now. But this just 3 lanes of Prio and a Graves feels amazing here for Junjia.
Yeah, level 6 now for Junjia. Gonna recall, we'll see what he can pick up. Karsa keeping up in camps, but Poppy's just not gonna use this gold nearly as well. He's maybe looking for a gank onto top lane. Aja not scared at all.
Yeah, he's happy to 1v2. Yeah, this Rumble and this Aurelion Soul feel like they're going to get out of hand pretty quick.
Yeah, disaster wave state for Rest. Karsa's not hanging around really to help him fix it. He is still in the neighborhood. But he definitely has to help his Cassante get this wave out, or he's very vulnerable to Junjia. Back on the Void Grubs.
Junjia this time is on the top side, but he's not too interested or caring about the Void Grubs. Did get themselves the first dragon, and probably is a pretty decent win condition here for the side of PSG.
I think I honestly would have liked to see Junjia prioritize the Void Grubs a little more, just because he has 3 pushing lanes. Karsa maybe in trouble.
Gets one of them. The final Void Grub does go over to the side of PSG. Going to feel pretty happy about that. No opportunity for the 6 Void Grubs to come through. But yeah, it doesn't feel like CFO are hitting a tower anytime soon.
No, definitely not. Woody in the mid lane did step over ward. I think he did catch it with a sweeper.
Oh. That's right, big jobs. Level 6, depth charge available for the Nautilus, but pretty sizable amount of damage coming through there from Gory. Onto the Nautilus, who will just kind of shrug it off. I mean, first blood, who's getting it? We're 9 minutes in now.
Betty.
Betty? Pretty safe bet. Kalista and all. Saying Junjia. I think Junjia gets it with that collateral damage. MVP.
Maple.
Okay. Let's see it.
I think he's really set up for success. As you were mentioning, you know, who's interacting with this Asol? You're just hoping for a miracle shove from the Azir. Asol does kind of have to get stuck in to do, you know, optimal damage in these fights. And
kind of, but he doesn't really need to do optimal damage. If he's playing safe and just over top hitting a tank, they actually just shred. One of the few 80 carries that truly sort of stack up to 80 carry levels of damage when coming up against these tanks.
Yeah. Gonna be a fight for this crab by the look of it.
Yeah, Blizzard Voyage lands onto Junjia. He does have flash collateral damage, gets himself over the wall just, but Caster's going to be able to follow with that wall bang, and we're both wrong. It's going to be Maple who picks up that first blood as fight will continue out. Equalizer is amazing. Not going to be able to get himself out, will sort up, but gets Shun over the wall, and he's going to be chased down. It's going to be another kill. Maple. Flash. Oh my god,
no.
Shun is living, but he is going to die. Just, is he going to be able to get that execute off? Doesn't feel like he will. Yeah, with that slow now, there's definitely no way. He is just going to go down, and Maple going to be able to claim that credit. Even getting himself some...
Wastes as much time as he can, Shun at least. And even gets Maple's flash. Maybe getting a little too excited there, as I don't think Senna had anywhere to go. Bet he's going to pick up at least one set of plates, probably not the second. Not going to hang around for long once he sees this time. So they make a pick onto Junjia by the look of it, but meanwhile Gory just gets hooked here, followed up by Maple nicely, and goes down instantly. Junjia does end up going down, but Shun also just gets chased down here. And and Sword Art goes down as well. Yeah. Pretty horrible fight. I mean, just looking at the champs on the side of PSG, that's kind of how you expect the fight to go. Rest doesn't bother TPing. As there was no dragon up or anything. That was just a fight over a Scuttle Crab.
Classic. Dragon, however, will now be up. Rylai's completed for Maple, so certainly going to feel pretty good in any given fight now. Betty as well, he's very close to the Blade of the Ruin King. Kind of feels bad fighting before that item is completed. Maybe we'll see him go for a recall after pushing this wave, or maybe we'll see him come join and look for this dragon. Feels like CFO pressuring around it means that PSG are going to feel compelled to try and take it themselves. Gory going to find his way down here. Shouldn't be able to be just blindly hooked out from Woody, sort of plainly.
All flashes up for CFO.
Yeah, Maple missing his, Junjia also missing his. No teleport available here for RJ. Teleport is available for Rest. Through comes the Keeper's Verdict. Not going to be able to find his mark. He's going to be able to cancel that one, get it on the shortened cooldown. And it's going to be the Devour coming through. It's going to be onto Junjia. Caster's getting very low, but Caster's going to be able to take out this jungler. Going to be able to secure himself the dragon. It's answered back, though, as Rest is taken very, very low. And in fact, killed off by Betty. Maple trying to continue on this fight, but it looks like maybe CFO have done enough to get themselves out of the way and secure themselves at least the dragon, extending this game for potentially another 5 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, pretty good team fighting by CFO. Only burning one of their flashes there and managing to trade evenly in kills and get the dragon is kind of miraculous. They did have all their flashes up for that fight, but when we get the replay, you'll see Sword Art and Karsa just putting a clinic onto Junjia, not able to do anything. Gets taken out by the Poppy, and I thought the fight might go a lot worse just because Karsa wasn't able to find a good Poppy ult at all. Junjia picking up these Void Grubs, gonna be very difficult to contest just because his bot lane is already here.
Yeah, Woody gonna have that first roam, of course. We do see both bot laners and Shun and Sword Art arriving as well. One of these Void Grubs is picked up, so that means 5 Void Grubs can no longer be found from CFO.
Yeah, I like them taking
it. Spawn.
I like them taking it slow here around this Herald or Grubs, just because Driver is the only... Oh, Aja, sorry, is the only person on the map with teleport. So he is just laning 1v0 for as long as PSG can draw people over to this Rift Herald. CFO might just have to give it, or they just lose too much in the bot side. I think they will just give it. They'll rotate Gory down.
Argy making quick work of that tower, down to half HP now. Junjia does start up this Herald. It doesn't seem like CFO really have any right to contest, but we'll see if Caster's willing to accept that. Oh, this feels like an impossible game to be Cassante, and that was your red side 5th pick, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we forgot about the Rumble. Hex flash over. Oh, that was very close to working, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit earlier. Sword Art should be fine. And Oh, they didn't protect the Eye of the Herald, so Junji is able to walk back in.
Oh my. Maple is having a good time.
Yeah, still has his ult.
Yeah. Looks like Maple's found his answer to Azir.
Yeah, PSG may be getting the maximum here, still getting this tower and the Rift Herald. Yeah, 450 gold for Aja. Rift Herald now on Junjia. Yeah, they found themselves... I wasn't really paying attention to the TPs, but I'm not sure how they found themselves just down a teleport.
I think both of CFO's solo laners might have teleported to Dragon. I could be wrong.
Yeah, and Aja just somehow gets there without having to use his TP.
Yeah, game pretty decisively in favor of PSG thus far, but still, they are only that one Dragon, which oftentimes, when it comes to these top teams, is the priority win condition. Sort of the thing that gets teams across the line.
The farm is very one-sided towards PSG, apart from Gory, who's somehow not just clawed his way back in CS, but is a little bit ahead.
Yeah, I think that's nature of Maple being at pretty much every fight that's happened, while Gory actually staying away from a few of them. I mean, you know, the Rift Herald that just happened, he was actually just bot solo farming as the Azir.
Yeah, also just having a Tahm Kench on your team means he's going to be more than happy to give up waves for Gory to pick up. As we see here, Sword Art was laning top and just gets off the wave that is crashing for Gory to go top and pick it up.
Yeah, we'll see what item second here is going to come through from Gory. I guess there's a few things you could go. Lichbane, obviously, Leandri's. The other option is potentially Verdant Barrier, because there is a lot of magic damage coming through from both Maple and RJ, being that they are just very high magic damage champions. RJ already getting ahead of the curve and purchasing the Blighted Jewel, which will likely become a Crypt Bloom in the near future.
I think I like the Lichbane. I agree that it's a great Banshees game on Azir, but he is the only damage on his team. So he maybe just has to go for a Lichbane.
Yeah.
It's not the tankiest comp from PSG.
Not quite squishy, in fact. But
yeah. Just a Nautilus for the front line. I mean, Rumble and Asol do get some HP in their builds, but...
This is going to make them a little bit tankier, admittedly, as the Mountain Dragon will be the soul, and at least the first Mountain Dragon of what could potentially be 3 is started up here by PSG. They're certainly going to be able to collect that one for themselves, and Betty even not going to miss a beat. Skips on off to the mid lane to pick up some CS for himself.
I think CFO realizing they kind of worked a miracle to get that first dragon. Give PSG their second dragon. Will definitely be fighting the next one. So Maple's maybe just not finishing his Seraphs for a very long time this game. It looks like probably a Leandri's next.
Does seem that way.
Pretty interesting. He's almost fully stacked it. So a little bit surprising. Does have to get a Void Staff probably pretty early this game, just because Cassante is incentivized to build a lot of magic resist.
Yeah, and Tom's going to be able to get the Hollow Radiance, which will be his next item. Even Hollow Radiance may be the pickup here for Caster on the Poppy as well. Could be Kanik still. Just sit on that Barmy Cinder.
Yeah, you do see a lot of Barmies early on Poppy just to help you with the jungle clear.
Okay, relinquishes that Crabble Jinjia. He is kind of looking like the Lost Con.
Yeah, not really getting up to much on the Graves.
But I think doing a serviceable job.
Yeah.
His scoreline, while not looking that sharp, especially when compared to the rest of his team, he has been putting up a lot of pressure, securing early objectives, and I mean, the Rift Shield that he's putting down now should make great work onto this mid lane tower. See if anyone gets in it. Woody, is he going to be able to drift? Oh my goodness, he is. Azir ult. Can he drift well enough? No. It is Gory putting up that Emperor's Divide, which will stop that Rift Shield from crashing, and obviously keep quite a lot of health available for this top mid lane tower. RG being around, though, means that he can just look for the equalizer, and he will, and They're going to hit onto 3 people who are all chunked down to half HP.
Yeah, gotta love that first strike proc too. Just a quick ARAM for a bit there. Everyone shows up in the mid lane, scraps it out a bit, and then goes their separate way. Maple still holding on to the empowered ASOL ult. Probably gonna just be holding that for 2 minutes till the dragon comes up. If he uses it now, I don't think he'll have time to stack back up.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. Okay, let's see. I mean, this recall should tell us what Maple's going to go for third. Will it be the CS? Will it be the Void? Amp Tome? So, we don't know. I lied. No idea yet.
It's going to be Void Staff, second for Gory.
Yep, and Crypt Bloom is completed here for RJ. Shun, he is a lot closer to Graves than he perhaps wants to be. Collateral damage available, but it's going to be the Devour coming out of Sword Art. Shun with a massive shield. Flash actually stun found by Woody. Good job at being able to find that, and Shun going to be able to just get himself out of harm's way, but through will come that Aurelion Soul ult, and while he won't have it available for himself now for this dragon, he does manage to pick off a kill there onto Rest. Hits Shun on the back end and takes him very low. Jimjia ducking, diving, getting hit by the tower. Through will come Gory. Gory flash, Emperor's Divide, but Woody, he channels his Q, he gets it off, and in comes this equalizer. It's 2 going down, only 2 now remaining is Sword Art and Shun. Shun low from the beginning, Shun taken out at the end, and it's a clean ace for PSG as they lead now in gold by 8k, and they look towards the Baron.
It was miraculous how long Shun managed to survive in that fight. It felt like everyone just appearing out of nowhere for CFO to protect Shun and keep him alive for as long as they did, but PSG are just too far ahead at this point. You saw Rust arrive as the fight starts pretty badly with Shun just getting engaged on, dodges out of the Nautilus hook. And Graves ult isn't quite up here, but Sword Art does eat him anyway, spits him over the wall, and then jumps back over in time to block the Nautilus hook. And you're going to see Rest arrive here and just get absolutely one-tapped. I don't even know. I guess that's just ASOL damage.
Yeah. Just percent health max damage.
Yeah, no Void Staff or Pen item yet on this ASOL as well. So that's only going to get worse. And it looks like Gory can maybe turn it, but he's got Nashor's Tooth and Void Staff components. Yeah, not enough damage off of a great Azir ult from Gory. And this whole time, Rumble has not even been here.
Yep. I mean, pretty clear cut who the victor of that one was. It was Maple. Great equalizer coming through from RJ, of course. He's had a couple of those this game, but yeah, we do find ourselves now, Baron, in control of PSG, 10k gold lead. We're only at the 23-minute mark. The games between these two teams have often been very, very quick ones. Quick and decisive. Gory's found himself on a flank, but he's found Woody, not the guy you want. In will come that depth charge, and in will come that equalizer. It's splitting up the team fight. Nice ultimate. The Skies have descended. It's landed onto 3. Not the upgraded one, though, so not the most amount of damage. And Junjia was not at this play. He's, in fact, just hitting this dragon. Sword Art going forward. Sword Art, I mean, you're seeing the damage this Aurelion Soul is doing to all of these tanks who are building magic resist. It's really, really laughable how much resist is doing up against this Aurelion Soul as Maple is making his way towards a Void Staff or Crypt Bloom as we speak. Now going to start hitting this dragon. Should be the third of the game. Once again picked up here for the side of PSG as they are looking to pick up their first win against CFO in the season.
Yeah. Thankfully for CFO, it's not the soul, but I'm not really sure what you're souling for or when this is supposed to get better. As it just seems like PSG are way too far ahead. They have way too much damage in this comp. And not nearly enough damage or lockdown on the side of CFO.
Yeah, not even close to.
As ASOL is a pick that can be punished very hard, especially if you just have some CC. He doesn't get to play as aggressively as he'd maybe like to with his... What is the flying thing called? Do you know the name of that spell? The ability where he just flies across the whole map, essentially. Yeah. He flies like 3 screens along. And if he can do that aggressively, it's a great ASOL game. If he can't, you just don't get as much damage out, really. You're more using your ult. And just hitting frontline, which he's honestly fed enough to just hit frontline this game anyway.
Yeah. The tankiness that CFO have is pretty trivial. Woody looking for a hook there onto Shun, won't land it, but lands onto Sword Art and takes a massive chunk out of his health bar for doing so. And Maple now, he has that upgraded ult. We have a massive star that could just quickly crash down and crush the hopes of CFO here in game number 1. Teleport coming through. It's going to be RG, has that equalizer. Once again, it is the empowered Aurelion Sol ult. But they're just going to be happy and content with that one singular tower as Maple glides on over. Not spotting Caster in that bush, but...
Oh, you can fly from top lane to mid lane.
Yeah, it scales with your stacks, so...
Oh.
The more stacks you have, the further the distance that you can cover.
Yeah, it resets on kill, right? So we saw saw a quadra kill out of Shengbai yesterday on the ASOL.
It certainly did. I mean, ASOL looking strong in the PCS.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere, the last 2 days of gameplay, we've suddenly got ourselves another mid laner to add to the meta. Maybe something Chris Carter can pick up.
Sick. Flies on by, one-shots the mid-wave on his way past.
Yeah, he's disgustingly far ahead. Does pick himself up a Crypt Bloom as well. So 2 pin items now for both these AP carries that PSG find themselves with. It is also going to be that Terminus here for Betty on the Callista, who is quietly also 4-1 and 3 himself.
Yeah.
No slouch at all in this game.
Yeah, everyone just doing great on the side of PSG. Bori.
Oh, here comes the... Oh, that's a 4-man foul on Maple. The Emperor's Divide simply isn't going to be enough as it only really connects onto Woody. Woody lands his hook onto Sword Art. Flash coming out. It is going to be that judgment coming through from Caster, but it's too little too late. Flash forward from Woody. They're going to find another kill. 3 members, 4 even, going down. Shun being the last one remaining. He's up against 5 strong off PSG. Bot lane, Inhib Tower goes down. Bot lane, Inhib goes down. Shun, what are you ever supposed to do here? It feels like Maple could just fly at you. He might even not need to, as Betty is just destroying him, despite the fact that he is in his fountain. And after 27 minutes, it seems like PSG, they're going to take revenge over CFO, at least in game number 1.
Yeah, similar fashion to what we saw game 1 of their last series, just CFO with the clean win.
Yeah, just the reverse way, right?
Yeah, just the other way around this time. Honestly, I don't think CFO played particularly badly. I think they played pretty well in those fights and okay in their lanes. It was just doomed from the draft.
Yeah, it does feel like that. I mean, you said it actually before sort of the draft came into play that Gory has really functioned well and looked so good with that counter pick in the mid lane.
Yeah.
They see obviously the Azir left open and they probably fear that Maple's just going to pick it himself while not having a true counter. I mean, the Tilia obviously does exist, but outside of that, maybe they just didn't want to play the Tilia. It doesn't work so well with their comp or whatever they were thinking, and so they lock in the Azir first pick. Gets answered by this Aurelion Sol and just demolished in lane, honestly. 10 CS up at 3 minutes for an Aurelion Sol lane feels amazing.
Yeah, so, yeah, I didn't know what the matchup would look like into the Azir, but pretty good, apparently. And I think where this draft really took a turn for the worse was just the first pick from CFO. They went for Azir Senna. If that was Azir Nautilus, we just have a very different draft. I think the Senna Nautilus lane is a lot more viable than the Senna Tom lane. Senna Tom looks completely useless this game. I think Tom is just not strong enough as a champion right now. You need a lot of things to line up to justify a Tom Kench pick. And yeah, PSG are a good enough team to not draft into the Tom Kench. They didn't pick a bunch of single target. They deny the Nautilus, and yeah, once the Nautilus gets picked away by PSG, the Senna feels kind of silly if you don't play some oddball pick with the Senna. So
right.
So I
mean, I don't even think I hate the Tom that much. I think I hate the Cassante. I think you've got red side. Of course, you didn't choose red side. It was PSG choosing blue side. But you have this 5th pick. You see Rumble, terrible lane for the Cassante. You see Aurelion Sol, a champion that Cassante never can really interact with. And then also the Callista, a champion that's very difficult for you to actually have kill pressure over, despite being that Cassante. And so who really is ever your target? Yes, you can stand in front of a team fight and try and reduce some of that damage you're taking for your team, but ultimately we were at the point, and a lot of this comes down to gameplay that happened within the game, but we just got to the point where Aurelion Sol was demolishing rest. I mean, demolishing Sword Art and
yeah,
Casa. Everyone was
one-shotting.
just getting one shot by this Aurelion Sol.
I've
At which point you
never
needed
seen-
something to lock down the Aurelion Sol. Nautilus could have been an answer had they have looked for that, but it didn't feel like there was any lockdown. Maybe you could have found an all-out through a wall, but ultimately, Aurelion Sol can just ignore you if he wants to, or just kill you when you are isolated from your team.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen a Cassante die that quickly as when Rest TP'd into mid
I
lane.
mean, even look at this.
Yeah. There's just so much damage on the side of PSG, and not much damage or crowd control coming back from CFO. It was on Karsa to just like somehow snowball the early game, but he had
3 losing lanes.
he had scaling champs on his team.
Oh,
3 lanes, no
Cassante
prio.
damage. Oh.
Yeah, Rest, this was the
Miserable
most
game.
miserable Cassante game I've ever seen, and that was also their last pick.
Yeah.
So they got to see every single champion in the game before picking this champion that...
Yeah, we're going to see
Got his
CFO on
damage.
blue side next game.
Yeah.
I actually wouldn't hate to just see Maple hold his counterpick. I think it looked really, really good. If Arj is happy to blind pick Rumble, maybe it's something that CFO have to look to ban or pick up themselves. Damage dealt. It is fairly even across the board here for the side of PSG.
Yeah, Aja actually doing the most damage. I thought that would be
Yeah, some of
Maple.
those equalizers were disgusting.
Yeah, he was just, He is always just somehow quietly performing out of his
Giga-smurfing,
mind.
yeah.
Like even in some of those mid-game situations, he was just randomly up a teleport and just made the macro unplayable for CFO.
Betty, most kills, most gold earned. Damage, though, was, of course, as you saw, Arja, and surprise, surprise, the jungler once again. And Junjia will have the most damage taken per death, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, he had 2
considering
deaths.
he had the most deaths on his team. Started the game 0-2-1, I believe I remember seeing. Maybe we're going to pick up that MVP. No surprise whatsoever. You saw the replay just before. 4-man Aurelion Sol ult to close out the game.
Yeah.
And just how lane went.
And we even predicted it at like minute 2 in the game, I think, just because it was such a free Aurelion Sol game.
Yeah.
With a lead in lane and no champs that threatened him at all, except just Corey flashing within a 0.
Yeah.
That's all you've got for the Say Sol.
And even then, with how far ahead they got, probably just gonna kill everyone while Azir ulted anyway, so...
Yeah, and the problem also with that being your only threat onto Asol, it just means that he's gonna have flash every time Gory has flash. So how are you realistically actually killing this Asol? They didn't.
No, they did not. Maple does get it done here. I mean, see it on your screen. This was kind of set up by Junjia. Sword Art does manage to get the eat off here before Dredge Line connects. But eventually it is just going to be a dragon flying on in. Here he comes.
Yeah. And at this point, they just wait for Rest to show up.
That's cool.
That is cool. And Rest just goes down instantly. Shun almost goes down to that empowered Asol ult as well. As I think I just saw a comet fly off to hit Corey all the way across the map. and it looked like Corey might be able to turn this around, but just too far behind. Not enough damage to follow this up.
And then, yeah, Arja's...
Yeah, really nice rumble ulti from Arja. Somehow is still up this far into the fight. Finds the perfect moment to use it and just maximize. It goes from a winning fight to just a 5-0 ace because of how well they just played around their cooldowns. And
do you regret picking CFO as your prediction?
We'll see. Game 1. Don't be a Game 1 Andy. It's just Game 1 still. They'll fix up the draft and, you know, we'll see what kind of form CFO are in. And honestly, their form didn't look terrible in terms of actual gameplay. Keyboard and mouse, the things they were doing were fine. And the team fights looked, honestly, probably closer than they should be. There was really a miracle dragon they managed to get partway through that game. Just out of nowhere, they grabbed a dragon.
Yeah, that was kind of living on a prayer getting that one. I don't know how they managed to do it, but they did. But it was obviously PSG picking up game number 1. When we do return from our little break, we will have game number 2. CFO, see if they can keep their massive up streak of wins, or can PSG finally foul them. See you soon.
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. Oh, so far, but so close. Oh, so far, but so close. Hello paradise, I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. Oh, so far.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me weak? mouth is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Hello, everybody. We are back in very decisive game number one. PSG picking that one up very handedly and some intelligent drafting, I want to say. The Aurelian Soul, not what we expected to see as an answer to the Azir, but certainly a welcome sight after seeing the result of that one.
Yeah, just a complete draft gap that game, I would say. PSG played well, of course, especially Maple and Aja, but it's surprising that the draft was so one-sided because we have praised CFO for being the team that adapted to the new meta as it seems to be changing really quickly between patches. Yeah, just a draft difference was not something we were expecting. Definitely not that one-sided. And CFO go back onto red side is very surprising as well because we thought, you know, with how badly the draft went, take the blue side and see what you can do with blue side.
Yeah, I have a feeling PSG might feel pretty good about this one. I do think Gory's probably going to get his counterpick this game. I don't think you want to see what just happened again.
Definitely not. Now that they are aware of how good this Asol is into the Azir, I think they won't be so happy to blind pick the Azir. There were already multiple picks that were pretty good into the Azir.
Yeah.
Most notably the Talia. We've seen Maple do really well in that matchup.
Sure. Now, Sejuani going to be banned once again. Was banned in game number one. Senna, though, was not. Shun. Honestly, kind of surprising that you put him on Senna considering how good he's looked at these carrying 80 carries, the likes of, I mean, honestly, everything, but Varus really does stand out. Has been banned both games now, though, and Kalista will be banned, so an adaptation already. I believe we had another game of Ashe just falling through the draft entirely.
Yeah, it was a pretty smart Varus ban from PSG because it takes away the Varus Ashe, which is usually an answer into the Kalista, and allowed them to first pick the Kalista. CFO decided to just ban the Kalista. I think PSG would be happy first picking an Ashe, maybe a Rumble.
Yeah.
But Ashe banned away from CFO, so maybe just Rumble. If they don't think Gory plays the Asol, they could just first pick the Azir as well.
I mean, could.
Yeah. Oh, Vi. Yeah, Vi makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Junji having some great performances on this champ.
Udyr also open now.
Oh, Jax. Oh, Vi. What are we going to see? It is the Vi. Going to eventually be locked in here. Junji has been a very, very strong Vi player here in the region. Lucian loses a lot of value against the Vi, but it will be locked in any case. It's going to be Shun and Sword Art once again on this Lucian. Milio looked so strong in the past. But Betty and Woody, no slouches. They've played a lot of it. They've played against a lot of it. I'm sure they'll have an answer. Talia, at least, will be the answer for Maple.
Might have to just see them on the Caitlyn Lux again with so many ADC and lane bullies banned.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
We forgot.
Yeah, we're back.
We forgot.
And it was exactly this combo that completely destroyed Frank from PSG. The Vi and Udyr just made it impossible for Gemini to do anything in their games, and honestly the rest of the map too, as somehow Aja was impacting all three lanes on the Udyr.
Okay, I mean, I hope Casa has something to answer this Udyr with. Obviously, Rest's gonna lock in that Cassante.
Yeah, I mean, with Gnar available, with Darius available, feels like, you know, a bit of a sheepish Cassante lock-in, especially after that last game.
Rest, wake up. It's time to play Cassante again. Yes, honey. I mean, this is just miserable for the Cassante.
It's a bit of a better Cassante game, but yeah. Caitlyn ban makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I mean, so far, 5 I mean, 480 carries. Ash, typically a support, but
Yeah.
going to be 480 carries banned by CFO, 1 by PSG, so 5 in total, which is the most broken role in the game or what?
Well, when you got Betty and Shun in the game, it might be.
What is Betty going to play? I mean, we
Maybe-
could see something cool. We could see another Draven.
Just see an Ezreal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we could. I don't think Ezreal's actually that good into the Lucian Milio is the concern.
I agree.
I think Lucian Milio can pretty much at will just E and run you down. What else is there though? Nyla? Be cool to see something a bit unique.
I don't know if
Zeri?
Nyla has a good enough build. Yeah, it might just be Zeri. Something like Zeri, Lulu, and just trade scaling.
Zeri, yeah, definitely an option. Jhin, if you can match a powerful support with it. Well, going to be banned away. Most likely a champion that CFO were going to be looking to pick up. I honestly think CFO have looked stronger in general with Casa on the tanks outside of a massive Lee Sin performance.
Yeah,
But
I
they've
agree.
looked very cohesive as a unit when Casa's able to just
Yeah.
sort of start a team fight, but not by his own will, by enemies just finding him because he's able to sort of know his limits really well. Looks
Yeah.
like it will just be the Ezreal. I don't like it, but what else really
Yeah.
is there left available? Oh, I like it. Oh, I don't like it.
I think I do like the... Oh, there's always
Oh.
All Reliable.
Yeah, that is... Yeah, that's a champion that certainly can do a lot of damage to a champion like Cassante, but we might just go back to the Zeri. What will we see with it? Solo Q has had some Yumis in it recently with the pairing of Zeri.
If there's a lane you can get away with the Yuumi Zeri, it might just be this one.
We'll see. I mean, what else? Lulu obviously was something in the past. Looks like Woody might prefer going for that one. It is a little bit more sort of...
It's
What's the word?
It's a lot more presence in lane.
Yeah,
on the
and
Lulu.
there's a lot more sort of decision making, I guess, or plays you can make on the Lulu. You don't have to just sit on your best friend, which will almost certainly be the Zeri the entire game. You can, if need be, look to Wild Growth Junjia as he goes in on that Vi ult, or save a teammate, give some speed to Udyr to run around in circles a little bit quicker. There is just sort of more options than having that Yuumi.
Yeah, Karma seems like a solid pick here. We might be lacking for damage on CFO's side, but no one's really that tanky other than the Udyr.
Yeah, and
he's not-
Lucian should be okay.
And the Udyr has absolutely zero threat onto any champions on CFO's side. It is, again, just going to take an early game miracle from Aja to snowball this game, as he often does alongside Junjia.
Yeah, but RG on the Udyr does turn water into wine somehow.
Yeah.
Every single game. We'll see though, can he do it again? CFO, definitely a formidable opponent to try and do it up against. But if there is a man that can do it, it is RG. Time and time again. So much success. Maple though, he's also back onto the Talia, a champ that he's found great success with as well. One of the better showings in his champion pool thus far in the spring split, as they look to head into game number 2 to try and take down CFO in their first best of 3 since their very first one of the split. No easy feat, that's for sure.
And they did last pick Gory's champion, as we wanted them to do with the red side. He's looked a lot better when he does get to choose his matchup in the mid lane, and he is a player who's able to take over games by himself. Karma very strong.
Yeah, not the kind of takeover game strong.
Yeah, it doesn't strike me as a Gory champion, but we'll see how he does on it. And it's probably going to be Shun looking to take over this game.
Yeah. Generally, Lucian in your game, it means the entire game plan revolves around what the limits Shun is able to reach.
With 2 enchanters, essentially, and 2 tanks. So it is likely going to be the Shun show.
Yeah. Runes, all fairly standard and normal. Is going to be unflinching for this Cassante. I think we've done a little bit of trolling. That rune feels abysmal these days.
Oh, extra.
It gives you, like, early game, level 1, it gives you 2 armor and magic resist, while CC'd in for 2 seconds afterwards. 2.
Do the slows count
Um,
from Udyr? Maybe.
maybe. Yeah, maybe. If so, maybe that's a better item. I mean, Revitalize always feels good with second wind, you also have a shield.
Yeah, and I mean, it'll be permanently proccing against Udyr.
Yeah.
See how Rest does.
I mean, he's never going to be winning this lane. RJ
Yeah.
doing some hunting. Not doing the driver tech where he invades bot side and loses the game solo to Riven.
Yeah, Karsa, probably our most intelligent jungler in terms of these rough early games that he has to, you know, navigate. He seems to always find a way, even on the Poppy. Just managed to, with 3 losing lanes, keep up in farm for most of the early game, not really lose out, not get outpaced, match the ganks of Junjia on the Grave. So we'll see how he does it in this early game.
Zeri Lulu gonna have push here early on in the bot lane. Probably will remain like this for the most part. We'll see what Betty builds. I suspect we might be seeing a Static Shiv come through.
Yeah.
Hopefully Static Shiv into IE tends to be the higher damage build. There is a little bit more safety in Static Shiv into Navori.
So Junjia actually nowhere near top lane at the moment. Maybe trying to fake them out with a play onto the bot side. Pretty interesting. I mean, there are no camps up here for Karsa. So Junjia is in for a Rude Awakening. Does get a Gromp, and Karsa's probably not going to be able to trade any camps on PSG's bot side just because there's an Udyr who will very happily drop waves to just beat up the Zen.
Karsa's coming. Jinji has already heisted himself a Gromp.
Yeah, is spotted on this ward too. I think the Zen would win this 1v1, but Junjia
It's
is
not going to be 1v1 though. Junjia going to be able to find that Vault Breaker. Gory does have Flash available for himself, but maybe too little too late. It's Junjia. Strikes first in game number 2.
Yeah, well played by Junjia. He finds such a small opening. Karsa was on his way to the mid lane.
Oh, Betty. Betty is a drifter. He's found his way here onto Karsa. Going to have to force out that flash. It's going to go back in now as Gory does return to the fight, but Karsa's so low. He'll forced out of a sword art as Betty now the target. Betty getting low himself. Does have to pop that barrier. Shun now in front of everyone, and a nice laser beam from Betty is going to slow down those members of CFO and maybe let them live. Maple might be forced to flash here as is going to use that Unraveled Earth and does flash away. So nobody going down in that later exchange, but still was the first blood picked up from Junjia.
Yeah, CFO lose all 4 flashes. Both their bot lanes having to flash out of a shove from Maple. Otherwise, he was hitting a 2-man shove onto the bot lane of CFO.
Rest does have the 2 bickies, so he should be able to get this wave in. Does have to be careful though at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
It is possible for this Udyr to run you down.
So Gory is hovering towards his jungler here, but he doesn't realize that Junjia somehow snuck in between him and his jungler and just gets picked up pretty cleanly. And him TPing back here makes CFO want to go for this fight. Really nice angle here from Betty, just straight onto Karsa. They know they've got a numbers advantage, at least for now. And I mean, eventually the Karma does show up, but at this point, Karsa is too chunked out to contribute to this fight at all. Lucian at this point in the game not doing any damage, really. And yeah, there's the double flash out of the shove. And yeah, advantage PSG. Maple does have to blow his flash in the end here.
Oh, that was close. I think he still lives, but... yeah, I mean, things going well early on here for PSG in game number 2.
Yeah, look at the bot CS.
Oh my giddy aunt.
Yeah, pretty depressing if you're the Lucian, who, you know, if you can go even in these lanes and come online, you can put a lot of pressure onto the Zeri Lulu. Shun gonna be down a lot of gold now.
Shun is definitely down a lot of gold.
Bright spot for CFO is Rest has managed to just stay even in the lane. Junjia focusing more on the bot side.
What's kind of blowing my mind
What?
is that against almost every team, including the bottom teams, PSG struggled to get a single dragon. And against CFO,
Maple.
they're looking to get their first one. Maple not got flash. He's going to be taken out. That tether going to confirm the kill. Now it's going to come down to a smite fight. It's also a 4v5. It's going to be Junjia who picks up at least the dragon. Vault Breaker only just narrowly Get him across that wall and back to safety. Maple was the loss there in that fight, but again, they do get the dragon, so it's not for naught.
Yeah, you're okay with losing one for the dragon. Maple with no flash. Kind of easy pickings for the Karma and the Xin. So we'll see what happens to him here. Karsa just sneaks into this bush and gets, onto Maple once he's onto him. Not much you can do. Maybe hitting him in the wrong direction doesn't ultimately matter because Gory cleans him up. And PSG's bot lane with priority too. Should have meant it was probably going to be a free dragon, but nice play from CFO to find a kill at least.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh, Karma is so broken.
Yeah, very unreasonable champ, and this damage isn't going to fall off for a long time.
It doesn't even really fall off. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
It falls off in terms of if you're hitting Udyr, but you're not really looking to hit Udyr. And even then, it actually does just still do insane amounts of damage.
Yeah. And can essentially later in the game just have no cooldown on the Mantra Q.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is like if you land your Q, your Mantra Q, and then you W someone, it's pretty much just back up.
Yeah. So, Aja picking up some plates might be in trouble here.
This is awfully dangerous. I mean, he does pop the Ghost. Rest not using his. Does use the All-Out, though, and I think now there just isn't any kill pressure anymore for Rest.
Yeah,
so
I'm surprised he didn't Ghost to try and pick that kill up. Maybe just not sure where Junjia is, decides to just take the free summoner.
Yeah, I think, honestly, RJ might just get away because of the bear stance. Trade down, bot Polymorph comes in, as Shun does look aggressively, but honestly, not that much damage really found. A bit of gold picked up for first strike for sure, but PSG aren't going to feel too bad about that.
Yeah, Shun so far with Ignite in this lane, by the way. I mean, he's going to have a lot more kill pressure at 6. Betty is first to 6, though.
Yeah, see if the lightning crash plays any important part of these light skirmishes we're having down the bot lane.
Yeah, Junji on his way.
Is the Vi lots easier to gank on than the Graves is?
Yeah, and this Vi was banned away from him. We're kind of seeing why. Already off to a pretty good start.
How pointless is banning 580 carries?
Yeah.
Against an 80 carry player that's played for years and years.
We'll see how much impact Betty can have on the Zeri.
Yes, I feel like there's no threat on him at all.
Oh, Shun once he gets some items going.
Yeah, Polymorph comes through. There is the Breath of Life available here for Sword Art, but he is 0 mana, so
yeah.
I don't think he has the mana to be able to press that button. And
crushing this lane, PSG.
Yeah.
You know, it is a bit of a bad look when you ban so many ADCs.
Okay, Junjia once again around this mid lane. He's going to be able to spot out Karsa, I believe. Gory, though, he's getting baited in by how close Karsa is, despite Junjia actually being between the two of them.
No shove on Maple.
Yeah, Gory does get the flash burnt, and now Junjia found his way there onto Karsa. He finds the stun because of that unraveled ground, and Lightning Crash comes through, but it's ultimately going to be Maple who picks up at least that kill. We'll see if anything else comes through, as Gory does have to run away. But we'll turn back around. Unfortunate, Betty loses his flash to try pick up that kill. Maple does get it, but ultimately still on a carry. Doesn't feel too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, Maple will be appreciating the gold. And it looked like it could have been a good play for CFO, but PSG's bot lane decided to use their priority.
Shove lands, Unraveled Earth. This should just be the solo bolo. He doesn't have the mantra. Q misses, but will eventually get that kill. So Maple just finishing the work from Junjia's presence in the mid lane and making sure that he's putting it to good use.
Yeah, Gory's, or Maple rather, has looked really good every time he plays this Talia, showing why he's just willing to blind pick it. So the shove is used here by Maple, and it makes Gory play a lot more aggressively than he normally would if the shove was just available. Ends up losing his flash just because Maple shoves the wave, essentially. And then here it looks like you should be winning this 2v2 as CFO, but with bot lane coming up for PSG, there's no hope.
Oh, helped out with the damage, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Xin walks out there. It's a bit of a stretch.
But he should be very close now to what is almost certainly a static shiv. I don't really see any reason to be going for the, what is that item called?
Storm Razor.
That's it.
Definitely going to be the Storm Razor for Shun, though.
Yeah. Going to go for that Energizer build.
Yeah, no flash on Betty now. He could be under a lot of pressure. As I say that, though, 5 members of PSG are assembling around this dragon. So, not going to be much opportunity for Shun and Sword Art to punish Betty's flash.
Definitely not for the time being. Dragon start up, Dragon taken down to half, and there's not going to be an answer here for CFO. Caster just going to keep trying to get himself some gold, doing the Gromp as we speak. And PSG, they're looking hot, they're looking good. It's exactly what you want to see ahead of going into those playoffs. Of course, they do get a bye. They will be heading through immediately to those playoffs, not having to play in the play-ins against DFM as well as V3. And then, obviously, Antics and Ground Zero from the LCO.
Yeah, Shun's starting to trade really well in the bot lane, though.
While we have a little bit of downtime, just like to remind everyone that after either this game or if we do go to a game 3, we will have a draw ceremony where we do get to find out who each team will be up against. Of course, in that draw is going to be both DFM, V3, and then Ground Zero Antics alongside will be Frank, Beyond, J-Team, and DFM. So do stick around to watch that after the games are done. Hollow Radiance first here for Cassandra.
Yeah.
Not something we often see. I mean, it was this patch that Kainic Recurn did get nerfed. But generally, it is just a Kainic Recurn rush. You are also against just a lot of magic damage anyway, so the 80 magic resist provided by that item does feel very good. Obviously, Talia, Zeri, Lulu, as well as Udyr, all doing substantial amounts of magic damage. Junji getting himself away.
Yeah. I mean, PSG managed to grab the grubs, and all 5 members of CFO are here. PSG just get out of there. Making out like bandits. So, actually an item advantage in the bot lane for Sword Art. Means this 2v2 is a little bit scary.
Yeah, but I feel like you've got such an advantage mid, jungle. I mean, jungle's actually not that much of an advantage. But then just the power that you get through Udyr if he does choose to come to what likely will be a Rift Herald fight before the Dragon fight. Betty, though, he's getting awfully confident.
There's no flash.
Cops a lot of damage here. Does manage to survive. Wild Growth, Heal, as well as Barrier are still available. And Junji is now down here. Weaver's Wall coming out too. Unraveled Worth should come through. Jun's not going to have anywhere to go. Breath of Light does get pressed here, as well as no ultimates now for either bot laner. Through will come Rest. He's found the all-out. It's going to be onto the perfect target in that Maple, but Maple's got the flash, gets himself away, and now Rest. He has pushed all of his buttons, all these big cooldowns, and doesn't find anything really outside of that flash from Talia. And somehow, through all that, nobody is taken out.
Yeah, I'm amazed that gank didn't work for PSG. It looked pretty doomed. Junjie could just push ult on someone, and Maple follows it up, but well played by CFO's bot lane. They somehow get out there. Rest burns Maple's flash and gets the TP out of the Udyr as well. So, a small win for CFO. You probably wanted to get a kill with while Zeri's flash was down, but you know, they survive a 4-man in the bot lane anyway, so doing okay. And I think we're starting to see a little bit the difference in power between the Zeri and the Lucian. Just in these 2v2s at least. In team fights, maybe Zeri able to do a little more.
Yeah, you do have to play somewhat around it, but I agree. I think, honestly, in team fights, Shun has one hell of a job ahead of him, trying to avoid Junjie pressing R and followed by a stun. A shove, rather.
Yeah, we were talking about how it's going to be the Shun show. Vi, a very good champion to have when the enemy team is essentially bringing one threat.
Yeah, it makes your choices very easy, doesn't it? Now, I mean, we are going to have a little bit of a lull period. 1 minute now until this dragon will spawn. It'll be 3rd dragon for PSG if they are to claim it. Of course, CFO not likely to roll over and give it up because they are still trying to keep their chances in this game alive and chances in the series. Maple and Betty leading the gold. Maple well and truly leading.
Yeah, Maple picking up a bunch of kills in those mid fights. Decent CS lead. Don't think he got any plates anywhere.
I'm not sure.
So, yeah, as you said, this is going to be a very big fight for CFO. The game becomes much harder if you give PSG 3 dragons here. No TPs on either top laners. And Aj is going to be pretty late to this, honestly.
Yeah,
so is the bot lane of PSG.
I think that's okay as Udyr. Maple going to hit this tower. He might actually be in trouble. Everyone is collapsing down onto him.
Does have ulti.
Weaver's wall. He's going to get stopped.
Oh.
Fantastically well played by Casa. Great timing. Shove comes through. Does have phase rush. He's going to proc it, but he's kind of in the middle of nowhere. In the meantime, though, it is going to be only those two bot laners out of CFO, Shun and Swordart, trying to define the mid lane, and Rift Hero being popped means this tower is not going to have a whole lot of health. In fact, it is just taken down, so great response here from PSG as this 4v2 with Arja just strolling on into the tower. Looks to be one in favor of the side of PSG, and now Maple is dead. Teleport coming through. This is going to be Gory on the Karma, and now you have to be really concerned because Rest does have all out. Betty's getting very low. Wildgrove comes through, securing that he has a little bit more health. RJ, he is the focus. Junjie turning around though, finding a lot of damage here onto Gory, and nobody going down despite so many abilities used. And Maple now is going to be respawning. Teleport very close to being up. We'll see if PSG want to continue on and look for this dragon. Junjie, importantly, does have R-Bud and does have a lot of health, as does Betty still. No ultimates though available here for the Lulu. Does have heal, and Lightning Crash does remain up for Betty, the most important ability that this Zeri can possibly have.
Yeah, Karsa used his flash in that fight as well, so going to be hard to get onto
found his way, but
Zeri.
he's found his way onto Rest. Definitely not the target you want. We're looking for some way. All out coming through. This might not be what you want. In fact, it does look like it is. Junjie get it to flash away. He'll use there by Woody. Archie, though, he's on the back line. He has his perfect way onto either of these carries. Sword Art as well, an option. And Red Team will slay it. That's Casa confirming it with the smite. Betty running forward, trying to find something. Damage is coming through, but nobody's going down. And Betty's now the target. Forward will go Shun, but he doesn't have the damage either. As Maple lets him live on just a sliver of HP. And CFO picking up the dragon.
Maple's not done.
Yeah, Maple's still looking for more. He's not going to be able to find it. CFO, though, they keep their Holts alive. They are able to find a kill after killing off Maple in the bot lane, and the Dragon 2 to extend this game for at least another 5 minutes.
Yeah, and it's about as stressful as it can be if you're a CFO fan, as it essentially comes down to a flip for the Dragon, and then PSG try to pincer CFO. Somehow, everyone on CFO survives, and they pick up a kill onto Junjie while they're at it. Do pick up the red and a mid-wave on their way out. So it's Aja with a flank here, and then this is such a nice play from Res. It looks like Junjie is just going to Blast Cone out, but gets interrupted on the Blast Cone and forced to flash away. Very low HP now. Means that it's very hard for him to ever try steal here. He's essentially suiciding if he tries to steal. Karsa with a perfect smite there, and Aja comes in, but not super threatening. And it looks like Shun is maybe going to be able to clean up in this fight here, but he does unfortunately dash on the Shattered Earth and can't quite finish off Betty. And Rest landed a 2-man Cassante knock-up in the middle of that fight, by the way, onto the very low Junjie. Forces him to ult in and die, and I think that was the only kill of the fight. These teams, you see how evenly matched these teams are. Such long team fights, and just one person goes down. Multiple people on, you know, double-digit HP.
Close indeed. It's starting to get scary, though. I think CFO keeping this game alive, but do they outscale? I kind of don't think they do. I mean, Zeri, very close now for having that Infinity Edge online.
Yeah, there's an Udyr on his team, though.
Yeah.
You hate to be scaling with an Udyr on your team.
That is true, but they don't have the best tank shred. Lucian certainly
not great,
doesn't want to be hitting the Udyr almost ever.
Yeah, same with Karma. And you saw in that mid-fight before the Dragon, Karsa actually flashes onto Aja to knock him up, but there's just no damage to follow up on the Udyr. You know, the Lucian hasn't exactly snowballed.
Biddy looking aggressive, actually dashing forward, but Culling is the answer. What are you going to have to block something? You're not going to. Magic Q comes out. They're able to find one. Weaver's Wall in response. Casa likely to be taken out by that tower. In fact, he's not, but Maple will find it on the back end. Teleport coming in here for both top laners. As Maple going to be looked at forward. Will go Shun, but Junji is able to turn it around. Rest with the all out, but he's not going to be able to find anything. RJ, though, he's full HP. Shun's low. There is no ultimate available for Sword Art, and somehow the play that starts with Biddy kind of running it down results in a 2 for 2.
I mean, you kind of saw the champ diff in that mid lane fight. Betty dashes onto the Lucian and pretty much just gets one-tapped. They're able to follow up with Gory on the Karma. But then somehow PSG pull off a miracle under their mid lane tower. Yeah, you're dreaming. You're Zeri. It's on current patch. This never is going to go too well for the Zeri. And Karsa just gets stun locked under this tower for so long, does eventually go down. It looks like Shun could maybe kill Junjia, but can't quite do it, and they just look for too much here. Baited in by the Seraphs, we've seen that a couple times. The Seraph shield is massive, especially at this point in the game.
For sure, and a very close battle indeed here between these two. Leandri's now picked up from Maple, so even more damage onto this Cassante.
Yeah, who's looking very tanky himself.
He is.
Rest having a much better game on the Cassante.
Somehow doing the most damage that fight. Karma's balanced champion. 400 damage from Betty. You were the one aggressing, and what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, these fights are not even close. Maybe with the IE, maybe with the rapid fire versus an IE, you're going to see more damage out of the Zeri.
It's honestly just hard to auto-attack the Lucian and Zeri. Obviously, your auto-attack is just a skill shot.
Yeah, very mobile with the dashes and just a bunch of move speed too.
Yeah, and Milio just making him even more mobile.
So Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. It looks like PSG have position on this one.
Yeah, seem to. Archer as well. He's in a good position. Obviously continuing to keep that lane priority up against the Cassante. Even finding a little bit of damage, but not really that impressive. Oh, ult comes out and we found Shun. Weaver's Wall as well, but he's not able to land the seismic shove onto this Lucian. Woody going to have to flash to get himself over the other side of Maple's ult. Junjia as well, flashing away. Wild Growth does come out. Gory awfully far forward, but it's Betty who's going to be aggressed on, and Betty who's going to be taken out now. Maple the next one, all out comes through. Junjia is just going to have to dash away, and Maple somehow living, Rest letting him survive. Jun will eventually flash forward and confirm that kill. Junjia as well will be fouled. Rest picking up that one on this Cassante, and now I was thinking the Dragon might be picked up with so many dead. It is going to be this Baron, and CFO, they are looking to fight back in this series. They're down gold, but with the Baron buff getting picked up, they should be up it.
Asha is just full HP in the bot lane, by the way. I think what happened on that engage that Maple tried to follow up on is Shun actually gets stunned on top of the Weaver's Wall, and the Weaver's Wall comes in and displaces him off of the Talia W. As Asha's actually taking a lot of damage to Gory here. Probably not dead though. Just because it's Udyr, he'll somehow live here.
No, he's not gonna. Shield! Woody not able to make it.
Woody's so close to getting to him.
Okay, we do have teleports coming through to this Dragon though, so Baron picked up. It was extremely slow.
So we're going to see what happens to Shun here. He does get ulted by Junjia, and I thought he was just dead for sure here, but I think he is just displaced slightly by the Talia ulti, and watch Shun for the rest of this fight now. Just free reign. Pretty much just the Talia shove he has to worry about, and he does an amazing job of dodging it. Nice play by Karsa to get onto Zeri.
I did think somehow Maple was going to live here.
Yeah, Shun does actually have to blow his flash. He dodges everything on his way out, but yeah, can't outplay the flash. Look how much damage Maple did.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 1v9.
Yeah, Talia is not the type of champ you're expecting that from. To do as much damage as the enemy mid and AD.
Yeah, combined.
And then Karsa topping damage on his team, making Xin look very broken with just a frozen heart and a sundered sky.
Okay, Betty, he is up in CS, but feels a whole lot weaker than this Lucian does right now. They did pick up the Dragon while we were watching that replay, so they are now on Soul Point, a certain win condition. Rest, he has found himself in a position that oftentimes the the Santes do like to find themselves in.
Yeah, it's actually CFO with probably pressure on them to do something with this Baron because they've traded it for Soul Point on the other side. They will get a big injection of gold as long as they can pick up some turrets with this Baron buff. Now 5v5 usually isn't ideally the way to use this Baron, but with so much engage from PSG, with the Talia Vi, I think Talia Vi Udyr is the exact combo we saw them play against Frank as well. It's just so scary to try to split up at all to pressure multiple lanes, as you will be getting engaged on.
And eventually, this Zeri will do damage. Maybe we're there if she gets time to, but hasn't found any time yet.
It doesn't feel like it.
Yeah.
There's not even like all that much pressure on tours. It's just like Karsa flashing onto her.
Yeah,
to kill her in that last fight.
Follow up on that, but yeah.
Yeah, and Shun just does more damage. I mean, the champion diff between these champs is obscene. I mean, understandable. This shouldn't be a game Betty has to carry ever when there are 5 ADC bans coming out from CFO.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, we're sieging now on the top side, but not really feeling confident enough to do anything with it. I mean, Lucian, one of his biggest downfalls is his range and his inability really to look for these sieges. He really does like trading aggressively on mid waves and then looking for fights. Cullings as well, trying to chunk out people.
Yeah, you may just have to play for next Dragon if you're CFO. It doesn't look like they're getting all that much done with this Baron buff. Is a bit of a 3k gold swing, never the worse, as they're now in the lead. In terms of gold anyway, I mean, these dragons count for something though.
Yeah, the pressure it gives you is immense.
Yeah.
We'll see, does Maple have Crypt Bloom? He does, so 3 items now completed for Maple. It is looking like Karma here, the Gory, going for the Rabadons.
Yeah, I like
is
this Karma build.
Extremely strong.
Yeah, this is a cool Karma build.
Yeah, this is, I mean, just objectively correct, I think. Shun has LDR now, so doing a bit more damage to this Udyr. And oh my god, get out of there, PSG. Oh my god, nuclear bombs are being dropped, and they're being dropped here by Gory on this Karma, the 3-item Karma. Certainly looking like a force to be reckoned with, as Maple is once again going to be losing his flash. Now maybe they find RJ and stop his back, and they will, but
Gory does use his flash there. They don't end up picking up a kill, and there's still Dragon in a minute. He might be missing that come Dragon.
they might actually lose this tower here, as Shun is having the freedom to auto-attack it there, being that all of PSG were taken so low, and now CFO without some massive misplay here or a potential steal coming through from Junjia, they feel like they should have complete control over this river and be able to deny any real chances at this 4th and final Dragon for PSG.
Yeah, especially if walking in blind to this Dragon where there's a Karma just throwing bombs at you, is going to be pretty scary. As you saw, just one Mantra Q landing means the fight is over. There is no hope of fighting if you're PSG.
Especially onto 3 members.
Yeah. Gory flashes to follow it up, doesn't quite have the damage to, or the follow-up really to finish anyone off. So he will be missing his flash, so will Maple.
Very scary up against a Vi. You can just choose to go on the Karma if it's becoming that much of a problem, and it might just be.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to worry about Shun, though.
Yeah, for sure. Teleport coming through. This is going to be Rest. Does have his Jux show completed now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Rest decides to play these fights, because to me it feels like he should just be on Maple. Every fight.
Gia charging up the Vault Breaker. See what PSG chooses to do. There comes that Mantra Q. It lands onto Betty. Shun is getting aggressive, but not able to find that empowered auto attack onto this Zeri. And now it is going to be this Dragon started up here for the side of CFO. PSG not able to delay long enough to threaten the Baron, and so it should just be a free Dragon. Second of the game now for CFO.
Yeah, and this is the advantage of having 3 Dragons. You kind of fish around for an engage. It doesn't quite go your way. They are going to commit heavily to the Dragon just to make sure they're denying you the soul. You get some Baron vision, you get 2 lanes shoved in. As Aja should be fine. CFO looking pretty aggressively down mid right now.
Yeah, RG does now, I mean, sorry, not RG.
Junjia is deep on a flank.
Oh, he is. Oh, okay. PSG, they're not one to roll over and give up. We see it time and time again. Junji has certainly found his way into the back line. Weaver's wall, but they're not able to find the ult. They find it, but it's on to Gory. No flash, remember. He is going to get seismic shot, and we are all piling onto this. Karma, who's not going down, in fact, going to get the Crypt Bloom off. Betty, he's trying to find the damage. Shun is going to find the damage. It's a double kill now as he looks for more. Triple kill. Can he potentially look for the pets? And the Tofu strikes will land. Maple going to be going down, but it's not the Quadra. It's going to be Rest picking up kill number 4. And with Woody the last man standing, it looks to me like we're going to game number 3.
Yeah, CFO running away from the Weaver's wall there makes Junjie really hesitate with his ult, because without Maple near him, there's no one to follow up on his engage. And yeah, it looked like Betty was maybe free hitting that fight, able to do something, but I think the Zeri champ looks way too weak to carry a fight in that situation.
Yeah, Nexus Tower number 1 going down. It should be Nexus Tower number 2. Junjie is spawning. Betty's spawning very soon, but no ults and not really any hope now. Nexus Tower number 2. Junjie actually going to Vault Break the opposite direction, and Shun is just continuously hitting this Nexus. It will go down. 32 minutes is what it takes, but it is going to be a game number 3 here between CFO and PSG. And what a way to top off the regular season other than a game at number 3 between these two fantastic teams.
Yeah, this is the kind of series we're expecting between these two teams. You know, no 2-0s. Though the last series was deceptively close, especially after the first game. Man, PSG really made CFO fight for that one.
Yeah, I mean, PSG were ahead initially, but CFO able to withstand and find their way back into the fight. A few crucial picks were found. Honestly, that mid lane fight where Betty goes aggressive and just goes down immediately, really, to me, was kind of the turning point of that game. And so, I mean, from there, it really did look like Shun was just able to completely take over. Never really felt like there was any threat on him. We saw Junji ult him once. I mean, that last fight, it was all on to Gory, who just survived and survived. Magic W just healing him out. Crypt Bloom also healing him up. Betty almost kills Shun, but with the protection of Milio, wasn't able to. And from there, it was just a roll. Yeah,
on a different patch, maybe that's a Zeri kill there into a snowball, you know, into the opposite story, really.
Yeah.
Where Zeri, both ADCs super snowbally in team fights. If either one can find a quick kill or an imbalance in the team fight, can just continue to go forward and clean up kills. Not getting as much value out of the Udyr.
Yeah.
As usual, PSG.
Yeah, even Rest was actually up in his lane. I wonder if it's smart itemization out of Rest, going that Hollow Radiance. It means you're just insta-clearing waves, so Udyr can't really hit your tower. But RJ not typically one to play for that.
Yeah, he doesn't play for the lane win.
Yeah, it also, I think, might have something to do with the Xin Zhao and Karma. It feels very hard to invade when you're... Obviously, you don't have Prio as the Karma most of that lane, but you can just sort of give up some waves and go join these 2v2s and actually have a really good look at it.
Yeah.
So I wonder how much it was smart drafting around the Udyr versus RJ just having a lot less impact than we're used to seeing. It's hard to tell.
And I don't think it was entirely Aja's fault. I think Junjie just decided to switch it up. Maybe they felt it was a little too telegraphed if they just go for the same play every time they have the Vi Udyr with the invade on top side. Maybe trying to play the meta a bit, or you know, the mind games a bit, and expecting a different clear to come out of Sword Art. But he ends up invading Sword Art's bot side, finds nothing there.
Yeah, he got the Gromp.
Yeah, did get the Gromp, but usually they're getting a lot more out of this Udyr pick.
Yeah.
And this time, it just looked like every other Udyr.
It did.
Priority in lane is punching tower with his Demolish a bit, and then shows up to team fights and runs around in circles.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I believe this is one of the big turning fights.
Yeah, so very lucky for Shun here, honestly, to not get hit by the Talia. And watch, I guess, Karsa, because he does the most damage in this fight on the Xin Zhao. It's just eating these Zeri autos like Skittles. Betty almost gets hit by that, and then he finds the flash onto Betty here. And once that happens, the fight is over. It becomes very difficult for PSG, and Aja never really gets into the fight. He tries to stop Rest from making it into the fight, but by the time Rest gets there, the fight's already kind of over anyway, so Aja just decides to go back to a side lane.
And Karma Champion seems reasonable.
Yeah, it looked a little shaky to begin with for Gory there.
Yeah. But, I mean, turning it on, 3-man Mancha Q after 3-man Mancha Q, even flashing aggressively to try find the last hit there in one of those team fights. Wasn't able to, but was able to do the most damage. MVP for my money is probably Shun, but could be Karsa.
Yeah, I would say probably Shun. Yeah, again, Karsa had a great game. Rest had some great moments, and so did Gory. So, yeah, anyone could get it. And Usually when we say that, Sword Art ends up getting the MVP.
Yeah, criminal. Maple doing by far the most damage on his team, but
Yeah. I mean,
also
Corey
100%
doing pretty
kill
good.
participation.
Yeah, 100% KP on Maple. Had a great game.
He did. He did.
On the
looks,
Taliyah.
he looks really good on the Taliyah, and it's a champion that you do enjoy watching him play because you know that he is going to be able to put up a good performance. Will he play it in game number 3? I mean, will, honestly, PSG go for the blue side? Because now we've seen CFO have a tendency to prefer the red side, at least in this meeting. I honestly think you can just go blue side. Looks fine. Maybe denying Gory the counter pick might be good, but...
Yeah, the draft was just weird because they banned 5 ADCs.
Yeah.
So I was complaining about the Zeri pick all game, but what else was he really supposed to be playing? I guess Aphelios.
Yeah.
Aphelios very vulnerable to the Lucian, honestly.
And generally nowadays we see it with the Milio, but...
Corsa, I don't hate him getting the MVP here.
No, I think it's deserved. He really was one of the driving factors in getting them back into the game after the deficit they found themselves. I mean, you see it on your screen, 3,000 gold was the lead in the jungle. Not a total we're used to seeing, especially when the game was actually very close for the majority of it.
Yeah, 69 KP, decent damage share, honestly. I mean, not even that high of a damage share, just that one top-off team fight. That's right, yeah. I didn't even think about this. I thought Maple was just out for free as well, and I guess he did too. I think this ended up being a dragon for CFO as well when they desperately needed them.
Yeah, PSG did get a bunch of towers there in that play. I remember mid lane, they got one and then almost got a second. I don't think they quite got the second.
Yeah, PSG always never going to be giving you an objective for free, even if they're down a member.
Yeah.
Such a difficult team to play against, and seems like CFO's strengths are in the team fights. They draft comps that they can play really well and just take a 5v5, and usually they're good for it. We saw last game, some close team fights in spite of a big comp difference. So it's a really fun matchup to watch with, we've got a team fight team versus maybe a macro team in PSG. I mean, PSG pretty ridiculous on those team fights as well. Everyone just always surviving on 1 HP.
Yeah, I wonder going into the next game if we're going to see some more priority on the AD carry, because it did seem like BD was a little bit uncomfortable on the Zeri, but we are going to go to a quick break. Once we're back, the absolute final game of the regular season here in the PCS, and an absolute banger as we got game number 3 between PSG and CFO. See you in 7. Bitter rivalry to the very end, and what a way to cap off this regular season than with a 3-game series between both PSG and CFO. Game number 2, of course, going in favor of CFO. After a bit of a shaky start, they're able to get it together and pick up the win. So looking into game number 3, I mean, draft has kind of been a problem in both games for opposing sides. The AD carry focus in the bans there really stunted Betty's ability to really get anything done, and so I think maybe a first 3 rotation for the pick there for Betty might be in order.
Yeah, you got to get him on maybe the Caitlyn, but then if you pick the Caitlyn early last draft, you might just lose out on the Lux. I just feel like they maybe didn't get enough power picks on the rest of the map to justify or to make up for so many bans going towards Betty. You know, it's really on someone else to carry at that point when your ADC has 5 bans thrown at him. Maybe a smart approach to the draft by CFOs. We've seen so often Betty just take over games.
Yeah, for sure. Maple having a good game for himself though, but for the most part until getting caught out in the bot lane really. And it was kind of that whole series of play, him getting caught out, then Betty soon after playing a little bit too aggressively mid, turning over some kills.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit uncomfortable when he's not the strongest person on the map, as he often is in a lot of these games. Was
Perhaps.
the Smolder banned?
No.
Oh. Kinda weird he didn't go for the Smolder. Wouldn't suffer too much in lane, I wouldn't think, against the Lucian Milio.
Would suffer a bit, but yeah, maybe just worried that the pace of a game when you have Lucian Milio doesn't really allow for the stacking to really reach its peak.
Yeah, the heat does really turn up as soon as Lucian is level 6.
Yeah, for sure. Game number 3. Champion select now on. Will we see the same bans coming through from both these sides? I think PSG might have a different look at the draft if they do see 3 AD carries banned.
Yeah, maybe they have to just leave the Varus up.
I think you ban the same, and if they ban 3 AD carries, you take Milio as your first pick, and that opens up Aphelios or Lucian.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. So far, same start for CFO. PSG did go for the blue side again. Seems fine. CFO did prefer the red side when they got a choice, but PSG seems like they like the blue side. And yeah, I guess it feels weird. Actually, Lucian just banned.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are dragging the ADC meta.
Caitlyn, I believe, was the ban here last time round.
Might have been Ashe.
Oh, it was. You're right. Caitlyn was second phase. Okay. There's going to be the Ashe. Next.
Yep, first pick Vi for PSG. I don't see any reason not to. Now that you've eliminated the Lucian Milio lane, and if they do pick like an Aphelios Milio, you can go for something like the Caitlyn Lux and just get it locked in.
Oh my.
No way.
This way, baby. Oh, that is the Vi.
Yeah, unsurprising, the Vi was very successful for them, especially in the early game. I would also be surprised to see Rest pick up the Udyr.
Yeah, it seems like a perfectly good Gnar game if this were to happen.
Yeah, we've seen Aja absolutely punish Cassante with the Gnar, and I imagine he'll do the same to an Udyr.
Oh. Toying with the idea of Lee Sin. It will be locked in.
Oh, okay.
So Lucian ban replacing what was Lee Sin in the last 2 drafts. And Kasa already against PSG having one of the games of the split on the Lee Sin. Just somehow doing the most damage.
It wasn't. I forgot that was against PSG specifically. Just going ridiculous on the Lee Sin, finding kicks constantly.
Rakan maybe setting themselves up for a Xayah Rakan or a takeaway from perhaps what they suspect would be Betty's Xayah. I mean, Kai'Sa still remains an option. Caitlyn Lux, another one. Smolder, I mean, yeah. Champ's open.
Smolder feels a little scary into Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, I don't think so. Xayah almost no range. Telegraphed knock up from the Rakan. I think you should get away with it.
Yeah,
Might
Betty-
not be the Zaya though. It could just be the Rakan, and man, that could be the problem. Talia looking like it'll be locked in. Now you have the option of picking up that Zaya or dropping this AD carry priority down, at which point we are likely to see another 2 AD carry bans from PSG.
Yeah, I think you have to go Zaya.
It's not the blind pick nah, ever.
Doesn't really feel like it should be. If you don't pick Zaya here, I don't know what you pick if they ban it.
Oh, dear
right.
me.
Twisted Fate. I forgot about this champ.
Yeah.
The legendary 3-way flex, and they do maintain it as a 3-way flex going into the second phase.
I think it'll be ADK. We've already seen Shun play it once.
Yeah, and this makes the Zaya ban. Yeah, this is such a smart pick, because I was going to say, if you don't pick AD here, they're going to ban Zaya and another AD, and I mean, you're running out of picks. But with the TF, if they waste 2 bans on ADCs, you just get to pretty happily flex it into the bot lane. Karma is available for Gory again. So maybe PSG will look to take that one away. They do ban the Orianna. Same as last game.
Okay, Nautilus taken away. Not sure what Woody will look to pick up, but cannot be Nautilus. Orianna as well, banned away. Giving a little bit of an easier lane here to Maple.
Yeah, I like the Rumble ban.
Yeah, Rumble was disgusting from RJ in game number 1.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll ban Cassante, but
I don't think so. With Nah being left open, doesn't feel like Cassante can be picked next in draft. Would just be answered by Nah almost certainly.
same bans as last time. They pick the Talia and ban away the Orianna and LB. Maybe just a Karma pick. And maintain the Twisted Fate as a bot top flex.
Yeah. Looks like it will be. I think this TF is almost certainly going to be going into that bottom lane, but
yeah, Zaya's
you can
still available
flex
though.
it.
If PSG do go for something like a Cassante or an Udyr, you can flex the AD, the TF AD, and pick your top laner. But those are good matchups for AD Twisted Fate as well, honestly.
Milio, not something we've seen with Smolder yet. Looks like it will just be their Udyr again. RG getting all faithful. And I think at this point, TF can just go top.
Yeah, and then just get a Zaya. Your comp looks a bit weird. I don't know if Zaya really even fits this comp.
Nah, I don't think so. I think Kai'Sa might even be pretty decent. Look to punish the Smolder. Okay. Final pick of the draft here for PSG will be that Rel. Admittedly, Zaya does pretty well into Rel, but
Yeah.
I don't know that the comp necessarily fits the Zaya pick, but
I think it might just be worth it for how strong this lane matchup is going to be in the 2v2.
yeah, as well as honestly, the ability to kite Udyr is immense. Oh my god.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's always that.
Alright, it's
Go for
just
the
going to
Gnar
be the Nah.
instead, yeah.
Not a bad pick by any means. It is going to be the TF down the bot lane here for Shun once again. We have seen it once before. And he absolutely popped off in that game. I think it was against Frank.
Yeah, not going to be able to punish the Smolder as much as a Zaya maybe could have with the Rakan, but honestly, TF not horrible scaling himself. Point and click, long range stun is always going to scale reasonably well.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at draft, I do have to feel that CFO kind of coming out with the better end of it, but of course you do just constantly have this threat of Smolder hitting his stacks and just becoming that 1v9 menace that we've seen Betty accomplish 3 times now.
Yeah, I am worried about rest on this Gnar. He is a bit vulnerable to the Vi ganks. Karsa is going to have to protect him, which is going to take a lot of pressure off the Smolder, who, you know, will get to farm. And we've seen Betty just do nothing for about 20 minutes on the Smolder and then just appear, and suddenly he's 7-0, 10-0, just completely taking over the game. So you do want to be fighting around the bot side maybe, but you have to protect your Gnar because he is a massive part of your win con this game. If he can set this Udyr behind.
Sure. They're certainly a capable top laner.
It
Will be able to do it.
This game might also just be another case of it's actually CFO this time with 3 pushing lanes.
I don't think Gory had a pushing lane most of last game.
Yeah, I'm actually unsure who gets... These champs are both so ridiculous at getting priority.
I think Talia pushes the wave faster if she's able to use her abilities on it.
Yeah.
But to be able to use your ability on it, you have to dodge at least 1 Q from Gory. So, yeah, it depends, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely priority in the side lanes at least.
Yeah.
So maybe Maple can get priority and help Junjia out to do something in this early game.
So, second win revitalize, of course, for RJ on that top lane, Udyr.
Yep.
Something we've come to accept. He's not going to look for anything here in the jungle, at least not yet. Now he is. Won't find anything though, as Caster is on that bottom side, hovering Gory.
Yeah, and yesterday on the Smolder, we saw a lot of D-Blade Q-Max Smolder. I don't think Betty's going to be going for that. He did talk about it in the interview as well. A lot of this champ's strength is if you can get a decent lane for him, put a few points in W and just one-shot waves, it's pretty hard to punish it.
Okay. Some antics going down here early on as Castle looks to start the Raptors of Junjia's bottom side, and Junjia's going to relinquish that camp and take the Krugs for himself.
Yeah, Corey says forget priority, I'm just here at level 1.
It shouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah, Karsa likes to do this a lot on the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
He just starts enemy Raptors. Vi is maybe the weakest level 1 jungler that we have in the meta right now.
Yeah.
Pretty depressed if she ever has to start Q.
Oh yeah, that slows down your clear a very, very large amount.
Yeah, already not the fastest clear.
No. Not even very healthy clear either.
Yeah, and that's why we have seen it punished a bit in the early game. Specifically the Poppy usually.
And it is going to be 2 losing lanes, although RJ does have push for now, and Maple definitely controlling the state of mid wave.
Yeah, early game at least for PSG. Plenty of prio in these lanes.
Well, RJ hit the fake out on the ward.
It's the little things with Aja.
Yeah.
So Junjia has met Karsa at his Raptors. Both players have Smite. Pretty important Smite, maybe. Karsa does get it. But then all the little chickens going to Junjia, and this is what we're used to from Aja and Junjia when they get this combo.
Yeah.
As it's the same 3 champs, topside again. That they were able to take Frank down with. Not finding success last game, but not playing to the Udyr's lane last game either. And Karsa's going to be disappointed with what he finds in the enemy bot jungle.
Yeah, probably going to look for Raptors, maybe even look for a mid gank, because Maple is exceedingly low here on mana, and he's gone too far forward.
That's the flash.
Burn that flash almost certainly. Isn't going to do it though, and Karsa can't find anything in a massive shove. This is going to be almost certainly 1 kill found at some stage here for Junjia. He's working towards it. Double stun, first blood. It goes to Woody. Flash away from Karsa. Is Maple going to be able to follow up with any more damage? It doesn't seem it. But it is Gory once again being felled early. This time, Woody going to be receiving the credit for that one.
Yeah, Woody with an incredible roam. And Maple, honestly, just nerves of steel. Doesn't use his flash there at all.
Okay.
Hex flash from Woody. So Betty and Woody doing perfectly fine in this lane. And a bit of a disaster start for CFO. Corey and Karsa lose their flashes there just for the support flash on Woody. Not in a lane where he was planning to really use that anyway.
Woody.
No flash. It's actually heal on Sword Art. So Maple's pretty much boom here. He does use a Biscuit, and it gives him just enough mana to land this 2-man shove. And, I mean, Gory has to instantly flash to dodge Junjia's Q. And when does Karsa use his flash?
Just there.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought Karsa went down too for some reason. Just Gory going down, but both players losing their flashes.
Void Grub's secured though by Karsa as Junjia getting to work on that dragon. It is going to be the Chemtech dragon for at least the first one, so won't have that soul.
We saw a pretty similar start, honestly, for Gory last game, and he was still able to be very impactful on the Karma. Very different comps and a much stronger ADC on the side of PSG this time.
And it's a lot harder for Shun to live through the Vi and Talia.
Yeah. No 2 enchanters to protect him this time.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Aja doing perfectly fine against this counter pick. Has actually used his TP already, and Rest still hasn't. So maybe he can build some kind of HP advantage and then TP back.
I bet he's going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, a couple stacks. Karsa is here.
Yeah, have to be careful.
So this should be obvious for PSG though.
Especially now Sword Art uses that Battle Dance. It's going to be known. Teleport Destiny coming through. Woody doesn't have flash, remember, from that mid lane play, but he is going to be able to walk on out of there, and got to be careful. Talia does have the ability to roam down, use that ultimate. Shun going to be taking the tower, going to be able to run out. At least as 1 kill here found for Karsa, but Betty does remain alive. He's finding damage, and there's no response from anyone. Shun with that ghost still popped. Cleanse, flash available, but it's not going to matter. Stack deck, going to secure the kill. Maple finally roaming down at long last, and Junjia is also going to be in the area.
Oh,
he did see
knows where he's
Shun
recalling.
was. Yeah, he's going to find him. That is a kill. Junjia now will be level 6 as well, so at least 1 kill traded back, but a good find and a good dive, well executed there by the side of CFO.
Shun looks really clean on this Twisted Fate. Yeah, extremely well executed dive. This should really be more obvious for PSG. I think they're just not expecting this follow-up. As they get out of the dive fine, or the gank fine, but then realize they're kind of just dead in the water here. Shun starts the play off, stuns, and then tanks long enough for Sword Art and Karsa to safely get out. And then he actually just, after this Mantra Q lands, still has his Ghost going and realizes Betty is just dead. Betty loses both sums. Look how much damage that stack deck auto just did.
Yeah, a lot.
I mean, almost 200 from a level 6 Twisted Fate.
Back to live. It looks like Junjia has found himself in a peculiar position off the back of a Dragon's Rage kick there out of Karsa, and he is going to go down.
Yeah, used his ult. I think he must have been baited by Gory, I imagine, in the mid lane.
Most likely. 48 stacks is what we're sitting on here as this Smolder. Definitely a lower total than we used to.
Yeah.
For Betty.
Yeah, and as Smolder, you know, is out for longer and available for longer, teams are going to figure out more combos and ways to punish this champion. So it's a 3-man gank onto Gory, and somehow he just lives here. I guess Maple didn't have shove. I didn't see what happened to his shove.
No, he had the shove, and then it got stopped by Crashdown.
Oh, that's kind of an unfortunate combo, because you do extra damage for every rock he passes through in the Talia E. Yeah, and somehow Gory, I mean, not somehow, this Karma champion is so strong in the early game.
Yep. Actually doing pretty well for himself up here.
Yeah, I mean, Rest's
gonna go Mega here. Going to be able to find his way up here. No mana actually on this Talia. Sword Art though wasn't able to find his way over the Weaver's wall, and so nothing really to be done.
Yeah, Rest doesn't have ulti there, otherwise it might have been a disaster on that play. Probably making the play knowing he doesn't have ulti, of course. Has a very well-timed Mega. So Maple can't really commit onto him with how low his mana was. And I think CFO's bot lane are really going to appreciate this Talia ulti being down. Karsa certainly is when he's starting up the Void Grubs.
Looking like it might just be all 6. This time for CFO. It was 6 picked up by PSG last game.
Yeah, difference is there's a Gnar in this game.
Yeah, for sure.
So he's going to be loving that.
And it's Twisted Fate.
He's not really online in this matchup yet. Does Karsa have Smite? Not yet. He can wait a bit. But no one's really coming to contest.
Yeah, can keep it. Means it's going to be up for this Dragon, which is spawning in 30 seconds. And you can almost guarantee PSG are going to want to be a part of that fight.
Yeah. I'm not sure if CFO will. Their champs aren't exactly weak at this point in the game, but... I mean, it is second drag for PSG, so maybe you do just contest it, but Junjia looking very strong at this point in the game. Shun, on the other hand, does have an item completed. Smolder with just a Sheen. So now that I say it, can't imagine CFO giving this one up.
Does have Essence Reaver now, but Dragon is up and available. Caster's going to look for the recall, though. So he's very far away.
Yeah, not prioritizing it.
See, though, Junjia, Maple, they're headed down south in the belt lane here of CFO recalling. It should just be Dragon. If Junjia chooses to start it up, he won't.
This slow state of the game, it's hard to say that it benefits CFO just because they have a Smolder, but I think it does. Just because once the Gnar starts getting items online, top lane becomes a disaster. The Gnar counterpick, he does well in lane, because going even with the Udyr is honestly doing well in lane, not losing all your plates. Once he gets the Triforce, and then especially the Black Cleaver after that, he can really start to pressure turrets and maybe even kills onto the Udyr. But then if you're PSG, you kind of don't feel bad with this stunted game state. Karsa onto Junjia.
Could be the grand entrance.
I don't think Sword Art can hit the... I think he accidentally autoed Junjia a few times there. But yeah, also, if you're PSG, you're kind of happy with this state of the game as well. Betty is just happily laning 1v1, not really pressured by the Twisted Fate. Stacking up on the Smolder, engage on the Karsa.
Yeah, Magnustorm comes through, 2-man shove once again, through will come Mum, shut down! Maybe we're going to claim that one. Gory as well as Sword Art now the targets, as Sword Art's going to have to use both of his summoners. Does get himself away, but it's a 1-for-0 Dragon as well. Should be going over to PSG. Though they haven't started it yet. Maybe looking for a recall. Not feeling confident.
Yeah, interestingly, don't start the Dragon, and Woody is having a great game, as I think it was him who found that engage, right?
Yeah, it was.
Usually the buy. But, I mean, all 3 kills going the way of PSG are off of the back of Woody's flash, essentially. Really nice follow-up from Maple, too. Rel doesn't make it, Rel makes it kind of easy. Yeah, shut down onto Maple. Onto Karsa for Maple. And Dragon's still up.
Teleport coming down. Junjia nowhere near though, so...
Yeah, PSG down ults now. Maybe you just can't contest this.
Yeah, and you're okay giving over one. You are just waiting for Smolder.
Yeah.
And hold your horses.
Rest does have
RJ,
TP, but he might be in trouble.
His flash. Gonna have to use it. Weaver's wall coming through though. He might just be dead. In fact, he is. Good roam timing. It's gonna be the kill picked up. They use this Dragon that CFO are looking for to find the time to go up to this top lane and make use of the weak side of the map there. And in the meantime though, it might just be this bot lane tower going down. 6 Void Grubs is gonna make this TF do a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is...
Bit of a race.
Yeah, that tower is melting.
And TF wins it.
Yeah, not really particularly close. No one stayed to help Aja hit the tower. So first tower going down to the Twisted Fate. PSG gonna pick up a Rift Herald.
Yeah, killing the Rift Herald, not the end of the world, but certainly a lot of gold now sitting on this Twisted Fate, who, and we've seen Shun play it before, very, very skilled on that champion.
Also, against the Vi, TF doesn't hate building Azonias. Plenty of AP ratios on the champ. Rest in trouble again.
Yes, but everyone really is around. The Vault Breaker,
Oh,
though, is
wow.
perfectly executed dive. In comes Shun, though, goes pop. Gold card
Oh.
onto RJ. Grand entrance, quickness also going to be used here as Maple is really not looking so good in this fight, but Junji is able to turn around. Magnustorm as well. Shun does get the double kill, but it is just a 2 for 2, all things said and done.
Yeah, they just go for the 2v4. You gotta love it out of CFO and end up picking up 2 kills. Rest going down earlier in the fight, really well played by Junjia and Maple to just stun him with a full rage bar here. They mistime any of the CC onto Rest and he goes Mega, and this is a disaster, especially with Twisted Fate coming. Yeah, just perfectly layered CC. And then Shun honestly looked like he was getting a triple kill here. But, I mean, Karsa, or Maple rather, plays it really well. Maybe again the Seraphs catching him off guard, and Woody here again. Perfect place, right time, right place.
Sword Art very low, coming back to live. It's okay to use that Battle Lance, get himself to safety. 125 stacks has been achieved, so we are getting awfully close to Betty.
Yeah, it's not going to be a 19-minute
No.
full stack like we've seen out of Betty in the past, but you do get very accelerated once you're on the 125 stacks. It's about if CFO can use this Twisted Fate to really pick up the pace now while Betty is still stacking. Because, I mean, it almost feels like...
Inevitable.
Yeah, they just win once Betty gets these stacks.
So he's going to go Rapid Fire Cannon again. Probably an answer to the fact that it's very hard to land Qs up against the Karma, the TF.
Yeah. They do have a decent comp to deal with the Smolder. I mean, mostly just because Twisted Fate is going to have a Rapid Fire Cannon. And you have to play very respectfully on the Smolder. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Banshees come out from Maple.
Yeah, it could even be the item now.
Yeah. I'm used to these items just being a Shadow Flame, but... yeah, it could easily be a Banshees. Might just be the pick against the Rapid Fire Gold card, Twisted Fate. It feels bad building a Banshees for the enemy ADC. Part of the power of the Twisted Fate. Sword Art, maybe in trouble again.
Yeah, he is going to use that Grand Entrance, but it's going to cost him his flash as well as his ultimate there. And 1 minute away until Dragon Weaver's wall coming through. Karsa, is he going to have a way out? He does.
Yeah, Maple not able to get the E down. Terrifying stuff for CFO. Karsa loses his ult, does hold on to his flash. Sword Art loses both.
But fast track to mid wave. Should be this Rift Shield crashing and maybe even a tower here for Betty. Karsa's in the area. Sonic Wave next onto Karsa. That will be tower gone, mid lane. One of the hardest ones to get.
Yeah, definitely value out of that Rift Herald. Shun on 2 items though, 30 seconds on the Dragon. We'll see how they manage the Nara bar as well, because Aja will almost certainly be at this Dragon.
Yeah.
Probably quite a bit stronger than the Nara in a team fight at this point. You know, Rest, a lot of pressure on him to find some ridiculous ulti.
Something we certainly saw RJ be able to do on his Gnar.
Yeah.
Betty hasn't recalled since getting that tower, so going to be down some potential power. Maybe just going to give over this Dragon once again. It looks like they will. Jinji is hunting up in the top lane once more.
Yeah.
Again, you're okay to give over Dragons. It's only the second, and you are still scaling up on a Smolder.
Yeah, I think they did enough getting that first Dragon and denying the second one for so long that they're pretty happy giving up a Dragon or two and scaling up on the Smolder, getting kills on Rest.
Yes, though, he's going to be found once again. Does manage to at least get the flash off this time before Vault Breaker can come through. So he doesn't go down. But it's an important cooldown, of course. Flash is traded between Jinjia and Rest, but Jinjia generally going to be less reliant on it on the Vi than Gnar will be.
Yeah. Though, honestly, Rest probably isn't going to be needing his flash until the next Dragon fight, so should be up by then. Meanwhile, CFO steal the red buff away from PSG.
God, it sucks getting red buff, but it's 19 minutes 50.
Yeah, that is a bit unfortunate. So still kind of just waiting for this Gnar to come alive and have any prio in this lane. Really stunted by this Talia Vi combo coming to his lane a couple times. As Shun and Sword Art, tried to make a counterplay, and we're gonna see the replay here. Nice flash from Junjia onto Rest, but Rest just immediately flashes away. Did get a stun on Junjia, I think.
Comes back to live. Woody not going to be able to find that kill there onto Sword Art Azir, though. Maybe able to do so. Nice kick flash by Kasa. Weaver's wall comes down, and it's going to be the seismic shove landing onto Gory, but there is no follow-up as of yet. It is eventually going to be Sword Art who goes down once again. And he kind of found out by himself. Finally is going to be able to be taken out, and 193 stacks is what we see on Betty, so time is ticking.
Yeah, it's pretty inevitable now. He's almost certainly getting to the 225, and going to be difficult to navigate these team fights if you're CFO. As we've said, this is usually what you see out of Betty Smolder. Just don't see all that much of him for most of the game, and then suddenly he's got 7 kills. So Shun onto Maple.
Okay, Maple going to lose his flash. Destiny used.
Oh, Karsa.
This is going to have to be some fantastic play out of Maple. Just trying to dodge, but he's not going to be able to.
That's Woody who's in trouble.
Yeah, Woody's going to get stunned up. The Destiny was used there by Shun to be able to catch up to this play, and double kill there for Karsa. Now maybe attention towards this Baron as Maple is dead. Woody is dead. And I think Betty is not quite at his stacks, so...
Yeah, Sword Art getting chunked there might discourage the Baron, and honestly, Aja being here is probably good enough for CFO. Rest will get to shove. He is actually just recalling, though.
Okay, 110 stacks. Shun well and truly first on the gold standings.
Yeah, Smolder definitely the stronger scaling champ, but it doesn't hurt to be 2k gold up. Unfortunately, doesn't get those 2 kills. They do go over to Karsa, but still happy with that play.
Yeah, 3-item TF, while only a 2-item Smolder feels pretty good, even if these stacks are about to come online. 217.
Yeah, especially because Betty didn't really get to go for the most high damage build. Is still going to be relying on his teammates for damage. Woody's stunned up.
Yeah, going to get the crash down and...
Yeah, not enough vision to follow up on that, really, for CFO. All the mid priority in the world, as Betty did have to recall.
Might be looking for Shun here. Junjia coming over the wall, but it just ensures that this wave's taken out. 222. His team's taking the minions, so he sits at 223.
Yeah, he's essentially there. Any team fight, he's just going to evolve partway through. Got 1 spell in. A lot of the time you just open a team fight with your ult on Smolder anyway, but he will just get it off these creeps. And it's time. We'll see what Betty can do. Usually a lot.
It took 23 minutes, but now we have a game on our hands. Gold, fairly even. Shun, a big outlier.
Yeah.
Well ahead of everyone. TF passive, kills, tower. All of it adding up.
Yeah, we'll see if PSG can maintain this game state where there are no 5v5s really happening, and it's just they're able to capitalize on the Twisted Fate so well. He can just set up these plays. Sword Art caught again.
Yeah, at least not for now. It's going to be Sword Art stunned up.
20 seconds on Dragon.
Taken out, yeah. There's not going to be a support available now for CFO ahead of this Dragon. I guess Karma kind of won, but also a bit of an assassin. Bit of everything at the moment.
Shun going straight to top lane. Both TPs about to be up for PSG. I don't think he'll be able to get this tower. Maybe Karsa will look for a steal, but that's risky business.
6 Void Grubs. This tower might be a goner.
Yeah, I think it's actually just dead. Maybe they can chase up and kill him later.
Arja is going to match the TF, but quickly changes his mind. Fight coming out. Junjia ulted out of the pit, and this might just be the Dragon. It is. Karsa gets it.
Yeah.
But Betty, he is wailing on that Lee Sin from above the pit. Shun now teleporting down, does pop that ghost to get away from this Udyr, who has likewise used his ghost.
Yeah, At what cost? We'll see if PSG look at the Baron, and they are pinging towards it.
Yeah, Smolder with stacks. Not the easiest champ to deal with. And walking into it as well feels abysmal.
Yeah. So Vile is not up. I wonder if CFO actually know this. And it is a mini Gnar. This is going to be a very difficult contest.
Yeah, no Vi available. Baron down to half HP. Woody, keep an eye on this Rel. He's got the perfect engage potentially. He is spotted by Shun. This Baron is very, very low, but an execute comes out. Sword out the first to go down. Junjia now will have that cease and desist, but chooses to just take the Baron, turn around, get on out of there. Maybe even looking aggressive again, but should be pretty content with how this one's gone, as you do give over that Dragon Soul, well, Dragon Soul point even, but it's in exchange for 2 kills and the Baron.
Yeah, and you're kind of seeing the weakness of the Gnar there. Just because it was mini Gnar, it's not even really a 4v5, it's more like a 3v5. And yeah, you're pretty happy with that as PSG. You are under a little bit of pressure now with 3 dragons on the enemy team, but Betty is going to be massive by the time that next dragon spawns. You're
3
gonna be
items,
able to,
yeah, almost 300 stacks.
Yeah, and you know, 2 minutes to work with on this Baron. Probably going to be picking up some turrets. Definitely the bot tier 1.
Yeah, RJ already getting started on that one. Should be going down in no time at all. In the meanwhile, PSG do have to be awfully careful. Carson not spotted. He is positioned behind him. Betty does have both sums. But at an instant, Shun could look for a flash card. Carson could be behind him, and everything can go very pear-shaped.
Yeah. Rest might be in trouble in the side lane here. Maple on his way.
Maple pulling a lot of damage. This might just be the bot lane inner being taken out, and it should be no real way for CFO to clear out these 2 cannon minions. Mid lane 2 is looking like it's reaching a similar fate. Betty just poking and prodding in every now and then. Gory. Oh, Magastorm comes out. So will Mom. Gory's just going to be eliminated. PSG start off this fight pretty well. Woody does go down. It's going to be the mid laner for that support. In does come Sword Art. He finds the flank. He finds it onto Junjia. And even getting the charm there onto Maple as he comes in with that Weaver's Wall is going to eventually turn this into a 2-for-1 in favor here of CFO, but they are still losing towers. Rest looking for that Gnar is not going to be able to land it, and Betty as well.
Ult is
now
up on Shun.
taking down this mid lane tower. Ult available. RJ can very quickly join Betty, and Betty does have a lot of damage. I don't know, it's a surefire thing that this TF wins the 1v1 up against Smolder. Sword Art and Casa both looking. There is no objective for now, but a lot of towers taken from PSG. They do lose the 2, of course, but I think overall, pretty big win.
Yeah, you got to be happy with that as PSG. Bit of a misstep in that fight. Betty ends up losing his flash and not being able to quite finish off his target. So Gory engaged on, looks pretty clean, but look how much damage this Twisted Fate does to Woody. Through Aftershock, by the way. No slouch either on this Twisted Fate. Karsa somehow lives here. Betty uses his flash, doesn't get the Q off onto him. And then Maple ends up getting chunked out too. Means they don't manage to really pick up an inhib, but 2 towers.
Yeah, and we're getting close now to what looks like it will be a Navori here for Betty.
Yeah.
Could be no, it can't be shield though. I was about to lie.
Yeah, we usually see some lifesteal come out at this point, but
Not the most amount of poke, and honestly, so far, Gory hasn't really had any luck landing anything here onto the Smolder.
yeah. Yeah, much more quiet game from Gory. A lot less gold this game than he had the previous.
Yeah.
You know, we saw him maybe 4 items at this point.
Okay. Hextech Dragon spawning soon. It is Soul Point.
Oh, Rest is in Mega. He is not going to have it for this Dragon if PSG hit it immediately. And that might just be the cue for CFO to not even contest this one. Woody's actually recalling. So Rest does have to be careful. Though they can't realistically make a play onto Rest. It's actually Sword Art who's here.
Ghost Pop. Argus should be able to get out of this. Weaver's Wall going to solidify the ability to do so. And now Junjia finally sees that there's nothing going to be occurring in this top lane and can hit this dragon.
Yeah, I'm surprised to not see Karsa hanging around, maybe going for a steal, but maybe a bit risky.
Oh god, we saw game number 2, PSG versus CFO, and Karsa had a similar scoreline and he absolutely demolished the game.
Yeah, we'll see. He's had a pretty quiet game. I mean, he has 5 and 2.
Yeah, it doesn't look that quiet.
But
Nice double
no
kills here and
mind-bending kicks so far for Karsa. It's hard to play the Lee Sin into the Talia.
Yeah. It's even pretty easy for Betty to spot the Lee Sin and immediately just fly, and most of the time we'll be okay. Navori now completed, that's 4 items on both AD carries. Shun making his way towards that Zhonya's with the Seeker's Arm Guard in his back pocket so far. Now 30 seconds on Baron. That'll be the next objective, of course. And it's one that we saw PSG take and really turn on in this game. I mean,
yeah.
Betty, of course, was able to hit that stack power spike and Karsa got picked off.
Betty now level up on Shun. Looking terrifying on the Smolder as usual. Karsa has to be careful he doesn't just get Vi-ulted here.
Yeah, he's not squishy, but he certainly isn't tanky to a Smolder. I mean, RJ just...
Yeah, Rest not really having any impact on the side lane.
No, he is. I've got a lot of CS, but got to try and turn that CS into something. Now PSG, they got to pull the trigger on this Baron. They see that multiple members here of CFO do enter that bot side jungle, and
Rest
that's their
has
cue
Mega.
to get this started. Rest does have Mega. He's walking slowly, but Arj is going to be the first one there. His teleporter is going to be committed. Rest going to have to use his one too, and now disengage coming through. Is Rest going to have to wait out that Mega perhaps? Bum coming through. Betty, where is he? Betty's hitting Karsa. Betty's wailing on Karsa. Sword Art taken down there by Woody, and Betty is going to be unleashed. It's 1 kill, 2 kills. The execution's coming through. Shun on just a slither of health. Yet again, a consistent thing here in these team fights, but it is going to be PSG who do take that fight. Only 1 going down and 3 found. Now Baron for PSG yet again.
Yeah, it looked like it might work out for CFO, finding a gold card onto Maple and blowing up pretty much instantly, but if your target's not Betty, the fight's always going to be hard. Rest does find a 3-man ulti in this fight as well. It still just doesn't quite go CFO's way. Corey instantly flashes Junjia's Q, and see Shun here hits Ghost with his gold card, finds his way onto Maple, but it's really Woody that turns this fight around, as you're going to see.
Oh my.
Yeah, 4-man Magnet Storm, 3-man Q from Woody. He's looking ridiculous on this row. Rest finds a 3-man ulti as well, but it's just too little too late at this point.
What a disgusting play out of Woody and Junjia.
Yeah.
Maple only just doing more damage than the Rakan.
Yeah.
But I mean,
yeah,
yeah,
Woody,
we've got a problem with this Smolder.
Woody this game making us wonder why he even plays the Enchanters. If he's this good on the row.
Right, Baron minions now marching into the base of CFO. Betty on the bot side means that the bot lane inhib probably not long for this world. Any Qs that he can land onto people are going to be hitting like a truck. Rest, you see it there. It's 1 Q and he's burnt down for a very considerable amount of his health. Sword Art, he's on the flank. He's going to have to find a miraculous engage. It's going to have to land onto Betty, who does have flash. He's still looking. Gold card comes through. Junjia, he's in no man's land. He's going to be taken out. Looks for the ult. Not going to be able to find it. Sword Art, he does pop his, but Betty, that's completely untouched. Does have to use that flash importantly, but now he's free to go in.
God.
1, 2 executes. Is he going to be able to find more? No. CFO playing it nice and safe. Weaver's Wall does come out here from Maple, and he takes a sizable chunk of his health and damage there from Shun. Gold card locked in. Betty, it is a little bit scary. Sonic Wave connects. No resonating strike, but gold card is going to be thrown there by Shun. Betty, though, he's still feeling confident. He's still walking forward. RJ likewise doing the same. And Maple teleporting back means that this push is not done yet. 20 seconds, 30 seconds even left on the remaining members of CFO who are dead. Betty kicked into the tower. Betty does have Sonya's. Shorty's burning. 1Q will seal the deal. Betty's going to go down. But it's all coming up. PSG and CFO will not finish with a 9-game win streak. PSG will take them down.
Yeah, I mean, kind of exactly what we predicted. Betty coming alive. The moment he hits his stacks, they just start winning team fights.
Well. We've had Smolder on Betty again, and I don't think that player should be allowed that champion because that combo has yet to find a loss. It has been extremely dominant. Yes, lanes go a bit slowly, such as Smolder.
Yeah,
as soon as the stacks are online, by God, he is 1v9ing these fights.
Yeah, and he still just goes even.
Yeah.
You know, in the early game. A weak champ in the early game, he manages to go even with it every time. Maintain his stacks, and PSG are so good at just slowing down the game for the Smolder as well. You saw such a long stretch of that game where it looked like PSG could just take the Dragon if they really wanted to, but they're just not willing to give up priority in any lanes, and they just stole the Dragon out forever. And CFO do find themselves with 3 Dragons eventually, but by then Betty's got all his stacks and ready to take over these team fights, along with Woody.
Yeah. Now, Woody playing fantastically. I think the most important takeaway from that game, though, is that once again, Low before this series did say he thinks CFO's going to win. Another L to the column of your predictions there, unfortunately, pal, is my guess, of course. The 2-1 was what I said. The 2-1 did come correct.
Yeah, 2-1
It's almost
PSG.
like I've watched this team for the past year straight. Crazy to think, but PSG losing to DCG really ignite them, and they have turned it on. And what a good time to do it just ahead of our playoffs. Going to get a bye, of course, as we said. They do lock in themselves in that second place. So alongside CFO, we will not see them in the play-ins, but they will meet the rest of the teams over in the playoffs after the play-ins.
Yeah, we'll see who can make it to face off against, well, these two teams. CFO and PSG will be the teams waiting for them if you make it through the play-ins.
What a scary, woohoo, we made it through the play-ins, and now we get PSG or CFO.
Yeah.
And I think it's even harder, right? Because these teams, even if PSG didn't make the top 3, I had a pretty solid feeling that they were going to be strong by the time it got to play-ins. Now they're just going to skip it altogether. But this also gives them time to go over every single draft coming through from the LCO teams, the LJL teams, all the PCS teams. Same as CFO. But I think PSG arguably with better drafts a lot of the time. Sometimes there's some questionable things happening, and they do have somewhat of a reliance around the Udyr at the moment to get a lot of things rolling. But these teams having an advantage over you in terms of scouting and whatnot, even more times to just scrim and find practice in their own time.
Yeah.
It's a scary and tall order when you get through those play-ins to try and come up against either of these teams.
Yeah, PSG essentially won game 1 purely off of draft.
Yeah.
Felt like it was over before it even started.
Yeah, the most Smurf Aurelian Soul pick.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to be that successful, but it sure was.
They draft super well, and then they play pretty cleanly.
Yeah.
And nothing to really complain about in that third game.
Yeah, let's think back. I mean, RJ somehow just wins his top lane. Obviously, it was a bit of help. We did see Maple and Junjia go up there and find that kill.
But a lot of those ganks are only working because Rest is running for his life on, 20% HP from the Udyr in the first place. Not what you expect from the counterpick Gnar. Yeah, it doesn't help that there's a Vi and Talia coming, to be fair.
Yeah,
if you're trying to have a split push win condition.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously for a lot of the time it was pretty quiet. PSG, I think, played wisely to be giving over some of those dragons, given that they do just have a Smolder. So you can give over 10 minutes of time.
This was Woody, and honestly, Woody is my MVP for this game. He found so many engages, honestly, from level 2 when he flashed onto CFO's mid jungle in the mid lane to clean up a kill for his team. And no surprise to see that damage drop. Yeah, we were kind of just waiting for Betty.
Yeah, it was. It was a bit of a Betty waiting room, and Betty did absolutely deliver, as he has so consistently now on the newest League of Legends champion, Smolder. I mean, damage graph tells a whole story, and you really saw it at the end there, just how much damage was coming through. 1Q onto Rest was just burning him to a crisp. It would be like a fifth of his health. on an ability that has about a 1 second cooldown.
Yeah. Yeah, Shun having a good game too, honestly.
Yeah.
Just as a team, maybe CFO not able to do enough to shut the Smolder down. 43% of his team's damage.
That's right.
Pretty ridiculous stat.
Yeah, Woody only 7. Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, not much really to say, I don't think. It was just well played by PSG in general. I think it looked like they were off to a slow start, and maybe there were times where Junjie got a little bit too angsty or things like that. But in general, I think everything was okay, and they realized, give over a couple dragons. We do have Smolder, and it certainly worked. Shouldn't there? There's an imposter among us.
Yeah, Twisted Fate getting bonus gold from his passive doesn't help.
Yeah.
Got a little 1k shutdown onto Betty at the end there too.
Yeah, true. Some of it fake gold in, 1,000 of it. Most kills, though, no surprise here, is Betty, and most damage, we saw it by far, was Betty. Kind of surprised that RJ took the most damage, because I felt like a lot of the time he was just in the side lane, but I guess Nah probably just hitting him the whole time.
Yeah, Nar was just probably hitting him for the entire 30 minutes of this game.
Basic MVP.
Yeah, Woody, a very deserved MVP. Not as much kill participation as Sword Art, but the kills he participated in were massive.
Yeah. He really got the ball rolling in many ways. Him alongside Junjie, in fairness, but it was the pairing of them that found. I mean, that 4-man sort of Vi-ult into Magnet Storm into the Q. It was like a whole storm of things.
I think we're going to see it here.
Yeah.
As this is essentially what just cracks the game open completely for PSG. They had already had a Baron at this point, but it looked like CFO were going to win this fight, honestly. Maple goes down instantly, but then Woody finds this flash 3-man Q into 4-man ult. I mean, if you're a Smolder, this is your dream.
He was dealing with Cast at the time.
Yeah, was dealing with Carso, but then he gets to clean up these very low HP carries on the side of CFO.
Yeah. We get to see TF lose, so at least there's hope that that champ isn't just going to run over every single game.
Oh, I don't know. It looked pretty strong to me still.
Oh, it did. It did. I think, wow, at this stage, it's like, who's stronger, Smolder or TF? And once you get to 35 minutes, I think
definitely
I know who I'm
Smolder,
taking.
Yeah. But you have, you know,
a long time to beat TF.
And he helps you a lot to, you know, snowball leads and pressure the map. Not really able to get it done, CFO. Maybe just as a team, not really able to pick up the pace enough.
Yeah.
You saw Sword Art getting caught out a lot in that game. Not always going down for it, but just constantly getting chunked out. And yeah, it made it hard. Karsa doing the same thing, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, that does do us for the series. Of course, there's going to be a draw show, but before that, we are going to have an interview with Patty and Maple, so do enjoy and be back here to see the draw.
今天来到赛后采访的是 PSG 的中路选手 Maple， 请 Maple 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 PSG 的 Maple。
Congratulations on winning the last game for regular season. Because your result won't affect your ranking, today's game is more relaxed. So how do you feel now that after you won the game? 恭喜你们赢下例行赛的最后一场对局，因为今天结果不影响排名，算是比较轻松的对局。想问一下现在赢下来的之后的心情？
就还是挺开心的吧，虽然不影响排名，但就是报了上次的仇嘛。然后其实因为大家都没什么压力，所以大家都打得蛮嗨的。对。
I'm really happy because it doesn't affect our ranking, so we're all really relaxed and really happy about today's game. Also, I took revenge from last time against CFO, so we had a good time today. In the first game, you picked a few champions that didn't appear that much this patch in competitive game, and won. What do you think is the key to winning that game? 你们第一局拿出了几支这个版本比较少出现的角色，也非常顺利的赢下比赛。想问一下，你认为第一局的制胜关键是什么？
就是龙兽这个 pick 可能他们选这个阿奇尔的时候没有遇过吧，所以其实在对线上我打得蛮轻松的，然后真英雄在后期也是非常抗特对面的阵容。
So because they probably never played Azir against Aurelion Sol before, so in the laning phase, I had an easy time during my laning phase. And in the late game, Aurelion Sol is a really good champion, a very strong champion in late game. So that's why I think we were able to win that game that fast. Last time you lost to CFO when you played them. This time you took revenge against them. Do you have anything you want to say to them? 上次对上 CFO 你们输给了他们，这一次你报了上次的仇，赢下了跟他们的比赛，有什么话想要对他们说的吗？
感觉卡萨他的那个理性就是一直往我这边踢啊，然后就想对他们说的话嘛，就
一人一把嘛，就是刚刚好，公平一点。
I felt like Karsa's Lee Sin is like getting at me and focused on me all the time. But overall, I think we both won one game. So it's an average. We both have one win that's a really happy result for both our teams. Looking back on the entire regular season, how do you think the team performed and what is your goal for playoffs? 回顾一下你们整个赛季的表现，你认为队伍表现的如何？对季后赛的期许又是什么呢？
就我们中间有一些低潮吧，然后发挥的不是很亮眼，所以希望我们可以把我们现在的状态维持到季后赛。
So in the middle, we kind of have some low points, and we didn't perform that well in the mid-season. So overall, but now we're getting better, and hopefully in the playoffs we can play as well as we do right now. Do you have anything you want to say to fans? 有什么话想要对粉丝说的吗？
就粉丝继续帮我加油，然后我会拿出好表现。
Please keep supporting me. I'll try to give you really good results in games. Thank you so much for your interview and congratulations for your win. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢 Maple 选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台的 Section 跟 Mountain。
Thank you for that, Paddy. A nice little interview. I like the part where he's like, I think this Carsters Lee Sin is getting at me. And then, yeah, happy result, 1-1 in terms of their head-to-head. It was, I mean, game differential does favour CFO because they did win 2-0, whereas PSG took it to 3 games. So technically 1 game up are CFO. And, I mean, maybe we're going to see them meet each other near the end of playoffs. I mean, they're not going to see each other for a long, long time, but maybe if they make the run, we could see that as our grand final. Wouldn't be terribly surprised if it were to be our grand final.
Feels inevitable.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. The CFO versus PSG does feel awfully inevitable. I mean, thinking back to spring of last year, it was like, oh, it's just going to be CFO versus PSG for the grand final. It wasn't. Frank did it. Frank made it and then got absolutely destroyed. It was the quickest 3-0, I think, of a grand final. It's like 5-game series every night, night after night after night after night. Grand final 3-0. I was like, oh.
Yeah, that does happen sometimes where the real grand final just happens before.
The Worlds where like G2 and Fnatic got to the finals. It was like so hype. You know, Western teams made it. Absolutely destroyed. Yep. Today's results now on your screen, of course. BYG taking the win over Frank. And with that win, it secured PSG in that second spot. But just to double secure it, PSG went and beat CFO, who were on an 8-win streak. Now it's cut down to a 1-loss streak. PSG,
not willing to take the free ticket, just beat the top team.
Yeah, really put your mark on the PCS here. The standings and the results really for the end now of our regular season. CFO, PSG, they're going to get the bye through on that contender group, first and second place. Frank, BYG, DCG and J-Team will be the next 4 teams in total. And
Frank on a 4-game losing streak.
Now, in fairness, it was CFO into PSG, Frank, CFO, BYG. So it's like they played all of the top 4 teams 4 games in a row. But yes, 4-game loss streak. If they had have won a single game, they were within a shot of making it.
Yeah.
Low did predict it, so of course that was not what happened.
Yeah. As I predicted, there's no hope. Same with this series as well.
Yeah.
Predicted the CFO win. Looked like they had everything they needed in the 3rd game, maybe, but
do not trust this guy with predictions. That's the one thing I'm coming to learn. Or Smolder, actually. There's a lot of things not to trust this guy with.
Yeah, my Smolder does not look like Betty.
Entertainment on the stream.
Yeah, somehow Betty has more stacks in a pretty rough game on Smolder than I do when I'm winning lane on Smolder. So maybe you need to watch that VOD.
Yeah, Betty, very, very talented player. And it's kind of bittersweet having such good teams get the bye because it just means we don't get to see them for so long. Now, obviously, that is the end of our regular season. We're going to go to a quick break. It's going to be about 10 minutes long. When we're back, we're going to have the draw show to see where all these teams are and who we're going to see in the play-ins.
take a shot, come on. 'Cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby. Ooh, la, la. I like the way it feels. Ooh, la, la. Don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh, la, la. I like the way it feels. Ooh, la, la. This is what we came to do. Ooh, la, la.
we're back.
Hey guys! I'm not Taiwanese, despite what that may have looked like. How are we feeling? What do we want? What do we want to happen in this draw? Who do we want to play against who? I have an idea.
How often do we get to see the LJL versus the LCO?
Never.
Yeah.
The only possible time is here in the PCS. So, yeah, that would be pretty cool. I mean, there you have it on your screen. Bye through to the playoff stage. They are going to be all best of fives after the play-ins. You know, the buys there on your screen. Soft Hawks winning their series today. 3-0 up against DFM. CFO, obviously, first seed, already had it locked in. And then today it was confirmed that PSG, do get the second seed.
Yeah, I will definitely need to go watch that LJL final because you don't expect DFM to get 3-0'd.
No. Maybe it was just Eevee gap. And here we have it. Pool 1 is going to be the top 2, so from the contenders group of the PCS in Frank and beyond. And then DFM Ground Zero coming in at first and then second respectively of their region. So they cannot be matched into each other. But what they can be matched into, of course, is the Pool 2, which is going to be DCG, J-Team, V3 and Antics. Now, looking at this, looks very dire. If you are an LCO supporter. Maybe, honestly, I think Ground Zero might be able to get it done against J-Team or V3. Yeah. Antics, I don't have much hope for.
Yeah, I think if you're Ground Zero, you just need to dodge DCG in this upcoming draw.
Yeah.
And then you're in it with a shot. I think DCG is going to be really difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, DCG, they're like hidden OP. They are coming in at 5th, but they took down PSG. Yeah. They have looked more and more strong. There you have it. This is going to be how it all works. This is the playoffs. Oh no, this is a play-in, sorry. So it is going to be from Pool 1 and Pool 2 facing off against each other. Yeah. Winners of the first game will go on to play their advancement match, which will be a best of 3. And then the loser will go down into the lower bracket. So there is 2 lives, more best of 3s to be had. There will be 2 best of 3s needed to be played until you get to that advancement match, which will be a best of 5. So 3 teams from the play-ins will be going up to the second stage in our playoffs and facing up against CFO, PSG, and SoftBank Hawks. That's it?
Yeah.
I was thinking.
A lot of games to be played.
Yes.
Plenty of second chances, as I think we're about to start the draw.
Yeah, we're about to start the draw. It's going to be with Nash, a familiar face. Let's have a look here. What are we going to get? First team.
Who's up first?
Pause champ. BYG. Okay, that's a scary first draw. Whatever's coming out of this next ball, you might be playing for lower bracket WinCon.
Yeah, this is our strongest team probably in this whole group.
Yeah. I would say that it is, yeah. So BYG there, you see them, match A1. They're going to be the first game of the day coming Monday in a week's time. Find out who they are up against very shortly.
Yeah,
Here we go. Ball number 2.
It can't be a Pool 1 team.
Can't be, yeah.
And it can't be either of the PCS teams?
Yes. No, it can be a PCS team. It can't be a Pool 1 team.
Okay.
Ground Zero. So that'll be the other match, I believe.
Yeah, these 2 teams can't play each other because they are both in Pool 1.
Oh, I'm getting excited.
So that was a close one.
That was a close one.
Ground Zero. I was pretty sad for them once I saw that.
We'll have a look. They'll show us the bracket in the near future, I'm sure.
Old mate is holding very still, but I think our screen is actually just frozen.
Yeah. Wow, what's going on? All right, we'll have to guess. So what do you want? Okay, so Ground Zero drawn and BYG. What would you want them to have? Because we're not going to get to see it, so let's just do theoreticals.
I think if you're Ground Zero... Oh, okay.
So V3 LJL is drawn. I'm not sure who that means they're against. I imagine BYG?
Yeah, they were in the second pool, so yeah, they're up against Beyond now.
Yeah. Ooh.
That's a rough one.
That's a rough one. They did come off the back of a 3-1 victory today to secure their PCS spot, so obviously they are looking all right in terms of the LJL, but big game for them. I mean, BYG is a scary, scary opponent.
Tall order to beat Beyond, but you know, to be fair, I haven't watched them play. We haven't had a chance to games on at the same time, so another draw coming up.
So DFM, that will be pool 1.
Yeah, they can't play ground 0.
Yep, so that'll be another game that we'll be drawing for. They can't verse ground 0. What was it? Ground 0, Beyond and Frank, I believe. Yeah, that's it. So those 4 teams cannot go against each other. Ooh. Okay, time for another draw. Who are we going to see? I mean, this is just